Okay. Just making sure it's working. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to celebrate your work. I'm putting down the paintbrushes, not painting anything today because I want to look at what you guys have created, flip things around onto the so that I'm looking at what you guys have done, and you spend a lot of time watching what I'm doing. This is one of my favorite things and certainly one of the most popular things that we do around here, so let's get at it. We're going to spend the first probably hour and a half or so looking at artwork that you've done based on what we've done in class, and then probably spend the next 2-3 hours looking at stuff that you've done outside of class. I think I've got about 600 images, which is awesome. no complaints here, and I'm going to go through all of them. I'm going to do the stuff that we've done since basically the end of March, April, and through May of 2023, as well as a whole bunch of stuff that got missed back in from basically mid-December to late February. I think there was about 2 months there. So if you're wondering, how come you missed a skip? Okay, that's what I'm going to try to do today. I'm trying to catch us back up to where we missed off. Lots of people in the chat there. There's Lolly and Janiki. Henri, so good. Kathy, Lolly. Paula says, I like your shirt, Michael. Did you make the waves in your shirt? I didn't. I bought this in Hawaii. This is based on the famous Hiroshige, the Great Wave painting. As soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, that's cool. I've never seen a shirt quite like that. It goes all the way around. It's not just a little thing. So I was like, I had to have that. Okay, so how do we want to begin here? One way that you can help the show is you can like this episode. Do it right now. Why not? Subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. I have family and friends visiting over the next month, so schedule is going to be a little bit weird as I try to fit episodes in, because not only do I feel responsibility to continue this the momentum that we've built and keep people busy, but also it's great for me, my own mental health, and to kind of stay tuned in to my own ability, right? It's I don't want to lose that. So anyway, hit the notification bell so you know, and you can adjust all those settings in Google, and you can get an email if you wanted, or you can turn all that stuff off. Also, just going back and commenting, I would be so awesome if everybody went back and commented on their favorite episodes or ones they're not happy with in the past, and you could even give them a grade and say, like, this was, I think, one of the hardest episodes that we did, or I found this one really easy. This was, I think, a great beginner's episode. So that when future people are going through those videos and looking at which one to start at, you know, they can look in the comments and see, oh, a number of people really liked this one, thought it turned out really great and it was really easy. Or some people look like, whoa, this was definitely more for an advanced artist. I really struggled with that, right? Those create conversations, right? So because these videos live long after we stream them, as many of you, as we'll see here, who just started the drawing class like yesterday have done. Also, a small donation helps keep the lights on, and everything that you see basically around me has been purchased through your generous donations. The lights, the cameras, the paint, all of which I buy on my own, not sponsored or not given any free supplies. I'm not promoting anything. So keeping the channel free from, someone influencing maybe the products that I suggest is something I strongly believe in. So the way I could make a lot more money by pushing certain paints that I've been offered that I'm not such a big fan of. So anyway, that would be super helpful. Okay. So, my goodness, where do we start? Well, and I feel like there's a few things that have slipped through the cracks, maybe the tracks, if you're on a trestle bridge, maybe. I think there's a few things that have slipped through the tracks. So when I was putting some of these together, I was like, I'm sure people did more than these one or two versions of this painting. But let's go right into it here. So this is the Nikolai Glushchenko piece that I didn't end up streaming. The footage has been captured, but when I was in Seattle for the Paul McCartney concert, I filmed this episode. Well, a good friend of mine who came with me to the show filmed it over my shoulder and all that kind of stuff. I still have yet to edit it together. So kudos to Kathy and Paula for doing the painting, even though the episode never actually aired live yet, right? So Nikolai Glushchenko being an important Ukrainian artist who has like a really interesting background, potentially having been a spy and all sorts of like, anyway. I loved this painting. I still really want to, I've got to edit this video, but it's so interesting seeing the creations here that Paula and Kathy did here. One thing I love about this painting is that even though it was done, I think in the 50s, there's a lot of color that to me seems super contemporary. Like this painting, I think if you didn't know, you would probably think it was painted today by someone like Peter Doig, as opposed to a Ukrainian artist 70 years ago. I think Kathy's done a fantastic job of capturing that really bright, saturated color. And then Paula's got also a really cool version here. The colors are a little bit more muted, and yet we still see some of that, like the imprimatur, this yellow coming through that gives it a decidedly modern feel. So I don't want to talk too much more about these because I think most people haven't done it, so they don't even really know what we're talking about here. So let's progress forward. Okay, why? There we go. So I want to go down here to Sylvia Pankhurst next. Sylvia Pankhurst being, I think, one of the most interesting artists we've looked at because she basically gave up her art career to devote herself full-time to the women's suffragette movement, or the women fighting for equal rights and the right to vote 100 years ago. There's that takes a lot of commitment. And so this painting here was documenting women painting pottery in a factory, and it's sort of like a dirty, rundown basement. And so we have a version here by Maria and then Paula. I love, Paula, how you extended this. It's interesting how Paula, who paints along with me every episode. As far as I know, she's the only one that does that. I love seeing your renditions. Also because Paula never uses the templates, just goes right into the painting and draws them out by eye or by hand and eye, by observing the images. And so the fidelity that, Paula, you're able to get here, I think is incredible. What I love about your version here, Paula, is by using these brighter colors, it's almost like you're literally brightening up this image of, which is probably, I mean, one of the things that Sylvia Pankhurst was doing with some of her work before she gave up art altogether was documenting the labor of women, and often the unseen labor. And I'm not just talking about often the unseen and unaccredited for labor that women do in the home, even when they're working full-time, as I'm sure many of you watching know. But in this instance, going back 100 years, was the unseen physical labor that women were doing in factories. And during the Industrial Revolution, I think, especially in the way we look at it now, it was like men going to the factory, and it wasn't until World War II where women, stepped in, and no, that was happening all the way back to the very beginning of history. And I think one of Sylvia Pankhurst's goals was to show that, yeah, we're here toiling just like the men are, sometimes in even worse conditions for typically far less money, and no one is even paying attention. Anyway, I love the way that, Paula, you've almost like recuperated this image and turned it into something much more positive. Maria, on the other hand, is going for much more close to the original, which is a lot more darker browns and grays, and has kind of a much more moody atmosphere to it. It's also interesting, the way that Pankhurst, this composition is very unusual in the fact that she had, so much of the space is kind of empty. Now that is a little bit my own thing, because there's the page kind of expands, or the painting kind of expands off the template and everything, but it was still a kind of a unusual thing. So it's great to see these side by side here. These two versions here. It looks like Maria did some extra work on the faces and the bowls. When I was looking at this last couple days when I was putting together today's episode, I was thinking about this, how Maria, how you went in and kind of changed this pot. And, I think you've done a great job refining that pot. The one thing is adding that white outline, I think, makes it appear a little bit more like a sticker on the surface and a little bit less integrated into the painting. Whereas this one, well, even there's a little bit of white there. And maybe there is that kind of a reflection bouncing back into the shadowy side. But the one thing is that often, and I do this too myself, if I've got, let's say in this exact example, sometimes you have like a darker shape that is on also another dark background, and there's that tendency to oh, I've got to outline it, otherwise people are going to not see that, that there's going to be a confusion there as to where does the bowl end and where does the table begin. And I want to make it clear, and I totally get that. Maybe I did the exact same thing in the episode, but the one thing I would say is this is advice I should take myself, is don't be afraid to allow those things to stay there. Is because that's how shadows work. I mean, we could even look at things behind me, right? Like I've got this painting here, and then a plant in behind. And when I look at it right now, it's distinct that there's a number of different, there's some camera lenses back there. But because they're in a little bit of a darker area, they kind of blur into one. And I think our instinct as an artist is to try to create those distinctions, but sometimes that's not really how things necessarily are. And as I say that, I think to myself, well, how many times have I told people, given them the advice that sometimes you got to do it wrong to make it look right? That's true, but sometimes you've got to do it right to make it look right. I guess, in that sometimes you just got to allow for a little bit of that confusion, because if people are interested enough, they'll look closer and they'll see that those are two different things, and it's not a pot growing out of the table. Anyway, I think you've done a fantastic job, both of you, here on this painting. So let's move on. Okay. So the next one we're going to look at is Kazimir Malevich. And by some people's accounts, the inventor of abstract painting. I mean, there's some people who would disagree with that and say that there's 1,000 years of Islamic art that is essentially abstract or based on word forms, which is not abstract. But then other people would say, well, what about Hilma af Klint? Or Hilma af Klint, or I mean, there's. But anyway, Malevich, at least for the longest. I mean, all of the, especially in modern art, was it a woman or a man that came up with this stuff roughly around the same time? I'm sure there's people who have written PhD theses about it, but either way, I think it shows that there was. Probably it's in the zeitgeist. You have a lot of artists moving into that direction, and I think it was almost inevitable. But anyway, let's look at Malevich here. Here's Kathy's painting. Josh. Maria. Oh, modeled it after the desert. That's cool. Okay, we'll come back to that. Oh, neat. Is that the surface? Ooh, cool. Here's Sandra's. Oh, wow. Cool. I haven't obviously looked at any of these when I put them together. So maybe let's start down here with Sandra's. So how did you do that, Sandra? So you did what we did here. We taped it off, and then we mixed. I put a crackle paste in there. So Sandra says I used tintable texture paste instead of crackle paste, and I free-handed it. Interesting. So obviously it's a little bit different than the original. I like how that turned out. I like how you've done the white on there. That's pretty wild. Let's see if we zoom in. Ooh. That is tintable texture paste. Interesting. That's very globby. The way that it kind of globbed and then settled is interesting. How that material worked. It to me, it looks... what does that look like? It almost looks like, you know, spackle, like drywall, not drywall, plaster. You know, if you've ever applied that to a wall, the way it sort of glopped and then it's lost some of its weight, its mass as the water dried. Very cool. I like how that turned out. Certainly super unusual. One thing that you could do is to take like sandpaper and to sand that down. Obviously, you'd have to be careful because you don't want to affect the white around here. But that is another thing that artists, I don't think Malevich would have done this, but artists over the past 100 years have done, is apply thick layers of paint and then sand back into it, and then you can kind of reveal the different layers through that. And so that would be another option, another way of approaching this Malevich painting. So let's look here at Maria's. That is wild. And I love, so, and then here's the detail of that. That looks great. You certainly got some amazing crackling going on here. And it's, you know, I love that you really were very intentional about this, the desert texture in this painting. I mean, that is wild. It sort of almost looks like crocodile leather, crocodile skin or something. That is wild. Very cool. You got definitely a lot more cracks on yours than I got in mine. So I'd be interested in how that turned out so well. Here's Josh. This was another, I don't know if I put this in the Dropbox folder, but there's obviously Malevich did dozens and dozens of versions of abstract paintings. And it looks like Josh tried to use tape on here. Got a little bit of bleeding under the edge, which is, you know, it's difficult to do that, or to avoid that, unless you put some sort of medium to seal the edges of the tape, which we've done. I guess we haven't done a tape episode in a while. Let me just make a note. Make a little note to myself. And if there are suggestions of other things you'd like to see as we talk here, please let me know. And here's Kathy's. Without the crackle fluid, I just went for it. And it's a secret technique. Well, that looks probably like the back side of your paintbrush, right? It could be a hairbrush that you're scraping in there. I don't know about a toothbrush. But certainly very cool. So I like how you've... Because one of the things with the crackling is that kind of unintentional cracking that occurred on the surface of this black square, and I'm sure Malevich was probably a little bit horrified when he first saw it, if he lived long enough to see it cracking. Generally, artists don't want it to crackle. Now you can buy crackle paste at an art supply store, and artists use that now. But back in the day, that would be a tragedy. Even today, because crackling generally happens when you're using oil paint, especially if you're not kind of obeying certain rules that come with, you know, when to layer what kind of mixture of paint on top of one another. Something we never have to worry about with acrylic paint, which is another reason why acrylic paint is generally preferred by the vast majority of people today. People always ask, you should do an oil painting course. And I say, yeah. I mean, there's sometimes one or two people watching my acrylic painting course. If I did an oil painting course, there would be definitely episodes where no one would be watching, because most people paint in, like 90% of people use oil or acrylic paint these days. Anyway, these turned out great. Let's keep on going here. Okay. How am I going to show this? Why does it keep telling me you can't find these things? Of course you can find them. I'm clicking on them right now. This is going to happen all episode, every time. Okay. So the next one up here is Sandro Botticell, and again, I feel like there's more than just the two here by Jillian and Paula that were uploaded, but I don't know. Anyway, let me know if you did one here that's not, that I don't have. And then Jillian also went on a whole Botticelli spree here, painting other paintings by Botticelli. A lot of these are details from much larger Botticelli paintings. Anyway, let's start out here with Jillian's version of the young man with roundel. This is, if I recall from that episode, this is the only Botticelli painting in Canadian collection. I think this is the National Gallery. Botticelli, I'm probably in my top, well, certainly my top 10 favorite artists. But like Leonardo, Botticelli was kind of the generation before Leonardo da Vinci, and almost sort of like on the bridge there between so-called medieval art and Renaissance art, or what they might call the pre-Renaissance. And the way that artists painted back then was very labor-intensive, time-consuming, and this is like really one of the only ones I could think of that we could do in 4 or 5 hours. And even then, I wasn't super happy with the way this turned out. If I recall, the way I did the fingers were kind of a little bit awkward. Here's Paula's version here. I love, Paula, the way you've done this with the head being a little bit bigger, and, it almost has a bit more of like a bobblehead kind of quality to it, which is great. I think it's funny. There's something funny about it. It makes me smile in the best way. Obviously, Jillian probably used the template, and so got a little bit closer to the original kind of feeling of it. But this is excellent. What would I say about this? I don't know if this is the photograph that has given it this quality, but it does seem a little bit on the blue side of things. So there could just be like the blue filter, or just the way that the camera took, but I think in the original there was a bit more brownish kind of cast, especially maybe on the skin. So, in fact, let's just imagine what... Is it... See, I think that brings us closer to what I think the painting is, right? Yeah. So... but very cool. Awesome. An interesting signature. I was noticing that in a few of your paintings, Jillian. Huh. I guess, how does that... It's a wild signature. I think we've talked about signatures a number of times in the past, and I'm trying to think who we had this conversation with most recently, and the advice I gave is to think about the signature as being like integrating a signature into the artwork, so it's not just like a stamp right on top, but that it's maybe often a little bit more subtle. Sometimes, you know, like Picasso might do something and then his big signature in the bottom, but it's almost kind of balancing in kind of the empty space, which is why sometimes I include the signatures of our artists and sometimes I don't. Sometimes it's because I feel like I look at it and I think, first of all, there might not have been a signature, or there was a signature, but just because of now the maybe slightly enlarged compositions changed it, I feel like, be awkward. But I always sort of err on, like, so if I was to do, anyway, long story short, if I was to do this signature, my instinct would be to either put it, you know, on the wall in behind him, and to do it fairly subtly, so that it's not, it's maybe something we don't immediately see. And I don't think Botticelli signed any of his works, at least on the front, and if he did, they were super incorporated into the image, like maybe in here, but like a really dark gray, so that only if you're looking very carefully would you see it. Because back in the day, artists might sign the back, maybe, of a picture, but often we only know who painted what because of the history of the work itself and how it was recorded in ledgers, you know, by the church or kings and queens and that kind of thing. Which is why there's all these disputes over the years as to who did what, and even if we know it's an authentic picture, you know, that it's not a forgery, sometimes we still don't know exactly who it is because we don't know who, there's no signature on there. So anyway, I would consider, like, so for instance, this signature there feels to me almost like it's a pin or a badge, and it's like, oh, that's like, what is that, you know, on the painting? Oh, it's your signature. So, you know, I would consider minimizing that a little bit, using colors like, let's say, even this, you know, a lighter blue and over top there, because it just stands out too much for me, right? And either, you know, sometimes you also see artists kind of putting on a curve or sideways. So I think we might see a few more of these in the other ones. I think Paula, and again, I think that's great. It reminds me of the Napoleon one we did here. So same sort of thing here, Jillian. This to me looks like a tattoo, almost like a henna tattoo or something on her neck. So it being right there, it's a little bit loud for me. It's a little distracting. Like I would opt for maybe the background somewhere. I mean, otherwise the painting itself is gorgeous. I think you did a fantastic job here. So I'm just trying to think of, like, how can we help you make this even better? I think you did a great job with the hair. It is a little bit messy, certainly not the way that Botticelli would have painted, because he was sort of this master at kind of, and he had like unlimited time. It's not like he had, you know, his phone pinging every few minutes like we do today. But this is really beautiful. You've done a really great job here, and it's really great to see you kind of investing time into exploring these artists. This is fantastic. That is a really gorgeous painting. I think I feel like you've integrated the signature a little bit better here. Again, I would still move it off to the side a little bit, or right up into the corner, so that it's, and you know, that's better because there is maybe a little bit of that golden color around. But I would even think about maybe a dark brown or something, so that it's just a little bit quieter. And this is something that artists disagree with all the time. Same sort of thing now. This looks like something on the collar. You know, like I would probably have it in the red, and it would just be a very subtle orange. But these are beautiful. Like, that's great. The work you've done in the face here. Yes, Botticelli was, you know, very careful, like Leonardo, to use that technique, the sfumato technique, which is that very careful blending of values from light to dark in a way that, like famously in the Mona Lisa, we don't see any brushstrokes. So here we do see brushstrokes, so this makes it a much more modern interpretation. But, I mean, you're trying to emulate Botticelli, someone who's sort of, whose name is sort of interchangeable with, like, basically perfection, right? Wow, that's great, too. I love this. And this, you know, the Adoration of the Magi is really one of Botticelli's best paintings. It's a painting that's kind of faded and looks a little unfinished today. I've thought about doing it, but that would be a couple episodes of 5-6 hours each, right, to work on that one. But this is great. That's awesome. So if you can paint like this, Jillian, boy oh boy, I can't wait to see what you do. So I don't see your signature in here. So if I was to sign this painting, where would I sign it? I would probably do it maybe underneath his hair, maybe kind of curving, and it would be pretty small in the bottom right corner, maybe down here with like a really, with a kind of a brown on that red, like a brown that's in the hair, just so it's, again, a little bit more quiet. Yeah, I mean, like the signature being right there on her neck in black. You know, if it was a lighter color, even, I would opt for it maybe to be in the blue here, because you've done such great work, and then it's just sort of like, well, this big stamp right on the front. You know, it's like, what is it? It just reminds me of like when I was a kid collecting comic books, and you'd spend all this money on really nice comic books, and you'd someone at the comic book store would just put a big sticker right on the cover, right? And it's like, like, I'm gonna basically have to ruin that cover to get that sticker off. Like, how do I? It feels a little bit like an afterthought. And you know, I think we're used to seeing the way that Picasso is a very specific person in art history, and his sort of braggadocious kind of arrogant way of just putting his signature on everything feels like very juvenile, the way that he did it. You know, like I remember as a kid, there's photographs my parents have, like I would just write my name on everything. Maybe I knew back then I wanted to be an artist, but I remember signing my sister's dollhouse and writing my name all over it, you know, and which I think is typical for children anyway. But so I think Picasso is one way of doing things, but I don't think there's many reasons why we don't want to emulate Picasso, right? But these are awesome. I'm really proud of you. I don't mean to harp on that one thing. It's just something I see over and over in these paintings. Yeah, I mean, even just the style, it looks sort of like, um, I don't know, like Chinese characters or, um, you know, Hebrew, or I don't know what it, like it's some undefined language, and I have friends that, you know, have come up with their own kind of logos, and I always think it's an interesting way to apply a logo onto a painting. And you know, we live in a world now where branding is such a big deal, but and I'm never one to say that an artist shouldn't do something. I think you should have freedom to do whatever you want to do. I just it's a little much, but amazing paintings. Great job, Julian. And you've done there's a bunch of other ones here that I think are in other folders. So let's continue on here. So I think Paula was the only one who did the Warhols that I did, which is fine because, well, I actually, now I'm looking at especially the car crash one. I remember that actually turned out to be pretty good, where I carved the image into I think it was some erasers and made a stamp out of it, and then I did one version with stamps and then one version in kind of our typical tracing way. And I think that turned out really good. I think actually I even, yeah, I just feel like when I saw that, I was like, ooh, that is awesome, Paula. I really like how you did that. The stamps turned out kind of funny, the way that I wonder what kind of material you were using to make these stamps. The way that I mean, this is probably not printmaking ink. I don't know if it was acrylic or watercolor. From a stamp point of view, is it successful? Well, depending on the way you think about it, I suppose in one way, in terms of a traditional print, no. I mean, we don't really see the image in much, it's not very clear. But the way that the water has and the ink has sort of run and created these kind of branching textures, especially this one here on the middle left, I think is really cool. And then where we get these sort of a little bit more watery versions, those are pretty wild. You know, and I know that some people would look at this probably tuning in right now like, what on earth am I looking at? But first of all, I think practicing and playing around with those techniques gives you options because you've done them, and then you kind of think like, oh, what could I do here? Especially if you've done a painting you're not happy with, well, then you use it as an opportunity to basically graffiti on top of, play and experiment with it, see what turns out. Here's the 8 Elvises. This is great. Mine, I was not too happy with the way this one turned out, but you know, again, there's some hits and misses, and for anyone who's gets depressed about how frustrated they feel with their own work, hopefully, unfortunately, you've seen a number of episodes that I've done where things haven't turned out, at least they haven't turned out the way that I expected them. Sometimes maybe they turn out better than I expect, and yet very differently, but this was one where I had a bit higher hopes for, and maybe that just means it's something I should go back to and try again. So I am proud of you for really diving in with both feet here, Paula. Thank you. Because, yeah, I'm sure, obviously, there's a bunch of other people who did not want to go down that rabbit hole. Okay. Now, did anybody else do the Emanuel Leutze painting here, Washington crossing the Delaware? Because that was the version that I did, and then here's the much larger version that I think I had in the Dropbox as well. And Leutze was you know, this painting, Washington Crossing the Delaware, is such an iconic painting in American art history, and by extension, you know, world art history. But, you know, plays a really important role in just sort of American self-identity. And even though this is not necessarily technically what happened, I think I'm really proud of you, Paul, for drawing all of that out. That's a pretty complex image to draw by sight without the use of the template. That's pretty cool. And I just want to, come on, zoom in here. Hold on. Okay, got to the mute button just in time. Could feel that one suddenly come on. These figures are awesome. You know, Paula, I think it would be cool to see you trying to do some, like trying to illustrate a book, like a children's book, in your own way. Like, I could see this being a page in a book. And by saying a children's book, I'm not. There's not a judgment that, oh, it's just for kids. I mean, I've taught children's book illustration at the university I teach at. Like, you know, probably some of the most successful artists in human history are people that illustrated things for children, whether that be in books or films. I mean, Walt Disney, for example, or Beatrix Potter, or Charles M. Schultz with Snoopy, and who did Calvin and Hobbes? Who did Garfield? I mean, the Far Side, Gary Larson's. It's not really necessarily for children, but anyway. So nothing against children's illustration. There's something very playful about these drawings. I think would lend themselves really well for that type of audience. And then here we've got George Washington's profile. I think you've done a pretty good job. I'm trying to remember. I think, you know, one thing is I would consider, come on, is the eye. The fact that it's very white like this, I would imagine it's going to be probably more like some of the gray in his hair, because a really, really white eye, the white of your eye is very rarely white. Like, even if you're just looking at the video right now of me, you know, my eyes aren't white. I mean, the reflections, there's a little bit of reflection in this eye, and there's some white, but, you know, for the majority of my eyes, they are, you know, probably the same gray as in my hair, if not darker in many places, right? So I think this is something I see all the time, and I have to moderate my own use of white in the eye to avoid that a little bit of a cartoony quality that seems to occur. Also, he looks like he's got a bit of a mustache here, and I would even say his nose could be a bit bigger. If I recall, you know, like one of the things with George Washington, he's got that kind of bigger boxer nose, right? That makes him quite iconic. But, I mean, small details here. Looks great. Awesome. Well done. Now, how many more do we want to do? How am I doing with time? Let's do... Oh, we still got... Okay, let's... So check the comments. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, so here we're looking at Aivazovsky, a Ukrainian painter who was and is considered to be one of the great seascape artists of all time. So let's look here at what we've got here. There's Kathy's, Heidi's, Paula's, Sandra's, Sandra, Vanya. Okay, and there might be more, but these are, you know, one thing that would be really helpful is when you're uploading these paintings to the Facebook group is make sure you include the name of the artist and the title of the painting. Because often what I do before an episode is you know, I'm culling them all together and I just kind of go in order and then I put them into folders. But sometimes what I notice is people just post a painting to the group, maybe without a title or anything, and if I miss it and I try to search for that painting, it won't come up in the search results because Facebook has no idea who made that painting originally, right? So by, you know, just copying the name from the template, you know, on your computer, you know, is super helpful because it helps ensure that we see and celebrate your work, right? Okay. So where should we? Let's go to start with Kathy this time. Wow, so that looks great, Kathy. I like how you've got. You've done a fantastic job with the subtle colors underneath. You know, these greens and blues and browns. Like, perfect. Really, really nicely done. I think you've also done, oops, where did we go? You've done a great job with some of this kind of foam, the curls on the top of the waves. I think it works really well back there. I think there's a bit in the front that almost could use a little bit more subtlety and even a slightly smaller brush to get some finer details and incorporate them so they're not just like lines on the top, but they're kind of integrated a little bit more. But I mean, this is a tricky painting. I mean, you know, it's one of those ones that maybe looks easy because you're like, oh, just some water, and then you start painting, and you're like, my goodness, this was tough. But you know, you've got all the elements are there, and it might just be adding a little bit more detail and maybe softening those edges, which is a little bit harder to do at this point. How would I mean, it's almost like part of what happens there is it gets a little bit darker. Like you could almost imagine blending a little bit of like, let's say this blue or green into some of that, just to soften those edges, make that white a little bit smaller. Here's Paula's version. It's interesting the way you've painted this, Paula. This one starts to look very abstract because it's almost the opposite of what we were looking at with Kathy's here, where Kathy has all of these white outlines on the edges of the waves, and then Paula has very few, if any. There's a few little ones here, but they're very subtle. So I think you kind of want to go in the opposite direction. Sort of, I think what we need here is Paula should have a little bit more of Kathy, and Kathy should have a little bit more of Paula in there. And I think also, Paula, you could push some of the contrast here and get even darker. And this painting, especially if you're using watercolor, which I think is what you're using here, I think you could, you know, add, you know, it's maybe a little bit harder to layer the colors, I guess, to a certain extent with watercolor. You have to be pretty careful to get those really, really thin washes. So this is definitely a painting that arguably works best with acrylic or especially oil painting for sure. Oh, I skipped over Heidi's. Wow, that looks great, Heidi. That is really cool. You really got the spirit of it. You know, this super thin building up of paint just gives it so much depth. And your version here is so moody, right? Like, which is exactly what Aivazovsky was doing, you know, with this painting. Is, I mean, Aivazovsky was really showing off here, and you've really kind of captured the way that you've got that beam of light, kind of like a shard of glass streaking right through there, cutting into the painting, into the water, is really marvelous. There's a lot of depth there. And I would even say we could go even darker. I don't know what it's like in the original, again, offhand, but I could even imagine some even darker warm blues in some of these areas to give that sense of like the water just goes infinitely deep down in here. But I don't know, maybe it could just be the way it's photographed, and maybe you don't want to touch it because you've done a masterful job, but I think it's really cool. Kathy says, Paula, we need to do a painting together. Teamwork. I love that. Okay, and here's Sandra's version. Is that the... Okay, so that's the... Right, is this... Oh, no. Which one's first? Okay, so that looks like the finished version. Yeah, okay, that's the finished version. This is the earlier... So here's showing kind of the steps. And that's awesome. Again, that layering takes time. That's probably why you split it into 2 sessions and you had to work on it again the next day. That looks great. I mean, the way it's photographed, I think we get this little bit of a reflection. We don't quite see the full depth. Now, there might be a few more of almost like the veins in the waves. A little bit more definition in there could work. But yeah, this was and I've seen a number of other people on the Facebook group saying that this was one of their favorite, or they learned a lot through this episode. So it might be, for those of you watching that didn't do this painting, it might be worth kind of going back and considering exploring that one as well, because I think it is very rewarding to finish it and be like, wow, I did that. Oh, and Vanya, that's great. That turned out really nice, Vanya. There was a couple comments. So Vanya says, how can I improve? I kind of miss hearing the author's story while painting at the same time. I'm a bit confused with the new format. I saw a few comments from you, Vanya, about that. I don't know. I don't remember changing the format. So I don't know. Maybe there was an audio issue in this episode, and that's where you tuned into. I don't know. You feel free to send me a message and be more specific, because I don't know. I'm sorry that you feel that the show changed a little bit from this episode to today over the past year. I don't know how I did that, but I'd love to know, so that what if there's something I've done that I can fix, because just like sometimes the audio, I have no idea it's not on unless I see comments, people like, you're muted, hello. I'm like, oh goodness, right? So please let me know so that I can try to correct anything that I might not be aware of. But you've done a masterful job here. That is great. You know, the really nice uses of some of these cool blues and warm blues throughout the painting, these greens. It really has a real frothy energy in here. And I think that the use of these very... Come on. So the modifying from some of these heavier, thicker, wider white lines that are more opaque with some that are a little bit more subtle and thin, you know, and even having a bit of these blue lines in there, I think is super effective. And even you can see how you've painted over top of them with a little bit of blue. I think that also works really, really well. Right? So I think, you know, when I was saying here with Kathy, yours, I think that would be something we could do, is just kind of thin some of these lines out in places so that we have kind of a bit more dynamic contrast between thick lines and thin lines. Is that not zooming in? Because there's great stuff going on in here, and I think if you pushed some of the darker blues and painted over some areas, and I remember when I was working on this painting myself, it's a tricky one because you sort of, there are times when that painting goes in and out where you're feeling like, oh, I've just got it, I'm just gonna add a little bit more white, and okay, I gotta fix that through. So it's like there's a balancing act that's pretty tricky, and so that's why I think this one's a great one to practice with. Great job, all of you. That's, again, I strongly recommend that to anyone who's watching. Okay, we'll move on here to Barnett Newman. No surprise that this, as far as I know, Paula was the only one to do this painting. But this is, arguably one of the most important, certainly probably the most controversial painting in Canadian art history, even though it was made by an American. But the fact that it was bought by the National Gallery of Canada in the 1980s, and for the then absurd price of $1 million, was seen as like just the worst decision in Canadian government history, and there was, endless articles that were written about it even to this day, and even within our own community, people were upset about this one. But the version that I did, I had upstairs in our living room, and whenever people would come over, they were just like, wow, that is really cool. Like, because of just the use, I think I used some gloss and matte fluids mixed into the paint and painted those colors a few times. There's a level of depth to it that is kind of hard to explain. I think Richard took some photographs of the painting in person, and I remember looking at these when we were doing on that episode itself, and it's sort of like you can't quite get it unless you're up close. But there, like, I think I maybe had the center being kind of glossy and the sides being matte, as they appear to be in person. And maybe you've got a little bit of that, because it does look a little bit shinier on the left and right there, Paula. Yeah, but anyway, there's this, I think, is one of those examples where when people say, my kid could do that, what's the big deal? This is a piece of garbage. And then you actually try to paint this painting yourself, and it's a bit of an eye-opener. First of all, recognizing, oh, there's maybe a little bit more going on in this painting than I thought. And, if I do this, roughly according to the way the artist did it, it turns out to be pretty cool. And so that's one of those things also with abstract painting that I think a lot of people don't quite understand, is that a lot of abstract artists make paintings specifically so that they can only really truly be enjoyed in person. After all, abstract painters are all about the surface, right, and texture, because we don't have content, at least the way that I think we think of it. We don't have that content, like faces and landscapes and whatever million other possible things. You're really just talking about color and texture, right, and the contrast between those, and so it's become super subtle. So seeing them reproduced in books and magazines, and then saying like, well, that's garbage, you have to go see those things in person. And I know that some people will still go see those things in person and be like, yeah, I still don't know what it's all about. Which is why I think trying to paint it is a complete game changer, right? I don't know, the only other way of saying it is saying something like, some people say, oh, that, that food is disgusting. Oh, it smells funny. Ugh. And they never try it, and then you try it, and it's like, oh my goodness, this is delicious. I remember basically my entire youth, my parents loved seafood. We would go to seafood restaurants, and I would be revolted. Oh, and they were more than happy for me to get the macaroni and cheese. It was usually the cheapest thing on the menu, while they had salmon and tuna and crab and lobster, until probably I was, a teenage, late, maybe even by the time I moved out, where, we'd go to a restaurant and somebody would order fish. I'd be like, oh, and like, no, you gotta try it. This is delicious. And try it, like, oh my goodness, that is, oh, and then the first thought in my mind is the thousands of beautiful dinners that I missed out on because I just was so stubborn about thinking that fish were disgusting, right? And like another example, what is it? Is it durian? Duran, not Duran, not Duran, but durian, the stinky fruit, which you see in a lot of, like, not a lot, but in some Chinese dishes, that some people think of as like having the most putrid, disgusting, rotten egg smell, and it does have a bit of that smell, but the taste is almost completely the opposite of the smell, and it's one of those things that you kind of like, oh, wow, this is delicious, and you kind of have to maybe fight through that initial instinct, and then you taste it, and your whole mind just explodes, and you're like, how have I missed this? What have I been doing this whole time, right? So, I know that the vast majority of people did not do this painting, but I would consider it. Good eye-opener, anyway. Now, this is another painting where I feel like more people did this, but I couldn't find more versions on them. I think maybe it's because some people didn't label their upload, so I wasn't able to find it, but I've only got a couple of here, one by Leslie and one by Paula, and this is one of my favorite paintings that we have done throughout the entire, we're almost at 300 episodes of painting that we've done, and this one is, we did this one back in like October or last summer, almost a year ago, and it's still on my mantle. I look at it every night and think like, wow, that turned out really, really good. So, sometimes I'm just baffled by what people choose to do and what people choose not to do. And so that's why I can never predict which of these paintings are going to be more popular than others, and why I try to give such diversity of options out there, because I'm always so surprised. Like the painting that we did for Bigfoot, that's like one of the most popular things I've ever done. Who would have ever guessed that painting is so popular? It's got like, 10,000 views. Anyway, this one is awesome. Well done, Leslie here. Catching up on some lessons done in my ugly style. Sorry, I haven't got the patience to do better. I think I remember seeing a few, certainly Leslie, you're not the only person to be self-conscious of your work and maybe to present it with a bit of an apology, which is understandable, but I would encourage you to try not to do that. To try not to apologize when you present your work, because first of all, I don't think you have anything to apologize for. I think if you had said that this is my version of the painting and just left it like that, people would be like, wow, this is pretty cool. Because one person's idea of something being terrible, which is generally the way artists think about all of their work, other people think of as gold, right? And, as I say, one person's trash is another person's treasure. I think you've done a fantastic job here. I don't think there's anything to apologize for. Does it look a little bit different than the original? Sure. Did you use a Posca pen to do a little bit of the outlining to help you? Sure. Is there anything wrong with that? No, not at all. Right? I think of it as like, musicians covering another artist's song. And sometimes you hear a version of an artist's song, you know, like a famous Beatles song or something done by another famous musician. And sometimes it's so similar, you just think, well, why bother? I mean, why put this out there in the world when the original is so well done? Why not give us a different spin on it? And that's the way I think about all the stuff that we're doing. Like, you know, I'm trying as best to emulate the original for educational purposes, so people like yourselves can watch, and if they're curious on how to do it as close to the original as possible, then you have kind of the roadmap in front of you. But hopefully one thing that comes across is I want to really encourage people to take liberties and to experiment and maybe use some of the techniques I use in that particular episode and do them a different way. You change the colors around, add different things. There's many of you who have done things like, for instance, let's say you're allergic to cats, you could take the cat out and you could put a tarantula there, or a dog, or a polar bear cub, or space alien, you know, or turn her from Dora Maar into Beyonce, or, I mean, on and on and on we could go, so that you can really customize and make them your own. Because again, like, you know, when, like, there's a YouTube series, I don't know the name of the channel, it's a radio station somewhere down in the States that has a series called Like a Version, right? Not Like a Virgin, the Madonna song, but Like a Version, in which they get a bunch of different artists to come into the studio and to record versions of famous songs, and usually in ways that are almost totally different than the original, to the point where you're just like, you sometimes you see the title of the video and you think, and then you're listening to it like, I don't, and then you hear a bit of it, you're like, oh wow, that is different, that's super creative. I love hearing how they've reinterpreted that song in a completely unique way. And I mean, I personally find that way more satisfying than trying to kind of do the perfect reproduction. So embracing the kind of unique way that one creates things, I think, is a much healthier way of approaching everything that we've been doing here. Like, so for instance, Paula is a great example of that. I think one of the things that will immediately create a greater difference between your version and the original is by doing what Paula does each and every time, which is to draw these artworks out by eye and not use the templates. So, because especially if, you know, we go back to the first acrylic painting course that I did here on YouTube, where each one of those episodes we drew them out and I showed people how to draw it out rather than use the templates. A lot of those works turned out to be, you know, there's a lot of diversity, you know, because not only is the colors and the way they're painted often unique, but just the way that they're drawn, the structure of the drawings are so different that we end up getting wildly divergent artworks, which I love. I think that's fantastic. One of the reasons why I started using the templates, though, is I wanted to give people the opportunity, because one of the people would say all the time, like, I did such a horrible job and I'm not happy with it, and I would look at him like, this is amazing, it looks totally different than the original. And people are like, yeah, I know, it's so bad, isn't it? I'd say, what? No, that's exactly what I love about it. That's exactly what I love. Embrace that. Well, yeah. So by using the template, okay, then we start off with a very solid foundation, and then we can just work on the painting and not have to worry about the drawing that supports that painting. But, you know, especially those of you that feel a little bit more advanced and feel a little bit more confidence, maybe on some future upcoming episodes, or going back to paintings that you didn't do in the past, try drawing them out well, you might want to take the drawing course I did here on YouTube, which we'll see a lot of stuff in the second half of today's episode of. If you know a little bit more about drawing, you'll have more confidence drawing out those compositions beforehand. But yeah, and then just embracing that, not apologizing for creating something new and unique, right? That's a good thing. We want to celebrate that. Paula, great job as always. Yeah, well done. I don't know what to say here. I would say maybe there are times where I think it sometimes feels a little bit hurried. Like, so you did all these great little details in her hands. I don't know, with either a pen or Posca pen or a small brush. And so those look fantastic. And then sometimes we have a little bit wider, like in her hair here, where it feels a little bit like you're going a little bit faster. You're probably thinking like, oh, I'm almost done. I'm just going to speed this up. I just got a couple little, which is, you've probably seen me do that many times. So it's just one of those things, sometimes just slow it down. It's because sometimes those last few brush strokes are the ones that stand out the most, because they're literally on the surface. They're the first things that we see. And if they're a little bit more casual, it can take away from some of the hard work that you've done, the hours of work leading up to that moment, right? So just sort of being mindful of that, I think. Okay, here we have Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon. Here's Leslie, Paula, and Richard's versions. So how about we'll start here with Leslie. That's great. See, I still think this is great. So you said, yeah, you're not happy with the way this one turned out, or I think it's fantastic. Beautiful. And this actually is a lot like the way Picasso himself painted. Picasso painted very quickly in many of his paintings, especially as he got older and the demand for his work was so high and people would take anything he did, no matter whatever quality it was. He was just painting very, very quickly, and I would say painting quicker than maybe he even thought, like, so that he can like short circuit the judgment process. And I feel like I see that in this painting, right? I think you've done a great job here. I actually really like this white going over top of the blue. I think that's a really good addition here. Great. Yeah, I think I feel like there's a lot of confidence in there. And here's Paula's version. I like, Paula, how you really changed these colors and went away from the orange and pink. Well, I guess there's pink in your version, but really I think if we look at Richard's just really quickly, you can see, I think this is pretty close to the originals. In fact, I even have my version. I don't know why I just have it here on my table. So there's my version there. And you can see maybe my colors are a little bit brighter than Richard's even, but we go to Paula's here. I think what's nice is you've got a little bit more greens in here. These like aqua colors I think are really cool. You've also really allowed yourself to be quite free when you're painting these faces, and created some kind of very distinct characters that it looks like the original, but they start to kind of become their own thing there. So I think that's really cool. I like how that turned out. And again, I'm all for encouraging more and more of that, not just from Paula, but from everybody else. And I really do think Paula trying to illustrate a story would be maybe a really fun activity for you. And then Richard, I think you're doing a fantastic job. These are great. I think, in fact, if anything, actually, I think, Richard, you've probably got the colors a little bit closer to the original. As I often say, I tend to really like very saturated colors, and most of my own artworks that I do here on this channel, the colors are dialed up somewhere 5 to 50% higher than the original. And that's probably due to the fact that I'm a product of our time, right? I think, or of the 80s particularly, when everything was fluorescent. But, you know, bright saturated colors are probably something, you know, when people look back at this past century, that's probably one of the things they'll say. And I think, yeah, we're probably ripe for going back into a more muted color palette soon, right? Like the 70s, you know, you had a lot of kind of earthy colors, and you think of like 70s fashion. And you go back to the 40s and 50s, there was a lot of like blacks and grays. But then you go back to like the 1920s, you know, or even earlier, like Fauvism in art was, and Impressionism, a lot of bright colors. So I think we'll continue to go through these kind of waves. But anyway, great job, Richard. Okay, so here we have Portrait of Olga. And what am I looking? Oh, did I not put the names on here? Shoot. Okay. Now, okay, so these must have all, these are Pascal's. And there's Paula's. Okay, so let's just go back here, Pascal. So here's kind of initial version. There you start to sketch the image in place. And then I love seeing your process here. So what's the final one here? Is that it or that it? Oh, that's, okay, so just cropped, okay. I think that's fantastic. That's really cool to see each step here, Pascal, in the way that you did this painting. Really cool. I also, again, I like how her face looks a little bit different than the original. I like how you didn't use the template here. You sketched it out just like Paula, and we've got a radically different painting, to the point where, you know, if you put these two side by side, yeah, I'm sure people would say, oh, I can see the relationship, but you could easily sell this and own it and not have to feel like, you know, you're just sort of putting a reproduction out there into the world, which is another thing too. You know, when we're like, one thing that if I haven't made clear, is that, you know, part of the goal is not to create these forgeries of other people's work and then to put them out in the world and to sell them. In fact, in many cases, especially living artists or people of color, that would be, I think, really disrespectful. Let's say, like some of the African American artists, we look like Horace Pippin or something, right? To go and make reproductions of his paintings and then try to sell them, I think would really be disrespectful to the artist, and kind of contribute to the painful way many of those artists were taken advantage of during their lifetimes. So it's about learning. But, you know, if you do those paintings and you don't use the templates and you allow for the painting to go in its own direction, well then, yeah, the painting can stand on its own, and then you can sell it, right? It's sort of like, and I guess that must just sound crazy considering, you know, I'm here reproducing all these paintings by these different artists, but for me, I just see them as an opportunity. It's sort of it's like a gateway, getting people into painting by giving them familiar things to paint, and then giving people permission to then, once they kind of got it, to go off in a different direction, to carry that painting off with them and to do something new and unique with it. But anyway, I think Pascal did a great job here. Fantastic. And I did 2 versions of this painting. One was a close-up on the face, and then the other one was the full body. And Paula did both here. I think this one's maybe a little bit more successful, Paula. You know, again, doing this type of thing with, I don't know if it's this watercolor. Paula says, thanks, Michael. It is good enough for a government job. That's pretty funny. Like my grandfather always used to say, right? You've done fantastic. And obviously, doing a portrait when the canvas is larger or occupies more of that space is easier generally, because it can be pretty hard doing those kinds of things when the face occupies, you know, a much smaller, because you're trying to do all those little details in the face with a tiny little brush, and therefore every little brush stroke is very significant, right? One little change in a brushstroke changes the mouth from a smile to a frown, you know, the eyes being wider or closer, or wider, more open or closer. I mean, can really change the attitude that the person appears to kind of inhabit. I don't know if I have any advice for these. It's hard to tell because of how reflective, how shiny that is, but I suppose one thing is we could go even darker on these. We could really push the contrast between light and dark a little bit more. So currently, you've got some of the highlights are quite bright, and that's super successful. And then you've got kind of a nice middle value. But then I think, you know, it looks like we got some darker stuff in the hair, but I would personally like to see a little bit more black, and maybe it's not actual black, maybe it's like a really dark blue or a really dark green or dark red. In fact, I would say that's far more advisable than using black itself, but just pushing that contrast a little bit more. And that's one of the things that I think is always the hardest thing for artists to do, is to allow themselves to go dark like that. Okay. Let's look at just a little bit more Picasso here by Paula as well. So here's Guernica, which we split into 2 paintings so they could be side by side. And so here's an example of pushing the contrast. In fact, I would say almost the opposite here. We've got some really nice darks, some blacks. I feel like we could go into the white and brighten the whites up, because the whites here have a lot of the yellow imprimatur there. I think going back in with white selectively in places would pull the contrast further away. And the more that contrast, the greater the contrast between light and dark, the more depth that we're necessarily going to see. It's an inevitable result. And when people tell me they're frustrated that the painting doesn't feel like, you know, believable or solid enough or deep enough, the illusion isn't clicking, it's 99% of the time it's because the contrast is not as fierce as I think it should be. Okay. Let's move on here. We'll look at Van Gogh's irises. Looks like there's some discussion about Barnett Newman's Voice of Fire, which, as I said, there's some people are very upset to this day about that painting. Yeah, all I can say is I still to this day think it's the best purchase the Canadian government has ever made. Voices of Fire. I know that we disagree about that quite fiercely, Deborah, but considering that painting is probably worth hundreds of millions of dollars today, the fact, I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find the government has made a better use of public funds ever to purchase something for $1 million that is worth a couple $100 million 20 years later. I mean, it would be, in fact, I think if it was ever sold, I think there would be just as many artists today that would be up in arms about the sale of that painting than there would be people who would be happy to see it go. Anyway, that's what's great about art, is that we can disagree, right? So here we're looking at Van Gogh's irises. Gerald says, my version of Van Gogh's iris. Let's look at all of them together. Heidi's version. Paula's. Oh, sorry, there was May's in there. Paula's. Susan's. Wow, these are great. So how about let's start here with Susan's. Wow, that is great. I love how you painted this, Susan. I like how loose that it appears. I mean, probably like, loose, man, I really spent a long time trying to... But I don't mean that as in a derisive way. Like, I think as we've seen, sometimes painting something loosely is way more difficult than doing it in a very controlled manner. Because... like, what's an example of that in everyday life that I think we can all understand? Well, like food, as I often like to make the comparison to, you know, sometimes less is more when it comes to like spices and sides and sauces and all sorts of things that we can add to food. And sometimes just, you know, a little bit of salt, maybe a little bit of butter is all you need, and in fact makes whatever it is taste perfect. And we don't need to add all sorts of extras on top of it to kind of dress something up. And the showing restraint can be way more important than or not showing restraint. It's just different, right? You know, it's like I think as an artist, what you don't paint can be just as important as to what you do paint, and avoiding the temptation to go in and just be really finicky and to kind of, you know, try to get everything super precise can be a really dangerous path to follow sometimes, because it can easily lead into overworking a painting. I do think that maybe there's a potential for a little bit more brightness in here, and I can't remember. Well, let's just look. Maybe it just feels like maybe missing a little bit of cool greens with a little bit more yellow in the background, I think. But again, this could just be the way it's photographed. It just looks a little bit like there's a bit of a blue cast to the painting, and I think just a little bit more green and yellow and orange in there might be, like, for instance, Let me just bring my tools back out here. Alright, so I'll just show you what I'm about to do here. Alright, I think that's closer as opposed to that. I mean, it's super subtle. I'll just kind of... I think that is maybe a little bit closer to what that painting is, but great job. As I said, like, there's a lot of confidence in the way that you painted this painting. There's a speed in some of these brushstrokes, which is hard to give yourself permission to do, and there's a lot of detail like that. I think that's really fantastic. Paula's, wow, that's cool. It's interesting the way that you've done this, Paula, is the irises, which in Van Gogh's painting really go all the way edge to edge on the painting and explode off the page, so that it feels sort of like you're right in that, in the garden, like you're crawling in here. The way that you've decided to do this is sort of, I feel like we're backed out, and now we see, you know, this kind of little clump of flowers together, and in that sense they feel a little bit more vulnerable. They're not as, you know, they don't fill the frame. They're not, it's not as, I don't want to say aggressive, but here they feel like, you know, they're just a little plants in the garden, and they you know, they're not kind of taking over, right? And it's interesting. It looks like, is this you did another version of that? That looks cool. I feel like it looks very different. I think the colors, a bit more of this pink and reddish here, a little bit less brown and orange. I think I'm more of a fan of this one, because I really like the way that you've created these shapes here in the petals. I think those turned out really well. Wow, May, that's great. I feel very rusty doing this painting after a long hiatus. Wow, that is awesome. Really nice. You could see that it took some time, as you said, but that paid off big time. Wow. I don't know what else I could offer here. Yeah, I think that's fantastic, May. Great job. Wow, Heidi, great. Wow, you did, and especially these flowers up here, all over, very Van Gogh-esque, super successful. Oh, you worked a little bit more on the leaves from a previous version, okay. And I think that, you know, yeah. You know, we get the sense, we can see those, the way that Van Gogh painted with these sort of like aggressive, choppy, short little brushstrokes. Right? I really feel that in your painting here. Very successful. And I think that's what I kind of respond to with yours, Paula, here as well. A lot of these kind of curving shapes, I think, really works really well for this painting. And then Gerald, great. Again, a lot of confidence in the way that you painted this. All of these overlapping, you know, it's one of those things where this painting, I think when we start, it just feels a little bit overwhelming. You think like, and you kind of might even lose the plot a little bit once you get going. And then it feels like, I can imagine probably most people, including myself, when I worked on this, you kind of get to a point where you're like, oh, I don't know, my brain's not big enough. Oh, I think I've lost some of these leaves. It's just like a big jumble. And I think staying with it, being patient, and kind of maybe putting some of those outlines back on top starts to bring some clarity back into the painting, and it starts to come back together again. And then there's that feeling of relief, like, oh, I thought it was all lost. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Excellent. Great job, everyone here with these. Let's just look at them again. Oops. So I'd love to see more versions of that iris, and maybe there's more of them that I did not see. So okay, I think we'll do two more. How many more? Let's do 2 more artists. 3 more, okay. Or 3 more sets of paintings here, because we've got a lot of your own work we got to get to. So here's Leslie's version of The Postman, Joseph Roulin, by Vincent Van Gogh. And wow, these are great. Vanya, wow. Paula, wow, that's really good, Paula. Maria, my goodness. Leslie, these are excellent. Where should we start? Okay, so Leslie here, again, I think you've done a fantastic job. Nothing to apologize for. I don't think your style is ugly at all. I think I actually really like the way that you've done the painted the face. I think is great. You know, it looks a little bit simplified, especially adding these outlines on there, but that's what Van Gogh did. He's sort of famous for outlining everything and using a lot of contrasting colors for those outlines, which is something that he picked up from the Impressionists, and that's why he's considered to be a post-Impressionist painter, because he really just did what the Impressionists were doing, but amped it up, 100%. It does feel like maybe, especially the background is done very quickly. And I think, when I was doing this background, I probably spent just as much time on the background as I did on the foreground, on the postman himself. But that's very typical with Van Gogh in particular. I think I've said many times that what makes Van Gogh, I think, so unique, especially as a drawer, his drawings, is the attention he gave to his backgrounds. That he treats the background with just as much love and care as whatever's in the foreground. And that is real, well, I wouldn't say that's unusual, because academic painting, that would have been beaten into people's heads for hundreds and hundreds of years prior to that. But I think more modern art today tends to de-emphasize the importance of the background, right? And which might be the result of photography and people wanting that shallow depth of field, the blurry background look that I think we associate with professional photography. And so maybe, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, why do people place less importance on backgrounds now more than ever? Anyway, can't blame everything on photography as a painter. It's sort of like a typical painter thing. It's photography that ruined our jobs. And Maria's, hey, Mr. Postman. Beatles reference, right? I love that. Interesting. Maria used the grid method to get this image onto the canvas as opposed to using the template. Great. If you're wondering what we're talking about, I did a whole episode in the drawing course. It's free, and anybody can do that, on how to use a grid to transfer images, to draw reproductions of things from photographs, from other people's paintings, etc. So again, even using the grid as opposed to using the template is going to give you still a greater variety than you would get if you're using the template, and I cannot encourage that more. Yeah, the colors, everything. You could see how much time was involved in painting all that. And there's just as much time in the background as you see in the lovely way you painted the beard. Face is fantastic here, Maria. Wow, that beard is great. I love those purples and blues in there. Everything's kind of, those colors are a little bit muddier. Lots of grays in there. But very effective. Wow, great job. Paula, I love this one. It does look a little bit different. His beard is maybe a slightly different shape than the original. But, and you've added a lot more red into the beard. Made him look maybe a little bit more youthful than the original. But I love how this turned out. And you've spent, a certain significant amount of time in that background. Which I think really, pulls it off. That's great. And wow, Vanya, I'm back. I think I've been working too much. Wow, that is cool. Obviously a little bit darker. I think the beard feels a little bit, maybe a little, I feel like there's a few brush strokes up here that are missing. Like it feels like we've got a clump here that is not quite, integrated. So just a few extra lines up there and maybe down here would be helpful. And then maybe even just the brim of the hat, a little, like just a bit of a darker line, not maybe even around the whole thing, but just to create a bit more separation between the hat and the forehead. I did talk earlier on in the episode about, hey, it's okay to leave a little bit of ambiguity in shadows in particular, and potentially into really bright highlights. But then there's times where, I think we do want to make a little bit more clarity and distinction. And sometimes, again, it's super frustrating to hear, wow, I thought you just said the opposite here and there. Well, yeah, because every in a painting, there's hundreds of different instances that require different approaches, right? Excellent. Great job. Okay. Okay, so here's another artist. I could have sworn more people did versions of this painting by Robert Henri than I saw on the Facebook page. So you let me know if there's more on there. Again, please use the full name of the artist and the painting. And sometimes I see people get the name wrong. And so ideally, if you can just copy and paste, let's say the name from either the YouTube or from Facebook or the Dropbox. That way, when I'm searching for the paintings and I'm putting together these episodes, all of your paintings will show up and I can easily drag those into the folders. Otherwise, we might have a few missing. But anyway, Robert Henri was one of the most influential American artists of all time, and yet not that well known today by, he's not like a household name. Although back in the day, I don't know if he's a household name, but within certain households was a household name, because he influenced so many, like at least two important generations of American artists, who then influenced, artists around the world. And so his particular, like Robert Henri, I think I have one of his books here. The Art Spirit. This is like a essential book on for artists, and it's basically just all his lectures. One of his students, there's a few different versions of this book, that his students were writing down notes from his lectures and then kind of combined them into this book, and then he edited and annotated it, because Robert Henri is one of the most important art teachers of all time. Certainly, arguably the most important art teacher in American art history. In the same way that William Cruikshank would be one of the most important Canadian art teachers of all time. I'd have to think about other cultures who were important teachers. Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but anyway. So it surprised me that more people didn't do this painting by Robert Henri, because when I've talked about, a lot of American artists from the early 1900s until 1950s, almost all of them, especially if they were on the East Coast, had direct connections, were literally students of Robert Henri, friends of Robert Henri, in that circle, or saw Robert Henri as a really important influence. So kind of going back to the source. And it's also interesting that this episode, the Robert Henri episode, is also has a high view count. So there's clearly a lot of people watch that, but fewer people are painting it or just not submitting them to the Facebook, or I don't know. So here we have Soling, did this as a digital artwork, removed the flowers from the picture. I would say that we'd probably her shirt would probably come down. Like if I was to do this, I would have the other side of her shirt or jacket come down almost straight down from here, and then I'd also probably chop that arm, because it does sort of look like maybe she's pregnant or something, that she's got a fairly big belly, that because in the actual painting she's holding some flowers, and it's a little bit odd the way that Robert Henri threw those in there, but it kind of disguised her chest and her kind of lower torso. So I'd almost say like either enlarge or just crop this, because I think you did a great job. I mean, we haven't. There's a few people lately been asking me to do a digital art class, which I'm far more likely to do that than an oil painting class or a watercolor class, because people always ask me, do a watercolor painting class, and it's like I tell people all the time, not going to happen. I like watercolor. I'm a huge fan of watercolor, but as an artist myself, I find watercolor to be the most difficult and unforgiving of any art medium ever created. And so I have limited experience with it. And so if I was to do a watercolor class, it would be less like me teaching people versus me just learning myself and sharing with you my progress, which would probably just spread a whole bunch of really bad habits out into the world and infuriate people who do know what they're doing with watercolor. Anyway, I am more interested and likely to do something with digital art, because I think also there'd be quite a lot of people who would be interested in that, and it's something I do have a certain amount of confidence in myself. So I think you've done a great job, really well done. I think you've got kind of the subtlety that Robert Henri had. In fact, I almost say like you feel you could be a little bit more bold with the brush, and having a few more brush strokes in here. Obviously, it would make for a slightly different painting, because I think Robert Henri, we've got kind of, he's sort of like at this fulcrum or axis point of academic art from the past and this more modernist approach to painting, and he's somebody that learned that more traditional way of painting, and then yet was painting in a bit more of a modern fashion in the sense that we see his brush strokes. He's a little bit more aggressive with allowing those brush strokes to remain visible and not kind of paint them out using that sfumato technique that Leonardo did. So he's just such a fascinating individual. So great job here, Soling. And then we have Paula. That's great. Her hair is definitely a lot more red than the original. You turned her into a bit of a redhead. I guess she was a bit of a redhead, right? Yeah. Or maybe a little bit more of a brunette, but now she's a really fiery redhead here. Great job. One of the mysteries with the way Robert Henri did this is those flowers are sort of floating there. It's kind of cut off right where her hand would be, probably deliberately, so he wouldn't have to spend time doing that. Great job. I also like the way you've painted the background. I like how kind of brushy it is, and maybe it could be a little bit darker, but again, you've really reinterpreted this painting quite wildly. I love it. Okay. How about let's go right into here, Jasper Johns, and then we're going to come back to Peter Doig. So here's Jasper Johns. Only one person did this American flag for U.S. Independence Day. Doesn't surprise me. But I really liked doing this episode. This one, if you recall, I made a bunch of different templates to do the stars. I made one out of like foam, out of cardboard. I think it was like 3 different kinds and thicknesses of cardboard, paper stocks. I think it was just paper. I think that's everything I used for it. And then made a really thick impasto mixture of white paint, and then painted it through those templates so that we could see the different ways that we could approach this painting and which one would be the most effective. So in that instance, it was a great learning experience for me and very eye-opening. I think I was most, well, I'm trying to remember now which one was most successful, but whatever it was, I remember being very surprised. The one that I thought in advance was going to be the least effective and least successful turned out to be the most successful. So, that's what experimenting shows you is and that's what I find sometimes what's most satisfying is when I disprove my own expectations or I defy my expectations and something turns out differently than I was quite confident that I knew what was going to work and it didn't work. So now I don't know what works because now I'm trying to think. I'm like, which one did work the best? I don't know. So you could watch that episode and just kind of look at the way I did the various different kinds of templates and think about which ones are most effective for your own artwork, and kind of use that if you're thinking about using thicker textures. Okay, So let's look at Peter Doig, and then after this, we're going to move on to take a look at the work that you guys have done on your own outside of class. So here we've got Peter Doig, a Scottish-Canadian Trinidadian artist who I think now lives in Trinidad again. He's kind of moved around a few times. He was born in Scotland and then raised in Canada, and then or no, was he born in Trent? Anyway, one of those guys with a really interesting kind of story, and seen as, has been embraced by various different cultures and people around the world. This was also a cool painting to do. Oh, where I put that one. But Peter Doig is among the top 5 most, I guess, arguably important living artists today, and certainly one of the highest selling contemporary artists. His paintings routinely sell for $40-50 million a piece. That's very rare for a living artist. There's only a few other artists alive today whose work sells for that much. Although, as he said in interviews, he doesn't get most of that money because it's usually paintings he made a decade ago that are selling for those prices, including this painting here. And there's just a few other ones here that Robin also did. That is great too. This is one that I was contemplating doing for our class, but didn't do because it's a little bit complicated, as you rightly point out. So let's just quickly look at the way Paula did this. That's great. I think that reflection, we could have a bit more on the other side here. Just making that reflection a little bit more balanced. But the way you did this guy here is great. Oh my goodness. I love this little happy face, little emoji guy there. It's like an emoji with a beard. I want that as an emoji on my phone. That is great. And that's very funny too. Like, I mean, I maybe unintentionally so, but in the best way. Sometimes we create things and a little solution like that turns out to be perfect. So that's very successful. I really like that. I'm not sure what's happening with the reflection here. Maybe you left that space blank so that you could paint the person in. And I think we could probably get rid of some of that, I think. We're kind of see how like Robin did this. Wow, great. All these the layering and details. Well, now, as I said that, Paula, I guess if that's how the original looked, I mean, you certainly kind of captured that. I might have put a little bit more, just in the way that I did the painting, and I can't remember, I might have put a bit more of or just even defied the original and put a reflection maybe where it wasn't on the other side, just so there was a bit more symmetry there. But if that's the way it was, I mean, maybe that's because the canoe is probably moving, or sorry, that direction, right? So we might see the reflection in still water at the front of the canoe, and at the back of the canoe we would have ripples, so maybe that's why it wouldn't, but yeah. Who knows what Peter Doig was thinking when he made that painting. And then these, I really like these, this is a newer painting that Peter Doig did, I think over the past maybe 10 years, and that are much more about his experience in Trinidad than some of the earlier ones that are much more about Canadian landscapes. Again, I think that's beautiful. I'm really impressed with this, and seeing how well you did this, Robin, makes me think, well, maybe we could do this painting in class, because of how well you pulled it off. And you made some choices to kind of simplify and eliminate some details, but I think in a very smart way. So I love when people do paintings that I haven't done, because it kind of inspires me to think about, maybe that's one, like, we had the I can't remember, sorry, who posted it, but a John Constable painting the other day of clouds, and I was like, ooh, that would be perfect for us. Because a lot of John Constable's work is really, just like Peter Doig's, is also very complex. So when you see something that's a little bit more simple by a well-known artist, I think, okay, that's a great way in to talking about that artist, and we can really practice some valuable painting skills by exploring that. Okay, how are we doing here? 2 hours in. So let's, oops, I'm just going to identify that we talked about all of these here. And now let's move to okay. Just before we move on and talk about the work that you guys have done outside of class, I just want to take a quick moment just to remind people to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. And also go and comment on previous episodes. Leave a comment saying, this was a really easy, fun episode, or I hated this one. I wasn't able to do it. I think Michael's crazy, and he should shave his mustache. You know, whatever you want to leave on there, I think, because that really helps that engagement. So when other people click on those videos, they don't feel like they're the first ones watching it, that there's a conversation, and you can share your experience there, because not everybody has the Facebook page. Not everybody has Facebook, and so sometimes those conversations that happen on our Facebook community, you know, if a little bit of that happens in the YouTube videos, that makes me really happy. Also, if you find anything I've said to be useful, helpful, or hilariously stupid, please consider leaving a donation via PayPal, Super Chat, send an e-transfer. There's various different ways that you can support the channel. Everything that happens here is because of your generosity. So thank you to everyone who's helped sponsor these episodes over the years. Because as I said, you don't see any product placement in these videos. It might look like that, but it's also just because those are things that I believe in, but I'm not paid by them. I haven't been given any free supplies or anything, so that would be much appreciated. Okay, again, there's the Facebook group if you haven't seen it. Our Dropbox folders with all of the tools in them. And there's my friend Sam Davidson, whose music is playing quietly there in the background. You may be able to hear. Okay, so let's do this kind of alphabetically. Makes it a little bit easier for me. Open all 126. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. So one thing we're going to see here is there's a lot of the drawing courses continues to grow and grow and grow and grow, and people are constantly starting that course and sending me very nice messages about it all the time. And I promise those people that, hey, if you're engaging with the Facebook group and sending your work in, I'm very happy to celebrate your work and to give you some free feedback as well. Okay, so here's Abbas. It's got a few right off the top. We'll just take a quick look. Wow, so I think this is like from one of our very, very first drawing episodes. Art is a lot of fun. I agree 100%, definitely. Right, and doing exercises like this where we're, you know, doing drawings which are fairly loose, and using this kind of blind contour approach is kind of one of those things that helps make drawing fun. So that was a great activity. Here's Dr. Seuss. Great job. Really nice, especially the way that you've shaded it. That's very effective. Awesome. And then Picasso's guitar. Excellent. And it says, I just started my first art lesson. Well, I hope that you've continued and you're continuing and getting better and better, because you're off to a great start. I mean, if after just a couple of lessons you were able to do this Dr. Seuss, wow, sky is the limit, my friend. Well done. Okay, Andrew. I'm just loving this art class. It serves me so well. That's awesome. Your hand and getting the what do they call that? Is it the wrinkles? The wrinkles of your hand? The folds of your hand? What is it that palm readers read? They read the lines, right? Is that what they call it? The lines of the hand? So, you know, it's one of those things you say it and it's like, it doesn't sound right. But that's cool. Great job. I like how we've got the kind of the bony quality kind of going up and around where the joints are. It tends to kind of get wider and thinner as we go around those bones. I also, one thing I like that you've done here is that you went darker. You know, often when people do this, no matter what race, skin tone they have, often people leave the hand, especially the palm, white, and they just do a little bit of shading around the edges, right? I love that you went dark, right? Because everyone's hand is certainly an off-white, right? I mean, if this is a white piece of paper and you put that on there, like, wow, well, certainly nowhere near white, the inside of my hand, right? So keeping that in mind, darkening that is what is really going to help give it. So I would actually say you've done a great job, but then there's probably one side of your hand where the shadow is going to be a little bit more prominent. So I like how you got even darker in here, but I think if we darkened even more around, I'm not saying we outline the whole thing, because there's probably a little bit of a highlight on one side, unless the light is coming straight down from the top, and then maybe we do. And then maybe if it's laying on the table, maybe we see a bit of a shadow around here. But otherwise, fantastic. Great job, Andrew. Andrew says, 1 point perspective. I'm such a beginner. I think this is great. That's excellent. For 1 point perspective like that, that's not easy to do. I think, you know, perspective is one of the most important concepts in all of, all of art, but particularly when it comes to drawing. And it's something that doesn't come easy, right? It was a revolutionary concept 500 years ago. And what's interesting is, even though it's 500 years old, it's just as difficult for people today to do than it was for people 500 years ago to do. So, well done, I think. And most people struggle with this way more than you've done here, Andrew. So nothing to apologize about or feel a little embarrassed about in the way that you present that work. I think you should feel very proud of your achievement. Well done. Barbara here. Reached a saturation point for watching the coronation of King Charles. I retreat to my happy place to draw my eye. Yeah, that's awesome. These look great. Excellent. If that's a self-portrait of your own eye, that is amazing. That's a huge achievement. I love that you've got that bit of a reflection in there. That's great. Well done, Barbara. Wow. And then we've got your versions of the Chubby Flash from Comic-Con and this Superman. So it looks like you found some photos and then you drew from those photos. I think that might have been something I mentioned in the class, is to look through magazines, newspapers, clip them out, and glue them in your sketchbook and try making drawings of them. I think it turned out great. Not easy things to do at all. So that is pretty cool. Well done. And I think, you know, if you can do this kind of thing, then you can do way more complex things just as time goes on. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a few little things to think about. Like what I would say kind of a next step, something to consider, is which lines overlap which lines. And when, especially when we're drawing figures, is sometimes putting a, you know, let me see. So let's say we've got this arm here, right? I think that putting that line over top of the bicep, and then maybe even that line over top of the forearm, tells us that this is in front, that's second, and that's third in terms of where they are in space, right? So that overlapping helps push that arm backward. And you might say, well, I don't really see those quite so distinct, but I don't know. I see that kind of, that little bit of darkness over here tells me that that, you know, is getting the light and is causing a bit of shadow onto here. And the same sort of thing, it's a little bit darker there, right? So I think always looking for which line is in front of the other can really help create that depth. Okay. I mean, you're doing a pretty good job of it, but I'm just like, for instance, you know, on that arm there, same sort of thing. You know, if this is Superman's chest, right, and we got this, you know, I think making it clear that that's his chest, and you got the Superman logo here, right? How does Superman logo go, right? That this is his pectoral muscle and maybe a bit of a belly. Keeping that line, because it looks almost like this line is kind of intruding over top of there. And maybe there was, you know, if we look at the photo, no. Yeah. By putting that line kind of there, it kind of looks like maybe that arm is crossing over in front of the belly. Tiny little detail, but you know, that's what I want to try to do, is help people. Otherwise, awesome job, Barbara. Here, great. I love this. That's fantastic. With your Edvard Munch self-portrait. Yeah, I mean, the eyes are a little bit bigger than the original, but that's okay. As I said, I think those kinds of things give personality and are the beginnings of an artist's individual style kind of about to break through. So you can fix it or you can embrace it. This is my eye? Drawing my eye? That's interesting. That's great. I mean, my eye is great, obviously, but it's a great drawing of my eye, I guess. Well done. I like, again, the reflections there. Really, that reflection should be the most white, you know, like the white of the paper, and then potentially everything else is a little bit of a gray. And that's going to make the eye look really shiny, really reflective, and wet, and a different texture than anything else. Wow. Look at this. So there's the original Van Gogh. Now, yes, does he look... You know, this was done just a few weeks after Van Gogh cut his ear off, and so he was not doing well at that moment. And your version definitely makes him look a little bit more sickly and pained than even Van Gogh's own portrait. In fact, he looks like he's doing pretty well here. Here, I think, maybe because of the colors that you've chosen, really emphasize that little bit of the paleness of his skin. You know, there's, unlike the original, which has got some oranges and yellows and pinks, here you've really just got this kind of pinkish color and then the white skin. So it really makes him look like, you know, as I say, like the blood is drawn from his face. So he looks like he's just a bit, he's not doing well. A great drawing. Here's Barbara's tiger. Great job. Excellent. I see a lot of these ones of the tigers. That looks like the episode where I was showing how to draw animals. That is one of the more popular ones of that series. I do think it's helpful to build up to that episode, but if you just want to jump to it, is because it's using simple shapes to draw complex forms like animals, right? And that's a super helpful technique to learn. I think it's helpful to know how to do some of the other stuff as well, and maybe even before, so that you can really pull this stuff off as well as Barbara's done, but to each his own, right? This is great here, this drawing hair as you've done. Excellent. That is really nice, really well done. And if you can draw hair, which is often something that people find the most difficult to do and they avoid doing, you're really well set up. Sorry, I just gotta turn this fan off. I'm wearing long johns under here in my basement. It's like 25 degrees Celsius. What that's like 75 degrees Fahrenheit outside or so. Pretty nice day, but inside here in my basement, especially with the fans going, it is cold. So, and I've done been talking for 2.5 hours, so we'll see if I can get through all of these without losing my voice. Okay, so great job with this little dog. That is awesome. I like how you know, it's also a great idea. I've seen a number of people do this, is make little notations to themselves on their drawings, but even potentially on the back of your canvas. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to literally make a note to yourself that says, you know, I spent 20 minutes on the background, an hour on this detail, and then, because later on you can look at that and see, wow, it used to take me 10 minutes to draw the form out, and then I spent 5 minutes shading it. Well, what if we could draw the form out in 2 minutes and then spend 13 minutes shading it and getting details in it? That would be a game changer. And yeah, easier said than done, obviously, but that would be, you know, a goal you could set for yourself. And unless you're tracking that in some way, then there's no real way to know or measure your improvement. So I think that's a really smart idea, Barbara, and I would suggest that people do that themselves. Now, I do that kind of thing all the time, especially on these videos, because I'm recording it and I can literally, when I'm doing the timestamps, I can see like, wow, I spent 3 hours on the background. My goodness, Michael. Or, you know, versus 20 minutes on the face or whatever. So it's very straight. I mean, I can just go back and look at that myself. But even when I'm drawing, as I said, I'm drawing a graphic novel right now, and I'll set a timer to myself, and I'll say, okay, for the kind of initial outline sketching of that, I'm going to set like a 15-minute timer. I'm going to get all the panels quickly sketched in. And that means, you know, I count, I got like 9 panels. Okay, that's like a minute and change per panel. So let's not fart around here and get them all perfect. Let's keep moving forward, because otherwise I could easily spend 2.5 hours on one panel, and then you know, and this is taking me long enough as it is, right? So that's the way I work. I know that not everybody agrees with it or works in that way. Here's Barbara's version of American Gothic, and this is a sketch of Too Big, and I missed something. Do you know what I missed? Can you figure it out? Might it be the artist's sister, or the person often seen to be the wife? Although Grant Woods explicitly said it was the daughter of the person portraying the role of the father, but a lot of people think of it as being the wife, and you know, people can think whatever they want, make up whatever stories they want about another artwork. But anyway, great job as a drawing here. This is another thing too. You know, some people say I should do a lot more drawing episodes, and I will for sure starting next year. But there's nothing stopping people from going back and drawing the episodes that we've been doing. You know, I said you could practice drawing the outlines for your paintings, but if you wanted a bit of a break, just try drawing and leaving them as drawings, just like Barbara's done here, because you've got 285 episodes that you can use for that purpose. Now I just realized it's actually 284 because we're not painting anything today, so I just have to, whoops, make that change. Here's Barbara's little cat here. That is so wonderful. I love that your cat is playing with the pencil as you draw your cat. Because here's the photograph you're working from, I think, of your cat, right? It's the same cat, right? I think. Looks like it. That's cool. You know what's interesting is this drawing here in your sketchbook looks superior to the one, so maybe it's just the way that this is photographed and looks a little bit, it's not quite as sharp, but that's also a good reminder. Sometimes things don't look as good in person as they do, or they don't look as good as a photo as they might otherwise, right, from a particularly different angle. That's interesting. Great. It's also interesting how people will write little notes in their sketchbooks kind of about what I'm talking about or what they're seeing on TV in the background or whatever it might be. Great job. Okay, and next here Barbara had an ugly electric meter box that every year she's been just putting a fresh coat of paint on, and decided this year I am going to paint it. Wow, that is cool. And so here's we zoom back out. Wow, what a difference from this ugly box to this explosion of color in your yard like that. So exciting, Barbara. Great job. And that looks really cool. I like how you painted this. Very fun. Good choices of colors too. I wonder, did you seal it or anything so that it lasts the test of time? Like, one thing I would consider doing. Do I have there's, oh, this is it. Oh. So here's something that would probably work really well for your specific purpose, is this like Rust-Oleum spray. Here's this is the English side. And this is something that you could spray over top of those, over top of that box, just so that the weather doesn't maybe cause the paint to run. Acrylic paint, yes, once it dries is pretty stable, but if it's pouring rain on that thing for weeks and weeks, you might notice that the color will start to kind of fall away a little bit. Oh, Barbara says, yes, I sealed it with yacht varnish. Okay, there you go. Yacht varnish. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's probably even stronger than that material. It's very smart. Well done, Barbara. You're 5 steps ahead. Well done. And this is really cool. It looks great. Well done. But that's also just useful for other people too. I did these big cutouts of Peppa Pig for our daughter that can go outside, and I painted them. There's just some scrap wood I had here. They're upstairs, so I can't get them, but and then I just sprayed them with 2 or 3 coats of that Rust-Oleum so that they can be outside. And I don't usually leave them outside, and but if I did and I forgot, I would have confidence that they wouldn't get ruined overnight, kind of thing. These are great. I like how you practice the grid here. Looks good. This was tough. This is not easy to do, this particular image with the grid, because anytime we're drawing faces, especially when you've got these are fairly big squares or rectangles. For a grid, it introduces the possibility that there's a lot of distortion within those spaces. So you've done a really good job. Well done. Okay, congratulations, Barbara. A lot of great stuff in there. Okay, let's move to Beth's work. Beth, what's really interesting, Beth, you've got Barbara says, gosh, those drawings are from a while back. Some of them, yeah, were from back in December, January, and I finally got around to talking about them. So I'm sure you're miles better than those were, but sometimes it's good to kind of just see how far you've actually come, right? Anyway, so Beth, your work here. What I think is, maybe let's just kind of scroll through them really quickly, because it gives us a pretty good idea of the style that you've established for yourself. Oh, and there's Kathy coming up. So, still having fun with mixed media. So, I think what's really inspiring about these is just how, Beth, how you use these different layers and textures and materials to create all these different effects. And you're really bold with the way that you experiment with color, and it's very inspiring. It's very inspiring for me, but I think also very inspiring for other people in our community to see, because not everyone feels as confident maybe as you are about just diving in and getting messy, and potentially even getting so messy that we lose the original image that you were trying to describe. And it's possible that maybe that's what's happened in a few of these, and then you bring that original image back out, it resurfaces, or it turns into something else. So kudos to you for really just being really, it takes a lot of courage to do that. This is awesome. These are great, these little watercolors. That's awesome. But I'm clearly more attracted to these mixed media pieces. Like, I wonder what exactly I'm looking at. Oh, homemade papers. I was going to say something like that. Acrylics. Like the lace in here. That's awesome. Looks like there's a newsprint or something maybe underneath there. Photographs, photocopies. Wow. Excellent. Wow, what? My project prop was, whilst watching TV at night, I heard a strange noise. Think I delivered? I do, for sure. I mean, what is going on here? Is this a child watching TV or a little monkey? I call our daughter a little monkey. She's like, you little wild monkey. So no disrespect to children or monkeys. I think they are very closely related. I think we're all basically monkeys, but especially little kids are like wild monkeys. Anyway, that is wild. Like the way that these TVs are projecting. There's a lot going on here. I like this. I could see. To me, this looks like this could be a sketch for a really cool painting, for like an album cover for a band or something. And the reason I say it's maybe a sketch is I think there's things that we could do to improve it even more. Like, I think defining what this, what the subject is here, whether it is a child or a monkey, I think would be helpful. Because right now it's a little bit ambiguous. I mean, it definitely looks, you know, like the little kid in the Poltergeist sitting in front of the TV. But I would probably opt for even more contrast. Like, I'd probably consider darkening in the area around the TVs so that it makes the glowing of the TVs stronger. I like how these beams are kind of crisscrossing. I just think you could... What I would say is something like this could be the beginning of like a series of 2 or 3 paintings where you try slightly different colors and compositions. Like, I don't even know if we need this rock here. I mean, it adds something interesting there, but... oh, where did that go? But it's maybe just an extra part of the story that's not even required. Maybe, I don't know. I was watching TV and I heard a strange noise. I guess that's smashing through the window, but it could be more subtle. It could just be a hum from these TVs, or we got so many TVs going on. Anyway, let's keep on moving. We are all stardust. Cool. I like this use of that image for an eye. It goes to show that how powerful the human mind is at constructing faces out of virtually anything, out of light sockets and the front of a car, etc. Or not lights, like electric sockets, right? We tend to see just, you got 2 lines and you got a face, right? A simple emoji. And here we've got, you know, mostly very abstract kind of forms and all these splatters of color. And yet our mind will, you know, it has no problem turning that spiral into an eye. Okay, we'll move on from Beth. Great work, Beth. Congrats. Awesome. Let's look at Kathy's work next here. And this flower... So just darkened the petals and added a leaf. Okay, I see what you did there. I think those are actually all great ideas. Well done. Yeah, again, adding more contrast always helps. You pretty much can't go wrong with more contrast. I mean, having said that, there are some artists famous for low contrast image. The most famous being Giorgio Morandi, whose work we looked at in the original acrylic painting course. But he's definitely the exception. And he was a master at it and really made it his own. And so that is something that took him his entire life to come around to. So it's easier to do that once you've explored contrast, and then you can dial it down again. You know, once you know the rules, you can break the rules. Yeah, looks great. It is also an interesting way that you've composed this. We do have a lot of empty space on the canvas. And so this would, you know, we were talking about signatures earlier. This would be an instance where if I did see a signature right down there, or maybe right up here, and it was a little bolder, it wouldn't bother me so much because it feels like almost the signature is being used to balance out the composition. So, yeah, I think that's great. Well done. Let's push on here. I really like these. Kathy found these images by E.J. Hughes, who's a great British Columbia painter, who was a great BC artist. And I just got a really great book, a new book of his at the library the other day about his work as a war artist, which is something that I had an opportunity to do as well a decade ago. And I was familiar with E.J. Hughes's work that he did while he was in the military during World War II, but I hadn't really seen anything reproduced in the past. So that's the original. I love this painting, by the way. I think this is at the Whistler, or the Audain Museum of Art in Whistler. I mean, what a gorgeous painting. This guy is so underrated. Man, if you've got a little bit of extra cash and you want to invest in an artist whose work is just guaranteed to continue going up in value, E.J. Hughes would be a great bet. So this is a watercolor. He painted in both watercolor and acrylic. I think that's watercolor. It definitely looks like it. And then we have Kathy's version here. You did a great job. I think, again, we could push some of the contrast a little bit. I think you said you changed some of the elements, got rid of that log. Where I would push the contrast is similar to where he pushed the contrast. You could see I agree with you that, you know, there was a certain wisdom of kind of simplifying things, getting rid of this big shape in the foreground. But one of the reasons he put that there is there's a weight to it that pulls the foreground forward, right? By having this dark shape there, it makes a great contrast to the lightness of the far shore, right? You can see this is watercolor, but if we were doing this in acrylic, there's a certain amount of white and gray that would be mixed into this, and here, you know, these mountains are just barely visible, right? So what I would say here is you almost want, like, some of these rocks to have darker shadows, even pushing that a little bit. More saturated colors and less white in the foreground. And even in the leaves and the tree, just pushing that a little bit more, and that's going to push it ahead of the background. Another little thing here, and I don't mean to pick on you at all, Kathy. This is just some things that I think about all the time. Is notice this, you've got the hill, and then the hill appears to almost parallel the tree perfectly. Whereas you can see what he's done here is he's got that hill, and then rather than kind of paralleling the tree, he makes it go almost not directly perpendicular, but intersect with the tree. So what that does is it makes a very clear distinction between the background and the tree. That one is, because they're going at different angles, right? Or how is that? Yeah. So that this background is kind of going up in behind, right? And so that's something I think about all the time, is how can I amplify that kind of thing to make sure that there's no confusion. And now, not that there really is, but, you know, I think that's just something I think about. Kathy's Cuba Holiday. Okay, so here's the original where we had these lawn chairs and didn't want to do the lawn chairs, so replaced it with a towel, which is totally fine. The one thing, if I might offer a suggestion here, so let me just zoom in. Okay. So you've got your ground, your horizon. And then you've got your towel. Currently the towel is kind of like this, right? And that's, there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but what that does is perspective-wise, it's sort of inverted in that we actually want it to go the opposite direction. What we actually want is more like that. So that the towel is a little bit more like that on the ground, because it's going to make it look like it's receding back to that point, as opposed to receding to a point in front of us, which is kind of defies the logic of geometric perspective, or illusionistic perspective, as they say. I don't mind it like that, but if you're looking at it like the towel isn't laying quite exactly the way I want, that's probably what happened. Also, I think you could afford to do a little bit more contrast, a little bit more shadow, especially right up close to, let's say, the sand bucket. Right? It could be a little bit darker right there, a little bit dark. I see you didn't. You got a little shadow. It's very subtle. Right? A little shadow on that bottle, a little bit darker here, and maybe even a little shadow reflection from the boat. Tiny little details, but you know, if you've got a darker shadow on from the umbrella here, I guess, then it stands to reason we would also see that shadow elsewhere. But again, tiny details. I mean, I guess if we look here, just so we can see how this is replicated in reality, is look how obviously underneath it's much darker, but the shadows tend to be the darkest right next to the object, where the ground touches the chair arms or legs or whatever, right? Right, wherever something is touching, like, wonder, let's see if I can do this with my fingers on the table, but what my lighting kind of doesn't show it effectively. Let's move on here. Ted Harrison. So there's your version. There's the original, and then you put the snowflakes. Snowflakes make it. This Ted Harrison painting, we did two Ted Harrison paintings, I don't know, about a year or two ago, that worked really, really well. Ted Harrison being one of, you know, BC's great artists, Canada's great artists. Or is he from the Yukon originally? You have to think about that. I'm sure it's in the episode. Gosh, this looks like the one very similar. My parents had a print growing up by Ted Harrison, and this looks very similar to that one. But very effective. Great job. Well done, Kathy. I'm so proud. Wow, that is awesome. And then you've got the Maud Lewis. Now, it wasn't clear to me whether these were things that you've painted or some other people in your neighborhood painted. But I think they're very inspiring either way. This is definitely something I want to do with our daughter, is to make little signs like this, and I think just really gives so much personality to a home. It turns a house into a home, right? When you've got these little personal touches, Like we have a little fairy garden in front of our house, and often I sit on the couch right next to the window, and I just see every 5 minutes there's people stopping and looking at it, taking pictures of it, and our daughter likes to go and play with her own fairy garden all the time. And yeah, I'm sure there's some people pretty cynical about that kind of stuff, but I think it makes the neighborhood look like more unique, and that so yeah, I agree 100%, Kathy. This is, yeah, it's a little bit kitschy, but it's fun. I agree 100%. Nothing wrong with a little bit of kitsch. Okay, this looks like we had that from before. I think, okay. Now, does this look like... Let's go back. How did I miss that? No, it's just... Okay. I thought maybe this is a different version. Here's a Tom Thompson we did maybe a year or two ago. That one turned out really great. Well done. Yeah, Kathy says, thanks for the help. It looks a little more washed out in the photo. Yeah, I think I need to do the drawing course. Yeah, I think I think most people, if you're doing the painting course and you feel like you've done a lot of paintings and you're wondering what to do next, painting from life would be a good idea. But in order to paint from life, it's very helpful to have a little bit of drawing experience or confidence. And so doing the drawing course, I think, would be a really great way of building up that sense of confidence, because you don't always have a template to work from, right? Okay, here's Chan. This is from Instagram. So I'm not sure why these are so low quality, but great to see these exercises, Chan. I think we might have looked at some of these for last class. I think this one we looked at last episode, now that I look at it. But great work. That's, you know, obviously this is the most refined version of all of them you've done, except maybe this hand and the face. But great. You know, I like to use, like, what I see here is you've drawn in and then sort of buffed that out with your finger to kind of smudge the lines to get a little bit more realistic rendering here. Very effective. That's great. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few little things here with this face that could be adjusted, but I don't mind it in this state. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on here to Darlene. Darlene's tiger. Another attempt, better than the first one I did, which makes me happy that it's getting better. So I guess here's the first one. Yeah, the first one I think turned out pretty good, but your second one, yeah, it's got that color in there. I think you did a great job. Let's look at this dog. That's great. The one thing I would say about the dog is, and I don't know if I talked about it in this episode, but let's draw this out really quickly. One thing I mentioned, like when we're drawing the dog, so we can see you have your head. Is that what I like to do is to use like a guideline to kind of see make some adjustments, or just, it's like, so for instance, let's say one of the things I think I might have shown in this episode is we can draw a line straight down, and we can see like what matches up with that line. Do the feet touch that line? If this is the chest, right? Where's the eye in relationship to that? Same sort of thing. I think you'll find that maybe the chin matches up quite closely to the butt there and the tail, right? Whereas yours, we've got a lot more, that line kind of goes right across. And same sort of thing, I think, if I recall, like the chest, touches that leg. So I think your drawing is sort of like, it's almost like you drew it on an angle. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, but and I wouldn't know otherwise if we didn't see the side of your sketchbook like that. But one of the first things that I'm doing whenever I do a quick little sketch like that is just take a moment just to draw a few of these lines and just to see, because then if you're like, oh, that's, needs to be raised, okay, well, I'll just quickly adjust that, move it up, right? But great start, awesome. Here, the Sitting Bull. Oh, cool. Did we do that in the class? Cool. Wow. Darlene says, here we go, my first drawing picture. Please be kind, my new friends. I'm only on lesson 6 perspective. That's great. If that's where you're at this stage, after just 6 episodes, that's fantastic. Most people are too afraid to, especially perspective. I think you're doing great. I love this. This is like one of those covered bridges or something, right? We don't really have any that I can think of here in BC, but they're certainly more common out east. Yeah, it looks great. I mean, obviously, it would get better and better the more and more we did and we learned. But for this stage where you're at, that's fantastic. That's better than most people could ever hope to be at. Well done, Darlene. Very, very proud of that. That's awesome. Okay. Man, I still got, we're at 3 hours, okay. And we're just on the D's. Okay, let's move here to Deborah. So, wow, that's awesome, Deborah. Great paint. I love this. And the reflections, fantastic. What could I say here? I mean, I would suppose that what I would have done is maybe try to avoid so much darkness, like almost pure black in these trees back here. Like, my instinct would be to make this a little bit more gray, and then to reserve that dark color, black or dark greens, for the foreground, so that really pulls the foreground elements forward. And often even artists will keep the reflection sometimes either a little bit darker or a little bit lighter. It kind of depends on the kind of water and the light. It's another thing too. Well, you know what I think works really well is these reflections on the right here, those little bits of white, where there's just kind of like the water lapping up against the shore. I think a few more of those, very, very subtle, and probably not even full-on white, just like little glazes, because we probably see there's going to be a little bit of a wobble in the trees and in the reflections. Like, what's another great... We've done a few paintings with water reflections, like a bunch of the Lauren... Well, not Lauren Harris, the Group of 7 paintings. We did a Lauren Harris and the Franklin Carmichael. L.L. Fitzgerald. So we did a few that have reflections in there, and I think that might be helpful to look at. Also, reflections get kind of complicated because they also depend on how far different things are, and so they might not be as as perfectly symmetrical as what we see here. Because if, let's say, this mountain is actually further away, it might actually end up being smaller than the ones up front. So it's one of those things that you kind of almost have to look at, be there in person or from a photograph to see that, because I can't even really explain it off the top of my head here. But I'm just being nitpicky because I think this is fantastic. Great job. Wow, this is a brand new one. I think just from today or yesterday you posted. This is an anniversary painting for Richard for your 40th anniversary, I think, right? That is cool. What a beautiful picture. I like that a lot. And I think you're saying something, you like the drips because they can kind of cover up and hide some things too. Which is, hey man, if you can find little tricks that help you, especially kind of overcome little challenges or areas of artwork you're not happy with, use them. Take those little things, put them in your back pocket for later on, so if you do have a problem, you can bring them out as like a tool to do the job. But this is really nice. This is like what? Oh yeah, it's watercolor, I was gonna say. It's interesting also just the way you've done the eyes, these little tiny reflections. Wow, that's great. The subtlety in here that you built up. It's also nice to see that the way that you've brushed the paint in the direction of the, let's see. No, it's like kind of, yeah, just curving up and over, like it really gives the dimension. Like when we see the brush strokes, like that's the thing. I think sometimes the way that great artists, particularly 100 years ago, as they were starting to be more more audacious with brush strokes or in what we call like a more painterly approach, where we see the brushstrokes as opposed to hiding the brushstrokes, is if the brushstrokes kind of appear to kind of curve and showcase or highlight the form, that works really, really well and can be even more effective than hiding those brushstrokes. So that's super effective. And that makes me happy that this is one of the most recent paintings, because it just shows your continued growth. That's awesome. So, Deborah and the Gnomes. Gnome tutorial. Oh, this is why you needed an easel. That's right. Okay. Because you have a little friend who likes to, Vera, who likes to pop in and sit on your painting table. Yeah, I could imagine that being necessitating an easel where things can't be stood on. Although it could make for something fun to tip over for Vera, right? But that's fun. That's awesome. That's good to have a little company while you're working on those long paintings. Adorable little cat. How old is Vera? Looks like a fairly young cat, too. A little not a kitten, but not an old cat either. That's pretty adorable. And here, your train. I started this tutorial, but ended up doing my own thing. I wanted a Canadian steam locomotive. That's cool. One thing I would say is, again, the lines in the... So it's another kind of perspective thing. This is why I always say, like, if there's an issue in an artwork, it's almost always perspective. So, you know, we've got your train here. And currently, the tracks are kind of going like this, which leads one to kind of think that eventually they are going to converge in front of us. When in actuality, what I would expect, we could keep this one going here, but this one should actually diverge. Right? So as it gets closer to us, they appear to be going further away. So tiny little kind of thing there, but I think that would make quite a big improvement. And it's very, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to change, but I'm not saying you even need to do it, but if you're looking at it and thinking, there's something I can't figure out, that's what my immediate reaction there. But great, I love all the snow. That must have been fun to do. That's great. I think you posted this because somebody else had also just done this Charles Birchfield painting recently too. I think this is one you did a couple of years ago, right? Oh, did I miss your gnomes? Oh no, my gnomes. I love these. I think they're great. It's fun. They got a lot of personality. I love that you've been including your gnomes in your work. I mean, why not just go wild with them and have them all over the place, having them appearing in the backgrounds of serious paintings, for instance, because clearly you have a great sense of humor and you've been doing fun things like that anyway. But you know, it makes me think of like really, I guess I think you've done a number of paintings like this where we have the gnomes and the backgrounds are kind of a little bit ambiguous. I would like to see things where we have the gnomes like, where do they live? How big are the gnomes? You know, what do they do all day? What do they eat? You know, do they live like are like, I don't know anything about gnomes really. Are they? I mean, I've seen garden gnomes and stuff like, but are gnomes that big, or are they this big? Do they live inside of little logs, or do they have little houses? You know, so I'd be interested to see like what would be the world that you would create for your gnomes. And then this is super sweet. For Year of the Rabbit, you did an art class for your granddaughter and her friend Henri. And you wrote about how you have a new appreciation for teaching. Teaching little kids too, the more preparation you have, the better. And what I thought was like awesome was seeing how you did a bunch of sketches so that you could kind of do that exercise with confidence, which is very smart, and yeah, it took a little bit more time, but we can see the results are awesome. These are great. So I think that's yours, Deborah, and then here's, wow, that's great. So that's cool. That makes me super excited that, you know, those little ones have that experience of painting with you. Because I'm sure now that, well, at least your granddaughter has seen your work and is starting to think of you as an artist, and that's a huge thing. When little kids, like my aunt was an illustrator when I was growing up, and as a little kid, that was just like, I always say that was one of the things that really encouraged me to be an artist, because I saw someone else in my family making art. And so it wasn't just this thing that happened in there was an abstraction that some other person did who was born with some gift. It's like, wow, I can do this. You know, my own aunt that I go and, you know, play or run around in her backyard, she makes art. I can make art too, right? And my father, my aunt's brother, was always drawing, and everyone really encouraged that part, that more creative side of me. And whether someone's interested in becoming an artist or not is kind of irrelevant, because the more diverse ways that people have to express themselves, I think it really builds, especially young people, their confidence and sense of self and individuality. And so awesome. Really, really proud of you for sharing your gift with your family. Well done. And not only with your family, but with a friend of the family, right? That's very cool. Okay, and we've got a whole bunch of drawings here by Devin. I think I got like 40 of them or so. So we'll kind of scan through them pretty quickly here. Wow. That's great. The warm-ups, that's awesome. The value classes, oh cool. Upside down drawings. Wow. Very cool. There's a lot of really difficult things that we did in these classes, and I'm really impressed with what you're able to do. Like that perspective, as I said, like most people can't do that, and the fact that you're able to, wow, that great, that box. And the tiger? Are you kidding me? That's great. That's, wow. Way to go, Devin. These are excellent. Ooh, the thinker? That is cool. I'd love to see that as a sculpture. Okay. So there's so many here, Devin. I'm not going to get into all of them. But, you know, especially when I see this, I think, hey, you're getting it. You're understanding the basic principles of drawing and how we can use simple shapes to create more complex objects. You're doing a box like that? Like, most people can't do that at all. Like, that perspective. Yeah, all this is going to get easier and easier the more you do, but I just want to see you continue and continue and practice and practice. Maybe trying to draw some of the drawings that we've done for our painting class would be a really great exercise for you. These are beautiful. The way you colored it in. Right? Beautiful. That exercise, that perspective, that's tough. And you did a pretty good job. I love the Superman and his six-pack there. That's great. Dr. Seuss, wow. These are great. You got the proportions, human proportions down on here. And there's a Keith Haring. I love it. Okay, great job, Devin. Which one would I say is my favorite? You know, I would come back to, you know, probably that tiger. Tiger or the box. Yeah. Yeah, you said you're really proud of how this turned out. I would say absolutely. Well done. Okay, let's push on here. Let's look at the next 150 ones here. Oops. Okay, let me just sip some tea here. Now we're going to do D through K. I'm just going to write that down. do A to D, and then we'll do L to Z, I think. So, here's Dieppe says, the paintings on the left are mine, and the ones on the right are for my students for Christmas. We're in an English center. I remember this post was really touching. I never had an opportunity to attend art classes before. I've had art teachers that failed me so much that I'd given up on my passion. But after taking your classes, I felt inspired again. Which is just like, I mean, that is, I mean, I don't know what, that means more to me than all the gold in the world, honestly. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, Deep. I love that not only are you improving as an artist by doing these classes, but that you're sharing your passion, your rediscovered passion for art, and you're sharing that with students, with young people. I mean, that's so, I mean, the impact that you're having on your community is huge. Giving these young people the courage to express themselves. You know, you're saying that you had bad experiences with art teachers in the past, and here's how you're kind of changing that narrative. How you are trying to be a teacher that inspires creativity in all these young people, and that again doesn't matter if someone wants to be an artist or not. Just knowing that there's that they can develop other skills and methods to communicate their feelings, thoughts, hopes, and fears is really, really important. Even if they don't use drawing to communicate those hopes and fears, it just helps people know that there's sort of an infinite number of ways that one can do it. It doesn't just all exist inside and can never be released. That it's just a matter of like, okay, we'll just keep on going until we find the way that can help us express ourselves, and whether that be through painting or drawing, poetry, violin, or wood sculpture, or sculptures at the beach, photography, video, dance. I mean, I think everyone is creative in their own ways, and sometimes it doesn't stuff that might not go into a museum or art gallery, but gardening, that can be a hugely creative exercise and can be super meditative. And if people don't really feel like they're creative in any way, then they might not even think they can even garden, right? They just think, right? And that can be really dispiriting, right? And so it's very life-affirming what you've done here. I'm very proud of you. Makes me really, really, really happy. And I would suggest anybody who's spent any time doing any of these exercises, you can do just like Dieppe is doing here, or Deborah, is share your experience with other people, especially younger people or your own friends. I see a lot of times people, they are learning, but then they've got a crowd of friends that have never done. Well, it's like, invite people over for a little painting party. We'll see a few people that have done that here coming up. And, just have some paint supplies on, like, hey, let's do one of my classes together. Or even better is, because if you have to teach something, you've got to know how to do it, right? So if you show people how to draw this tiger, right, then you're going to know how to draw that tiger better than you would ever imagine you'd have to do, because you got to know how to do it well, right? So anyway, Farron says, hi, artsy friends. I just finished my first tiger. 45 minutes on this one. Yeah, but it paid off. That's great. And again, the level, like, just imagine how much more confident you are about doing any kind of drawing after you knock something like this out of the park. Well done. Oh, where do we go? There we are. It feels like another lifetime ago I did this. This is so long ago, but that's great that they're still going out there and influencing the world. Well done. Here's Farron's hand. My first attempt at drawing a hand ever. I have had almost no drawing classes previously. And this is just my 4th class. Wow. Just imagine where you, I mean, that's like, what, 5-6 hours of classes, of practice. And this is what you're doing. Imagine if you had 40 hours or 400 hours. I mean, yeah, easier said than done, because it's not everyone's got all that time. But if you're doing 1 lesson a week, Deborah says, "Where is Devin? He has not posted in a while." That's true. I don't know. I haven't seen him around. But there's lots of people like May, for instance. There's a lot of people in our community who sort of take a few months off and come back in, and just like I was saying, sometimes life moves us in a direction, and things go on the back burner for a while. Okay, Farron says, I did a 2-point perspective of the photo shown. This is an AI photo I made from... Which software did you use for this? Midjourney. That's one of the things when I teach at Emily Carr University here in Vancouver, which is one of the 4 art schools in Canada. I force my students to use artificial intelligence for these types of exercises. So I should put that on my list. I should, just as a way of giving people like yourselves watching right now some ideas how they could use AI to come up with images for paintings, right? So because this is exactly what Farron did here, and then use that to create this drawing, which is awesome. And I was just responding to someone's comment on YouTube the other day, is that, because people say, oh, isn't that cheating? Like, use AI and then you're going to do a drawing of AI? Like, I mean, why not just create it out of your own imagination? Well, I just see AI as just like any other tool available to artists that, and because people have been saying artists are doing this or that is cheating for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, it was, you can't use a grid. Using a grid is lazy, and, you should be able to do it just by eyeballing it. And then, about 500 years ago, you can't use lenses or photography or any kind of tracing tools. That's cheating, even though pretty much every artist 500 years ago was using them, right? You can't use geometric perspective. That's math. You should be, don't be so anal retentive. Just be more expressive. And then, don't use video projectors or digital tools or an iPad. You should be using pencil on paper. And then now the latest thing is artificial intelligence. And every generation's got voices that tell people that they're cheating for using whatever tools. And the examples I always give are like, what would you say if your dentist said, I don't really believe in x-rays. I think that's cheating. I just like to use I feel like I've got a very fine-tuned ability to detect which teeth have cavities. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to pull out the teeth that I instinctually believe have cavities. Open up. I'm going to get the pliers. You'd be like, yeah, I'm going to go for a second opinion, right? Or if, if your accountant said, I think of calculators as cheating. I just like to add it up the old-fashioned way on a piece of paper. And, you know, sometimes I'm a little bit off, but most of the time I'm pretty much bang on. Just pass your taxes over here. I'll do those here. And you'll be like, you're not going to use a calculator? Like, oh, I don't know. Like, why? Like, you know, but we just take it for granted that, of course, people anyway, it boggles the mind. But it doesn't surprise me that those viewpoints come up. And obviously artists use them for their own benefit, because it benefits artists that people think that making art is impossible, or only, you know, the truly gifted, you know, people are able to do it, because then you can raise the prices, right? If everybody knows that they can make art just as good as anybody else, just with a little bit of time and energy, then the art world would collapse, right? So I think we've proven over and over again that anybody can do any of this stuff. It's not rocket science. And even rocket science is just a skill that can be learned, right? Great job, Farn. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to rant about something here. And you did a great job with the perspective. I think a little bit of something with this chair here, that this table leg or chair leg should be a little bit longer. Otherwise, well done. Gail. Whoa! That is wild. That is pretty cool, Gail. That's an explosion of color. Holy smokes, look at that. You know what's nice is the contrast between this very refined black lines here, and then this very painterly feathers here. I think satisfying. It's kind of neat seeing the contrast here. I could see some people wanting a little more consistency, but I like it. Interesting, you got your signature right there, kind of as like a feather. I don't know if I would have done that personally. I probably would have opted just to put that little signature here and maybe a very subtle, just slightly purple color. But, you know, I'm not saying I'm right about anything or I've got all the answers, but it's just one of those things I'm like, that's interesting. I guess, was that the only Gail painting we had? Sometimes we've got dozens of paintings by Gail. I guess maybe there are a whole bunch of, obviously we haven't talked about all the other paintings by all the other artists that we've done that we'll catch up to over the next few months. You know, like some of the paintings that we just did like last week, you know, we won't end up talking about those for another few months, just to give people an opportunity to create some of those paintings so that we don't just have Paula's paintings to talk about. As much as I love seeing all your paintings, Paula, it's always nice to see other people's work as well. So I was sort of try to delay that a little bit. Here's Jeff. Wow, good job. Painted with oil and gold leaf. Wow. That's great. Really excellent job. A lot of detail in here. You really clearly spent some time. Very impressive. I like that a lot. And is this watercolor? Oh no, you said oil paint. It does look like watercolor in a few places, but that's... Maybe you just had a lot of turpentine or odorless mineral spirits or something to get it very fluid-like. That turned out great. Gold leaf. Let's do a gold leaf. Maybe we'll do a Klimt or a medieval painting or something. Here's another Jeff painting. In honor of Michael's mustache. I appreciate that. Another Salvador Dali painting. This is a very famous one with these elephants and the long legs, and obviously a very strange one. And you've done a great job here. It's not too far off from the original. That horse is awesome. In particular, there's a lot of little details. That's one of the things I think most people don't realize about Dali, as I've said many times, is from even if you're not a big fan of like surrealism or the subject matter of his work, from a technical point of view, it's hard to argue against Dali. He's undisputably one of the greatest painters from a technical point of view of at least the past 100 years. And I'm sure if he had lived in a previous century, he would also have been considered to have been an excellent painter back then, which is not something we could say about a lot of artists of the past 100 years. You know, like, not that it necessarily matters, but, you know, you wouldn't, you know, like, could Jackson Pollock paint, you know, in this, like, a painting like Dali or Leonardo? I mean, he might have learned those, he probably learned some of those techniques in art school, but, you know, so, you know, when that's one of those things that, you know, when people say, "Oh, my kid could do that," one of the great ways that you can kind of defend yourself, I guess, against that attack is by saying, "Okay, well, yeah, but look, I can do that. I can do the stuff your child apparently cannot do, but I've chosen to do this." Right? And so that's not that I think anyone needs to be able to justify what they're doing, but if you do feel a little bit insecure, being able to show that you do have those skills and that you can deploy them when necessary is, you know, can, I guess, be reassuring, I suppose. Okay. Oh, look, here's a little bit of gold flakes in here. So we're moving on to Jillian. Okay, so here's some paintings by Jillian that were outside of the class. This is awesome. Albrecht Dührer's Praying Hands. We did this in a drawing class, and I really liked how that turned out. And so it's really cool to see you turning this into a painting. And it looks like you painted it and then scraped paint away. Is that what I'm seeing? How did you get that? Or is that a Posca pen? Maybe it's a Posca pen that you're drawing into the wet paint, or I wonder how that's happening. I think it's a Posca pen. But it looks awesome. That's great. I think it's fun that you've got this kind of the glitter on in the background. I think that's very cool. That turned out great. Well done. Saint Cecilia. Oh, and it's interesting too. So another thing that Jillian's done is gone through DeviantArt. DeviantArt is a website where I'll just show people, because so DeviantArt is this website where a lot of illustrators, mostly digital artists, post their work. And so we could look up what would be, let's say, Godzilla. Just typing a random word in here. And then you're going to get a whole bunch of different illustrations by these different artists. So you have a lot of like animators, illustrators, video game artists who are either doing this stuff professionally, or this is what they do in their spare time, and they post it to DeviantArt. And so obviously what Jillian has done has found some images that artists have created on that platform and is turning them into paintings. almost like using AI to come up with an image to then recreate in paint or drawing, which is fair. I also really appreciate that Jillian has credited the artist here, Theophilia on DeviantArt, with the original composition. I always think that's really important, right? Which is, again, if you're posting something to the Facebook group, acknowledge whose work it's based on. And I think that doesn't devalue what you've created. In fact, if anything, it first of all, it shows professionalism. It's I think it's the right thing to do, so it tells me you're a pretty upstanding person. And then I think it shows an engagement with other artists, with art history, that I think is so important. That no art exists in a vacuum, right? So great job, well done, Jillian. And this is beautiful, really cool, and especially the way that you've painted this. Really, really nice. Great. Here's another one, same artist from DeviantArt. That's great, this little baby. That's fantastic. Great. And I like, so then, these are great. There was an exhibition probably 20 years ago about these images that they found in Egypt that are like pretty, advanced. Like we think of kind of Egyptian art as sort of, like the, these side views, everything's very stiff. And then these artworks emerged that were painted like 3,000 years ago that look like something somebody could have painted last week, right? And I always find that kind of a little bit causes a little existential hiccup or something. We're like, oh my goodness, maybe we haven't evolved quite as far as we like to think we have, and that, like these people 3,000 years ago who are just like, out to lunch. Well, yeah, we're not really as they're not so distant, and we're not that much better than them. And or when I read things like Don Quixote by Cervantes, you think like, that was written 500 years ago? Like, that's probably more experimental of a novel than the vast majority of things being written today. It's kind of boggles the mind. Anyway, let's move on here. Jillian's eye, that is cool. Oh, and this is the original Botticelli. We looked at that already. Here's a Sacred Heart Easter painting. That's cool. I wonder if that's also based on DeviantArt. Here's a painting by an Arab-American artist who created a series, Helen Zuhaib, about the Syrian War. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that work. It's also cool. You did these versions of these Hindu goddess. I think there's that one. And that one. Wow, those are cool. Got a lot of work here, Jillian. I'm so impressed at how busy you've been. What's really cool is that there's, with this community, there are times where certain people are posting a lot of stuff, and then, they go in a different direction, and they kind of disappear for a while, just like Deborah was saying about Devin. And then other people kind of take up the mantle, and they get really excited for a while and post a bunch of stuff. And things kind of ebb and flow, and then somebody who hasn't posted stuff in a year or two comes rolling back in with a whole bunch of new stuff. That's great. Makes me super happy to see that there's that engagement. And yeah, that's just a typical thing that not everybody has a lot of this extra time. I think, again, I've talked about the signatures here, and I would probably opt to put that signature elsewhere instead of like a tattoo on her body, but Beautiful. Otherwise, that's great. I wonder, that looks like a little mixed media, some string or something glued on there. I like how you've got this little bit of blue underneath the skin, which is kind of like how we all are, right? There's blood pumping underneath our body, and we're going to see those little bits. It's not all just kind of peachy colors in Caucasian flesh, right? We're going to see a little bit of, you know, some warmer, cooler areas under there, and that just gives so much more vitality to the human form. Here's a Norman Rockwell painting. Wow, that's really great. That's a complex one. Wow, I wonder if you're tracing or just eyeballing these. Either way, really good. I like this kind of the sun is casting this orangey glow onto their bodies right along the edge. Very nice to notice that. That's a great one. I think maybe the dog's eyes could be a little bit more black and make the highlight smaller. I would probably opt just a tiny little reflection in those eyes. I think that would help, and maybe even the nose being a little bit darker. But again, I don't have to see the original. And that's wild. What are we looking at? My take on the letter D from the illuminated manuscripts, the Bury Bible, from 1121 to 1148 AD. Wow. Obviously, I'm assuming these colors are radically different. That is cool. Wow. I mean, I don't know what the original one necessarily looked like, but by using these very vibrant colors, it looks so psychedelic. Like, it looks like something Dr. Seuss would have created. And then you start thinking, like, maybe that's where Dr. Seuss got his stuff. And when you think, like, oh, Dr. Seuss was such a brilliant anomaly coming out of nowhere, and you're like, well, this is made 1,000 years before Dr. Seuss, or 900 years. Yeah, you didn't just come out of nowhere. There's precedent for all of that. Because, I mean, these sort of big, long, like, you know, this looks like Dr. Seuss legs. I mean, we've looked at a few people who were on that episode of the drawing course recently, right? Awesome job. We just got a couple more here, Jillian, before we move on. And you did Whistler's mother here. And I love how you did the full painting as we know it. And then you did a close-up on her face, which is awesome because, I mean, it almost feels like I should have done the same thing as well, because that's a really nice painting, and you did a fantastic job of getting all of these colors, these kind of grays and the pinks, the peachy colors, the kind of brownish greens, brown, like lots of subtle use of color that Whistler was using, and you nailed it. Wow. Awesome job. Great job, Jillian. You did a lot of work there. You should be super proud of. That's big, big leap forward. Okay, let's move on to Holly. Holly's painting here based on Edwin Holgate. That is awesome. That's great. Look at how you did these arms. Are you kidding me? You guys are getting so good. Those of you that have been painting along with me for the last few years are it's just so exciting. And, you know, I think maybe it was like Richard mentioned maybe last year or something, like, I don't know if I should post to the group anymore. I feel like I'm taking up space. It could be used for, you know, beginners, and I don't want to, you know, because clearly Richard's gotten really, really good. But I think I said, no, it's so inspiring for people to see where you're at, because it makes them feel like, I could do that one day. Here's where I am now, but man, the future's so bright, right? I can see it over the horizon. So, you know, that's awesome. Well done. I mean, Edwin Holgate, I think I did 3 paintings by Holgate, which is more than most of the other Group of 7 members when I did that series on the Group of 7, because I think he's really one of the most underrated of all of the group, maybe probably the most underrated of all the Group of 7. I think he should be way more well known, and yeah. So I someone is like, oh, that would be fun to do. I'm like, oh, I already did 3 of them, so. Prime my canvas for this painting. I don't think I have a finished version of this from you yet, so I'm curious to see how that unfolds. This is the Taras Shevchenko painting. That is really nice. Great job. The artist who created this painting is also known as really one of the great authors in Ukrainian history, and the prize, the annual prize given out to the highest achievements in art in Ukraine is named after Shevchenko. So so he didn't do that many paintings relative, because he really focused the majority of his life on poetry, but you just look at, oh, that's amazing. It's also cool that this was a rectangular painting, you've turned it into a square painting. Doesn't mean you've kind of chopped the feet off there, I think. Yeah. I would have opted, it's always, I mean, this is something that artists and particularly photographers talk about all the time, is never to clip a limb like that, like never to take a picture where there's just that, that my fingertips missing, right, or the top of my head missing like that. It's like either crop deep, like right in, so it's okay if my arm is kind of like that. That's more acceptable, but that kind of thing is like really pushing, because it just sort of looks like there's such a consciousness of the edge, that I probably would have opted to either stretch that leg out even further, or to kind of bring it in close so it's sort of right next to that foot, like she's more of a fetal position than kind of just this relaxed position. Anyway, just something I think about. Okay, well done, Holly. Let's move on to Janine. I love these paintings on rocks. This is something I see around Vancouver a lot these days, is people painting rocks in their garden and putting them outside, spraying them with a little bit of some sort of a sealant so that the paint doesn't just wash away in the rain overnight or something like that. But this is the kind of thing I can't wait for when our daughter's a little bit older, to do this type of thing and just decorate every rock in town. Okay. Here we have Janeki. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Janeki has posted a bunch of things, or no, just a few things, right? That is awesome. What a beautiful drawing. That should feel so satisfying. Holy smokes. So there's a lot of patience involved here, shading that out, and getting some of those different colors in here. What I really like is seeing a little bit of the opposite colors in here. So in this red, seeing a little bit of, I think there's a little bit of blue. This looks like a like navy blue. Works really well. So as I always say, like, using the opposite color in a shadow is really helpful. So like, when we've got, let's say, yellow banana, what's the opposite of yellow? Purple, right? So putting a little bit of purple into the shadow or the shadowy side of the banana is really good. On the apple. And so you got red. What's the opposite of red? Green. Right, so putting any kind of blue or green into that shadow works really well. I mean, we have a little bit more of this here, but that's okay. And then say the opposite, the green, putting a little bit of red into that shadow. And so it works particularly well with fruit and vegetables, because if you look at like fruit, often just by in nature alone, you have those opposition colors that often appear in the lighter or darker areas. Here's another one. First self-portrait ever. I need more practice drawing hair. Well, I don't know. I think you've done a pretty good job. Yeah, you could practice, but my goodness, if that's your first self-portrait ever, and I obviously have no idea what you actually look like and how faithful that is to the original, but that should be pretty encouraging. Ravi says, hello. Hi, Ravi. Yeah, that's excellent. Great job. I mean, I guess one thing you could do with this type of thing is, now that you've got all of this hair kind of defined like that, is to kind of darken down in certain areas. So let's say probably it might be darker under here. And just adding a little bit of nuance, so they're not just like one piece of string, but then they're going to go in and out of the shadow and highlight. Jason Wang, Dragon Fruit Squirrel by Noah, 10 years old. That is awesome. Oh, I love that. Dragon Fruit Squirrel. Wow, is that something that Noah came up with on his own? Or is this based on a cartoon or comic book that I'm not familiar with? Because that's pretty cool. That's a whole, line of toys and comic books and stuff. That is pretty cool. Wow. Congratulations, Jason. You got a talented 10-year-old in Noah there. Well done. Here's Jennifer. Here's a portrait of Michael Jackson. That's great. What's funny here is how kind of thin and narrow his nose is after all those surgeries. I think that's pretty wild. Right? It looks like Michael Jackson. Yeah, I mean, because he does have that almost like skeletal kind of quality towards the end of his life, right? He got so thin. Obviously, he was not very healthy, but you've captured that very well. This big bow is pretty funny, too. Really well done, Jennifer. I like that. I can't wait to see. I wish you would post some more here. That's the only one I have of yours. Here's Jenny. Says, does it look depressed? Does it look depressed? I don't know. You mean, I guess the flowers or the leaves are a little wilty, I suppose? I don't know if it's depressed. It looks great. I mean, maybe these colors, your greens, are a little bit on the more muted side, and maybe if they were a little bit more vibrant, maybe had a bit more warm yellow in there, they might look a little bit more alive, if that's what you're thinking. I don't mind it like this, but I could see a little bit, if you use your warm blue and warm yellow, you'd have a bit more of that grassy green color, which might give it just a little bit more of a sense of vibrancy. Here's Jenny's Lemon. Says, I'm in a lemon mood. That's great. I think this turned out great. Again, all of these colors are a little bit more on the cool side, just like we had here. And I can tell that's cool just because of the particular yellow here is that it's like a lemon yellow, right? So your warm yellow is going to be much more orange-like, like orangey in color. Almost a little bit like what we've got here with this brown, but obviously maybe not quite as without any blue in there. But I think these are great. These are really nice little studies of fruits and flowers. And Judy's painting here. Quick Sunday project. I like how you've painted, underneath here, that little bit of that shadow works really well of giving it that sense of darker area under here. Different plane going backwards into space. And even the background, like, I mean, probably my instinct would have been to paint the background and to kind of get it a little bit smoother. But the way that you've painted it, kind of maybe before or after, we see all of that. And I think it works fine. Yeah. Maybe it's a little bit different than what I would have done, but I think it turned out great. That's awesome. Thank you, Michael. This has been one of my favorites. It's exciting, you know. Again, you know, I mean, I'm obviously a huge fan of Tamara de Lempicka, the artist who created this work, which is why I chose it for our piece. But this is also one of the ones that people have, one of the most popular ones that people have done in the class. I would not have expected that. I'm kind of surprised that many people have even seen that image and know of it to select it. But obviously it makes me super happy. You did a great job here, Judy. I don't really know how there's nothing I can really offer. I mean, it's very stylized, maybe a little bit more stylized than what she did, in that, you know, she was going for kind of a, not a naturalism, but more of like this Art Deco approach to painting those fabrics. Whereas yours are even more stylized, you know, which by what I mean is that there's less gradations of value between light and dark. We have basically, you know, a light gray, dark gray, and a black. So you basically have 3 levels of contrast, as opposed to maybe 10 or 15 subtle gradations between light and dark, which just makes it's something, and that makes it appear more stylized. It's less realistic or representational, but still great. And oh my goodness, who's the artist that did this? Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Canadian artist. I won't be able to remember right off the top of my head, but we did this painting. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. I have to look it up. And I think we did this in 2020, didn't we? Molly Lamb Bobak. That's who did this painting. Molly Lamb Bobak. In fact, just while I'm here. There we are. Made that little change so I won't forget later. Great jobs. So Jula has been going through the original painting class and painting some of these paintings. We got the Molly Lamb Bobak, Alex Katz, is this Mary Cassatt? Yes, it is Mary Cassatt. Yeah. And Lauren Harris and Claude Monet and our Bob Ross and Renoir and Klimt and Morandi and Hilma Afklint and Matisse. And who did the cat? Suzanne Valadon, David Hockney, Keith Haring. You got all of them here. Van Gogh and That's the... Which one is it? I think I did that. I kind of sneaked down. Oh, the Sonia Delaunay. That's right. I think I snuck that into the first or second episode using the colors from the color wheel. And then the Mary Pratt and Chris O'Feely and Juan Miro, Chagall, Warhol. Okay, so let's just look at all of these again just really quickly. I like that you actually wrote the peel slowly and see on the banana. That's great. You know, in retrospect, I probably wouldn't put the Mary Pratt one at the very beginning of the course. It's probably a little bit more complicated than I thought at the time. Oops. These all look fantastic. Wow. I don't have anything, I don't know what to say on any of these, Jula, but I'm really encouraged. It makes me excited to see, now that you've done all this work, what you would do with some of the more recent episodes that we've done. And I'd be interested to see how you would tackle, you know, whichever ones that you're interested in, or upcoming ones, because clearly you've caught up to a bunch of people here. Well done. Okay, and then there's Karen. Has got a few here. Here's the Thinker and Superman and Julie Doucette. This is the painting class. Oh, cool. Oops, Dr. Seuss. Oh, wow, you sketched your son for his birthday? That's so cool. Wow, I love that. Can you guess the cat's mood? Doesn't look very happy, does it? Looks a little like, I told you I wanted tuna. When you're sleeping, I'm going to sit on your face. Okay. Oh, did we... Oh, sorry. This is Karen. So let's stay with Karen here. That's great. Yeah, I mean, could we get more personality and a likeness into that portrait? Probably. It is a little bit generic, but to be doing this at this stage of where you're at makes me super happy. And there's lots of famous professional artists who actively go for a bit more of a simplified face, like Matisse, for instance, and did very well for themselves. These are great. These are excellent. Really good. Way to go, Karen. I cannot wait. You know, especially since some of these artworks we're looking at are from a few months ago, it just makes me think, wow, where are we going to be, you know, a year from now if you keep it up and you keep drawing and painting along? Like, you know, so I really hope people who are watching right now, you know, continue to stay engaged and, you know, come back and just show us what you're up to now, rather than just sort of, okay, I'm done with that, I'm moving on to bigger and better places. Well, show us what those bigger and better places look like, because it can also be really inspiring for people who are just getting started in the community to feel like, that's where I could go. Those are possible destinations after just like a year of working together. Kushik. Here's a few here. That turned out great. I love that drawing. Wow. That is excellent. Let's go through a few of the ones you've got here, Kushik. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, and that's the end of this group, so we're moving on to Lolly and a few, the L's coming up here soon. Okay, so that portrait, that's great. I love the variation in the line work here, that we've got thin and thick lines, and I think you've deployed them in, you know, strategically in great places, like her eyebrow and her eyelash have the thickest lines. So it really directs our attention to her eyes, right? Because that's probably where instinctively we're gonna go towards the eyes anyway. But if the eyes are, you know, treated the same way as everything else, maybe we don't go there first and we get kind of tied up in the back of her head or something. Here you're directing us to her eyes, and then what the human mind always wants to do is, when we see a picture of someone and their eyes, we always want to look for what those eyes, where are those eyes looking, right? And in this instance, it then takes us directly to the child in her arms, and all these lines for the child are done relatively thin, some of the thinnest lines in this portrait, which give the sense of vulnerability of that child, right? It makes perfect sense. I really like how that's done. Okay, this is great. Well done with that dog. I love the way you've drawn this. Very cool. Right, all these kind of fast little lines give it a real furry quality. Exceptional. That's great. You know, it probably took, you know, an hour or more to do this drawing, but it really pays off. That's huge. I would say, I mean, it might be nice to get even darker, I would imagine, underneath some of these eyelids. We'd have to be a little bit darker inside those nostrils, be a little bit darker, and in that mouth, maybe a few of the folds by the ears, if you wanted to kind of push that value contrast a little bit more. This John Wick, that's great. Keanu Reeves, he definitely looks like he's, you know, obviously this is just, the red can just be a shadow that you've chosen, but it's also, John Wick is a particularly kind of violent action adventure kind of series. So it looks like it could be shadows and or blood all over the place. So I think that's an interesting decision. That works really well. That's great. This LeBron James. That's wild. I don't know what to say here. I think this looks great. I love kind of, you know, the way that the colors are sort of alternating in here. I don't know if there's a particular kind of logic you're using, or it's just kind of random. I could see both being really interesting strategies. I could see the randomness working really, really well, which feels more random here. And then I could see strategically putting maybe colors that have a darker value level in the shadows, and that working really effectively. So that's cool. Great job. My first acrylic painting. Hee hee. Oops. Wow. That's good for your first one. Right, we have this figure in the rain with an umbrella walking down a street or alley. Yeah. I'd love to see more. I mean, I think we've got a few. Or no, these are pencil crayons. Wow, the stylization you're doing here is really wild. I'm really impressed by the adventurousness here and the courage to really break up the human form into these just seemingly random shapes. They look like puzzle pieces. It's very cool. Wow, yeah, let's keep on going here. Let's see where this takes us. That is wild. This is Starry Night recreated by me. Wild. It's interesting. You sort of turned this into like a ocean or a lake or something, or like the edge of the water, and that this is a reflection, whereas this is really just a cypress tree that's coming right up through from the foreground. That's it. So that's an interesting decision. I mean, because it looks like a reflection, I guess I would expect to see reflections down here of the city, the little village, and of the stars, if this is now actually water. It doesn't bother me. It's wild. You know, very interesting, these very psychedelic colors. And here's another John Wick, Keanu Reeves painting. It's amazing how just a little bit of, you know, we don't even need the eyes or nose, but just a bit of facial hair and Keanu's kind of famously tousled hair is enough for us to, information for us to know who this actually is. That's wild. Whew, okay. Let's keep on trucking here. Sorry, I just have to find where all these went. Whew, okay, my feet. Still lots to look at here, folks. So if you're joining us for the first time, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, comment on previous videos, post your stuff to the Facebook so that we can celebrate your work just as we're doing here. Obviously, if you're doing that, most of you watching probably have participated in that before, but there's also a lot of people who watch these episodes who don't feel confident enough to share their work publicly. And I think one thing that we can see here is, yes, it does take a little bit of courage to do that, but I think it's a major leap forward in your growth as an artist to put something out there into the world. And I guarantee you it's not as bad as you might think it is. All artists are always convinced that they're garbage and they're making bad art. So if you found anything useful, of helpful, interesting, laughable, terrible, please consider leaving a donation as well. You can use a donation through PayPal, Super Chat, or send a check or e-transfer. All of those are super appreciated. Everything that we're seeing is created through your support and generosity. So I always just want to acknowledge that, how appreciative I am. Okay. So we have a few artworks by Lolly here, although I think this is the only one we'll look at right now, because the other ones we'll look at as part of when we talk about other artists in future episodes. But this is a painting that Lolly made here. I don't think there was any information on the Facebook group as to what the story is behind this here. But it has like a film noir kind of feeling here of, you know, so there's this guy meeting this woman, potentially, this, you know, in front of the train station, the tube there in London. And who are these other shadowy figures in the background? Are they also spies or detectives? I'm a huge fan of film noir, so whenever I see, you know, like people dressed in this particular era of clothing, and I get very excited because I've seen almost every major film noir film. Read all sorts of pulp novels, Dashiell Hammett and Raymond Chandler and stuff. But I love this Lolly. This is great. What could I offer in terms of feedback here? I don't know. I like how this one turned out. You know, it's interesting that the sort of the look you know, he's looking almost right at us. And she's looking kind of down, I think. It's a little hard, it's a little pixelated, so I can't quite tell, but she looks like she's looking down, maybe not necessarily aware of, but she's probably a little bit afraid. She's probably like, I don't know. You know, I don't know what's around the corner. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have stolen those diamonds after all. And then he's sort of looking right at us like, what are you looking at? Why don't you go your own way? You got nothing to look at here. Yeah, just because I'm going to, you know, rob this woman or murder her, no business of yours. Keep on going. Right? I always just love making up stories when I'm looking at artworks, because I think we all do instinctively anyway. So here's Lori. Another digital piece that I'm not close to being done with. So using digital tools to create artwork. I love that. It's interesting that that's what Lori's doing, and then also this type of stuff. So, you know, we've got these super detailed images mixed into these abstract patterns. We've got boats and whales and monsters and castles and dragons. You know, it's interesting how they change when I look at them up close. I know this like bridge or stairway. You know, when I saw them kind of on the Facebook group zoomed out, I just thought it's just pure doodle abstraction. And then you look up close and you start seeing some of those elements. It's like, oh, wow, that's changed. So this is really cool, Lori. And it's fascinating to see that. And then you do this kind of thing. Another digital piece that I've been working on for months. I don't think she'll ever be done. I don't know. I think you're probably pretty close here. I would say also, you know, if you're working on something over and over for months and months, it's probably a good idea to move on. Or to start it again and try doing it again much faster. Like, if you've been working on something for more than a few weeks and you're just not happy with it, I think, I don't think it's probably going to get much better. I feel like the original spirit and energy is probably dissipated after a few months, that you would probably get better results and be happier with it and learn a lot more if you just put it to the side and try doing a new version from scratch. Yeah, whether you're painting or drawing or using a tablet to do it, you know, again, it's not, I always think of it in terms of food metaphors, but it's not too dissimilar to, let's say, making a batch of cookies, and you make some dough, and you're making the dough, and you're like, oh, I don't know if it's just, I'm gonna put it back in the fridge, and I'll try again tomorrow. Maybe I need some more salt or sugar, and you take it out, and I don't know, I put it back, and you never actually put them in the oven and just be done with it and cook it, right? Sometimes it's just like, you know, if you taste it and it's like either just make those darn cookies or throw the batter out and make a new one again, right? Like, I don't know if it's, you know, waiting and tinkering with it is literally going to have any objective benefit. I think it's probably just going to end up holding you back and making you feel like really insecure and overly cautious about mistakes. And I really don't think that's a helpful mindset or approach. I think there are lots of examples in art history where people worked on something and set it aside for years before bringing it back in. Probably, you know, the best example would be Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, where he worked on that thing for like a decade or more. But I think that might have more to do with the process Da Vinci was using, which required the painting to dry for months on end before he put another thin layer on, and then that had to dry. So I don't know. I always worry about when people tell me that they've been working on something for a long time, whether that's here on YouTube or my in-person classes. If it's in my in-person classes, I say, I would literally give someone the assignment and say, okay, I want you to put that aside, and I want you to do a new version in less than 2 hours. And then, and if you do that, I'll give you an automatic A+. But if you keep on working on this, I'm going to give you a C. I don't, because it's not going to get any better, and it's just going to drive you nuts. I want you to start it over and do a new version. And usually, every time I've done something like that, the people are just like, wow, I can't believe, I didn't think, I thought I would need another month to work on this. And I was able to do it in an hour and a half. And I'm like, exactly. Right? Here's Luis. I have been following drawing lessons. This night, inspiration knocked in my door, and I made this portrait of Nina Simone. That is awesome. I love that idea that inspiration came to you, knocked on the door, and you opened the door and created Nina Simone together. That is cool. And yeah, sometimes you just have to open the door in the middle of the night and let that stranger inside. But being receptive to an idea when it strikes you and to take action on that, I couldn't be more supportive of that. Very cool. Well done. Here's M. McCall's Tiger. Again, you can see a lot of people posted that one. Ooh, I love how you did all the different dogs and posted these. Wow, look at these. These are great. Look at that little Bambi. Wow. These are pretty cool. Oh, I remember doing the toilet paper rolls. That's so funny. Flashback. That's crazy. Wow, Dr. Seuss. Okay, wow. Great. I feel very encouraged by these drawings in particular. This shows that you can draw pretty quickly. Yeah, some of the, like maybe the legs of this lion are a little awkward, but that's something we can develop and get stronger at. But the fact, like the confidence that you drew this dog, or that little deer, or elephant, makes me very, very excited. And all of these guys. Wow, and these little Keith Haring figures. Great! Very cool. Keep on going. Keep on going. Okay, where am I going? He's accidentally... Okay, there we are. Okay. So let's look at May's artwork now. Woo! Halfway through the alphabet here. Keep on plowing ahead. Here's the Maria Primachenko. That turned out great, May. I don't know if I have anything to offer or add here that I haven't said about other people's work recreating this painting by this great Ukrainian artist. You know, it's worth just mentioning that the home and museum that the former home of Maria Primachenko, that was a museum dedicated to her and other Ukrainian artists, was destroyed in the first few weeks of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And Maria Primachenko is you know, she'd be like the Grandma Moses. She's like the Ukrainian version of Grandma Moses, or the Canadian or the Ukrainian version of Maud Lewis in Canada. And to think that, you know, that you know, historical cultural site has been obliterated. It's just so tragic. It just, I'm getting myself whipped up into it. I just can't believe what's going on. Anyway, here's May. This is your Kandinsky painting. That's great. This one, you know, I maybe I took longer on it than I maybe should have, but I think it ultimately paid off. This is great. My first painting after a long hiatus. Feels great to be painting again. That makes me excited. Well done, May. And again, I feel like you took a bit of a hiatus and then maybe kind of disappeared again. So hopefully, May, when you watch this, you'll get inspired to come back and keep painting with us again. These are great. Well done. Here's Margaret. 3 paintings for my dining room of these wine glasses. Great. You know what's interesting is, you know, wine glasses or glasses and bottles are all relatively difficult things to draw because they're symmetrical shapes generally, right? And, you know, it can be hard to get that curve to appear the same on both sides. Sometimes it's a little lopsided. And you've done a pretty good job. I mean, maybe it's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect. But I mean, these are pretty close to bang on, all right? I would say that, you know, by like these vertical lines in the background, what they can do is they make it easier to spot the, I guess, the areas that aren't perfectly symmetrical, because if there's lines on both sides, visually, you know, it's very clear. Let's say, for instance, we see this line going up here and it reaches the water, so this one should go, oh, but it's not quite the exact same curve. Or up here, this diverges away from that black line, so this one should, but it doesn't. So I think if we didn't have these lines, the red and the black on either side, or if they were just a little bit further away, then that would give you a little bit more leeway for, you know, a little quote-unquote imperfection, right? Because adding them there is it's just going to call attention to those differences a little bit more than had they not been there. Not a big deal. It doesn't bother me. I think it looks fantastic, but just something to kind of keep in mind. And that goes for just like anything, you know, like if you're painting like a building and you've got other, you know, I don't know, or a person's face, and you put something on like 2 symmetrical lines on either side. Well, if someone's looking straight ahead and one eye is a little closer to that edge than the other, or higher or lower, it just gives, you know, a very, you know, like an unconscious measuring stick for us to notice those differences. Okay, Maria, here we've got a few. So, and I remember there being a few more. I don't know why I couldn't only find these few mural images. I was gone for a while because of a big project. I'd like to ask some advice. How do I shade the waterfall? And I think there might have been another one with the finished waterfall. I don't think I have them in here, though. No. Maybe we talked about it in the previous episode. How do I shade the water? How do I add shade to this waterfall? Well, I mean, I guess my probably primary instinct would be to add warmer blue, like your ultramarine blue, and we can put some of that into the water, and that's going to give a little bit more depth. It's going to pull that waterfall forward versus using cooler colors in the background and then slowly, you know, blending them until we get to warmer colors in the foreground. Like, I think you've done a great job of having your more saturated colors in the foreground, like this tree. And then in behind, you've got these desaturated colors that have gray and white in them, right? And that immediately creates a really nice contrast and pushes them backwards. So I think the same sort of thing here, just a little bit of warm blue, perhaps, into some of these streaks, especially towards the bottom where it's going to be darker. And then, is there water? Where does that water go? Is this a river? What am I looking at here? I see that would be a question. Is so we have all this water rushing down the hill from this waterfall, and then it just disappears here. Is there a creek or something there? I'm not really sure. It doesn't bother me, but just something that I think about, because then I like this tree. Is that the reflection of the tree in the water? I don't think so. I think this is all grass, right? These birds are great. And one of the things I remember thinking about is interesting decision to put the bird sort of halfway over top of that. I think it's like a fire alarm or something. My instinct would have been to either put that fire alarm right inside the body and cover it in completely by that goose, or to leave it totally separate. And so that would occur like in the initial planning stages for that painting, and to really think about where you would put that bird so that it's not just sort of like, it's almost like that is some sort of box strapped to the back of the goose, right? So it's it's a little distracting to me personally, but not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, kind of like what you've done here. You've kind of hidden that alarm inside the tree, so it's more well integrated. I think it's kind of funny that the tree, it's almost like the door leads into the tree. It's a little bit like, was it The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe or something, or Alice in Wonderland? Like, you go into this tree or emerge from the tree. And this next set of artworks is really awesome, Maria. I'm really excited by these. I wonder what the story behind some of these are. Wow. Did I talk about these last class? I might have. Did I? Or have I just seen them on the Facebook group a few times? I don't remember. These are awesome, though. They all look like they would make for like really cool t-shirts. I could see really developing these, selling them as like like decals or stickers, or little canvases, in a tourist area. So they kind of remind me a little bit of that old surfing movie Endless Summer, if that rings a bell. There was a kind of a famous surfing movie in the, what was that, the 60s or 70s? Yeah, right? 60s? Beach Boys-y kind of era. That the poster kind of looked a lot like this. In fact, let me just... There we go. It's actually different than I remember it being, but your palette with these very like 3-4 colors, a red, an orange, a yellow, 2 blues, keeping it to that very, very minimal palette, I think in each of these paintings is very effective. It gives it a really iconic quality that is very striking. These are the kinds of things that would work really well for like a book cover as I said, posters, album covers. You know, I think these are really strong. So I think, you know, it's interesting that, you know, you have these more kind of rendered images here, and then you've got these very stylized, very graphic images. And so I think it almost feels like you're sort of at a crossing point there as to which direction do you want to go in. Do you want to go into that more kind of stylized graphic type of imagery, or into something where we have a little bit more rendering happening? So I love these. I think this is the final version of this. Is the mustache? I think this is the second version, right? I think it'll turn out great. I mean, it's hard to see if this got much darker down here. It is funny that he's like wearing his tights, and yet he's surfing his phone. I wonder what this area is down here. And why? What is this? I'm a little confused with the background. I mean, is this a valley? And is this the other side of the valley, or is that the sky? Because is this the sky here? We've got the sky is basically the same color as this area. So why does it rise up and kind of come up or down back here? So I would have, if I was to do that, and let's say this is sky under here, my instinct would probably be to, I don't know, I would probably have it go underneath and leave a little gap underneath that leg, and then come up there. Not a big deal, but it's just one. It's like what is the architecture of that space? Okay, Maria. The drawing class is doing the drawing class. That's, oh, so this is a different person altogether. Maria. Oh, Mariana. Good morning from Greece is working on the drawing course. That is awesome. I love how these turned out. Did I do that? I can't remember. That's so awesome. Really nice use of like very delicate mark making. Like, look at all those little lines in there. My goodness. Very careful. I mean, it's really beautiful. And we'll have to look at it. Do we have any more by you as well? We got this dog. Oh, that's cool. It says, I love doodling. It's like meditation for me. It says, I started drawing 3 months ago and I found these amazing courses. Awesome. Here's a Rick and Morty canvas for your partner's birthday. Awesome. That's cool. I like how you framed it too. That makes all the difference. And a Crab and Barney as a gift for my mother. That's funny. Okay, so we've got, what is that, from SpongeBob SquarePants, that crab, I think? Right, and Barney, Kinder Surprise. So I got a whole bunch of different things going on here. Oops, sorry. And wow, that is quite the wild warm-up. This sort of reminds me of the interior of like a tree, like the rings of a tree. One of my former teachers in art school, named Blake Sinini, does a lot of stuff with wood like that, these cross sections of wood, and really uses the the internal rings as part of his work. Very cool. So these are great. Way to go, Mariana. I think you're showing exceptional promise. I like the doodling. I like the fact that you find doodling to be meditative and helpful. I think is a great realization. And so just you start thinking, okay, well, how do you want to use that? And it doesn't just have to be doodles, which are just sort of, you know, an afterthought, but you can really, like, you know, the best example is of someone who's sort of taken doodling to the extreme. It would be Yayoi Kusama, who we've done a few episodes on, and I'm a huge fan of hers. I think really, you know, besides, again, we talked about Peter Doig and Nicole Eisenman, David Hockney. Yayoi Kusama is arguably, you know, again, one of the top 5 greatest living artists. And her whole experience, the reason why she makes art is as a meditative experience. She struggles with mental health issues, and so she uses her art as a way to keep herself occupied. And she makes these, let's see, not a lot of her, where's her paintings in here? This is just a photo shoot, but she does these paintings that have a tremendous amount of detail in them, because she says that while she's working on those artworks, it takes her mind off of the stress and anxiety she has in life. Right, so here's, and you know, the painting that we did of hers, I think we did 2 of them. They took time. It took some serious time to do them. But they're super satisfying. So anyway, I would just consider, how could we turn your doodles into artwork? They don't have to be one or the other, and there's no shame in doodling, because doodling always sounds like a bit of a pejorative, like, you're just gonna doodle. It's just a doodle, right? As opposed to like, wow, it's a doodle. Wow, this is the best doodle I've ever seen, right? I think it's like, it's a doodle or a drawing is real art. You know, drawings up here, doodling is right there on the bottom between chicken scratches, right? So, well done. Yeah, these are great. Well done. I'm just keep on moving forward here. Here's Marie. Posted by mistake. Nevertheless, there are no mistakes. Why is it a mistake to having posted this? That's interesting. I think it looks great. And I agree, yeah, there's no mistakes, right? Just opportunities. This is beautiful. Obviously, being of Ukrainian descent myself, I remember growing up viewing Ukrainian dancing and seeing these beautiful outfits all the time. I think that one of the last, the previous, not the last feedback episode, but the one I did before that, I wore my shirt that I had made and had custom made for me in Ukraine just like 6 months ago, after the war had begun. I've been supporting Ukrainian businesses that are still trying to exist and thrive despite everything going on. So I encourage anybody to do the same. If you're interested in any Ukrainian stuff, literally going and online and shopping from those retailers who are still trying to create things despite being in an active war zone, I think is amazing. And anything I can do to support those people, I will do. So anyway, beautiful work here. I love all of these colors and the ribbons. Awesome. Oh, this is someone, I think this is on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. posted this. I just wanted to show this because I get these things all the time, which I mean, they're just so beautiful, these comments. And, you know, it just reminds me why I'm doing what we're doing and why the power of art. So Manali says, I recently came across your channel while looking for beginner-friendly drawing lessons on YouTube. I loved to draw as a kid, but I was never taught that I could pursue a career in it, which is why I ended up double majoring in psychology and literature, which I also love. But art, I believe, has always been something that I loved so much but struggled with practicing. When I searched on YouTube, the beginner-friendly lessons were not all that beginner-friendly. I just wanted to say that even though I'm only on the 5th or 6th video of the playlist, yet I truly feel so happy while practicing. Your videos, despite however long, make me want to sit and watch every second again because they truly make me feel like it is all right to be bad at art as long as you're doing it for yourself to learn. And this is something I've struggled with a lot. Your videos are also helping me stay consistent in practicing, yet another struggle. So yes, thank you so much. For that, I am really learning a lot, and having been liking, commenting on your videos as much as I can. I wish I could send a small tip along, but I don't earn myself so much. That's hard, but I am supporting your channel as much as I can, and one day I hope to support you for what you're giving me. I intend to follow your acrylic painting playlist later as well, and if possible, I'd love to see one related to watercoloring. Thank you so much and have a nice day. A fan from Pakistan. Oh, that is... like, I mean, I just share that just because it's so meaningful to me, like, to think that I could have an impact on someone literally on the other side of the planet who doesn't have an opportunity otherwise to learn art, is using these classes and showing improvement and feeling that they're reconnecting to their passion. And so again, I encourage anybody who's watching right now to also think about how they can share this knowledge that's been passed down to me, that I'm passing on to you, how you can share that with your friends and family, and whether that's, you know, doing little classes like Deborah did, or we looked at much earlier on in today's episode, for her granddaughter and her granddaughter's friend, or teaching other people in your community, or just making things like making your own Christmas cards and birthday cards and handing those out. And then that people are like, oh, I didn't know you did this. Wow, I've never, how, like, wow, I didn't know you making art. Oh yeah, I just started learning, and you could learn too. Why don't we get together on a Sunday afternoon and take a paint class at our local community center? Or we could watch Michael's videos and paint along together in the next episode. All those things, I think, help increase the number of people who are making art together, and I think providing a much more positive outlet for various different, you know, emotions, feelings, thoughts that maybe we're all having in these maybe confused times we're living in. So awesome. Thank you so much, Manala. Okay, Nancy says, posting for the first time. I have been so busy the past few weeks and decided to paint a quick 8x10. Awesome, Nancy. That looks great. What a fantastic little landscape. This is beautiful. Like, I love this little kind of clearing that opens out into the beach, and then we've got this crystal blue water. Gorgeous. Really nicely done. And it's nice that it's in this little frame. It just shows that you're treating it with respect. You're treating yourself with respect here. You've done a pretty good job. There's not much I would add. I though would probably say, as you might hear me say all the time, is maybe having, you know, I think the darkest and most saturated colors should be right in the foreground. So I would probably try to make these bushes, and I'm not saying you have to do anything. I like how it turned out, but you know, it is one of those things where this probably should be maybe darker than some of these rocks or trees. That's why I always save, that's why I like mixing my own black, because if I use a black I've mixed, well, I could put it here, and then I can always break out the black tube of paint and put that into some of those foreground areas if I need be. So, you know, putting your signature right there, I don't know. You know, we've talked about signatures a number of times today, that, especially on the diagonal, like, I feel like it really takes my attention away. It's not a big deal with this particular painting, but just always be careful, I think. You know, whenever I'm thinking, like, I don't sign the front of every painting. I do some of them. I'd say maybe 30% of the paintings I make today, I sign the front of it. But it's usually after a lot of consideration. I'll look at it and be like, first of all, does it need my signature? And if I put my signature in there, will it complement the composition, or will it take away from the composition? If it's going to take away, then it shouldn't be there. Right? And you see people like, oh, you've got to put your signature on there, and you should put a copyright symbol and a date. I don't know, that's crazy. You don't need to do that at all. If you publish it somewhere, it's all of a sudden it's now copyrighted. If someone did try to copy it, there's not a lot you can do, but if you wanted to sue them, you could show them where it was posted, at what time and date, take a screenshot of it. But, you know, copyright is, you know, putting that copyright symbol, I think, is just the absolute worst thing. And not that you've done that, Nancy. I just see it all the time, and I think, like, there's no purpose for that. Natalie here. I want to reproduce that color. How do I read which color to put? I'm in Photoshop. Oh, there's Sarah in the chat. Hello, it's lunchtime in Australia. So glad I've caught you live. Awesome, great to see you in the chat. What time is it? It's 7 o'clock here in Vancouver, 7 p.m. Wow, I've been on for 5 hours. Okay, so how many more do we have? Ooh, still got probably another hour to go. Okay, Natalie says, how do I mix this color? So the color you're at, if you're using this type of, I almost wonder if this is a whole episode in and of itself. How to explain this diagram. So this diagram here, what this shows is this up here is white, that's black, and that's full saturation of color. And this is basically our color wheel showing the outside edges of the color wheel. So if we look at our color wheel, in this situation, you have the outside here, kind of, I guess it's inverted, it's going in a different direction, but so this tells you how you can mix those colors. So what you're circled right down here tells us that where you are is roughly right about here, right in between your warm reds and your cool reds, maybe even pretty much right on the edge. So the first thing, if I want to mix this color, well, that's basically just mixing my warm red and my cool red, and that would put me right there in between. This here tells me my level of saturation and how much white or black I have in there, the value level. So if I was all the way to here, if I dragged this out here, then I'd be at full saturation. So I'm right here. But I'm not. I've dragged this into the inside, pulling me towards the neutral core. And so I would say where I am here with this color is right about, well, it's a gray, and it's almost neutral. It's like very, you know, it's like this, it's very muted, kind of brownish kind of color. Right? So then I think to myself, okay, if that's the color that I want, that is not quite black, but it's kind of a gray, and it's not like a, and because if it was right in the middle, it would be black, but it's still a little bit on the brown side. It's a little bit outside here. So how do I mix that? Well, I could do two things. One of which is I could mix my cool red and my cool yellow, and that's going to get me really close to the neutral core. And I could add a little bit of cool blue perhaps in there, and that's going to pull that color towards the center, right? Same thing with warm blue, whatever it is, any kind of blue, or even a little bit of green, which contains that same yellow, right? Or you could mix your saturated, fully saturated orange, and then add a little bit of blue to it, which is going to pull that color in, and then add some black and white and turn it into a gray. Because it's just like, okay, if that's the color that I want, that's right about there, then how do I take the closest existing color and pull it into that zone? Right? I don't know if that, again, I'd have to kind of think of a better way to explain it, but I think if that's sort of what you were asking about, Natalie. This, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some disagreement as to how color should be displayed in Photoshop. Here, so Natalie runs an art supplies store and art gallery in New Brunswick, if I believe, right? Is it Moncton, maybe? I'm sorry if I can't remember exactly where it is, but so here's what I don't know if that's Natalie or not. No, this is an artist painting on the window or wall of her store. But that's cool. I love that, you know, it's in a shopping mall, and she's invited people to come and other artists to paint in there, and that's awesome. Great job, Natalie. Here's Nikki here. Nikki's got a bunch coming up. So cactus sunsets. I still have a problem painting clouds, although I'm okay with the results. We've done a few cloud paintings. We did the Edwin Holgate painting of Ukraine a few months ago. We did a Rene Magritte painting of like a, I think it's called The Great Family, of like a bird, kind of a bird flying through the sky, but it's kind of cut out and there's clouds there. We've done a number of cloud paintings. So I think what I would do, if you're not happy with the way you paint clouds, and I don't think there's necessarily anything totally wrong with these, I think we could get them maybe a little bit more precise, is just to look at some of those paintings we've done and just either watch those episodes carefully or try reproducing those skies. I think that would really, really help. And I think one thing that would also really, really help with clouds is glazing fluid or slow dry medium, so that you can kind of buff out the edges, because clouds sometimes have sharp edges like we've got up here, but are often kind of a little bit, you know, fluffy and hazy. So adding some of that, I think, would be great. Here's another one by Nikki, Water Lilies. Any advice for the background? I don't know. I mean, you could paint blue water there, or a sunset. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways that you could approach that background if you wanted to change the background. I think it looks kind of neat on that black background, though. Again, with the signature, I just feel it occupies such a big part of that picture. I'd always be hesitant to put it there like that. I'd probably opt for something very small up in the farthest, the corner furthest away from everything. And rather than using white, I'd probably use like that green, that really dark green, or maybe just a slightly lighter version of it, so that it matches and complements the rest of the composition. This dog decal. You turned into a painting. That's wild. So what is that? Is that the Tennessee Vols football mascot? I painted. That's cool. I like. I really like how you've used this kind of stippling method to paint around. I think that's very successful. I don't know what I would add to it. Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, I think even your signature down here is a little bit more well integrated. It's a little bit off to the side, and it's black on this relatively dark gray, so it doesn't pop so much. So I think that's important. Nikki's, I might attempt to paint an animal without a tutorial. It took me weeks. I can't do much fur by myself. So I'm assuming you're painting from an image. It's really wild background, which is fantastic. It's almost got a bit of a Aurora Borealis kind of quality, that the way that the sky at night can light up like that. That kind of sphere hovering above its horns like that is pretty wild. It's an interesting compositional device there. It sort of gives it this very mystical, supernatural quality of some sort of energy force, either kind of right above its head or in the background. Again, with like the signature, this like bright pink, there isn't any pink that I can see in the painting itself. So I kind of question the use of pink here. Like, let's say you had a lot of pink in the face or in the background or splatters, pink would be more acceptable. But even then, I would opt for probably this orangey color here. And you might say, well, then no one's going to be able to see it. It's like, yeah, kind of, exactly, right? I think we want, again, with signature, you want it, if you feel you need it, and I, again, don't think you do need it, but if you feel you need it, then you kind of want it only for someone who needs to look carefully, who's going to find it. And it's not going to take people that long, right? So I'm always much more opt for subtlety. As I said, I really only sign the front of a drawing or painting 30% of the time, because often I look at it and think like, I don't think I can put anything in here that's going to complement it. I feel like it's going to just draw attention away from it, and that's the last thing I want to do with my signature. You know, I was watching a great video on photography just a few days ago, and they were talking about thinking of photographs as like a stage play or a movie, in that the central subject of a photograph is like the main actor, and everybody else on stage is there to everyone's there to make each other look good and to support one another, and really to make the main actor, the hero or heroine of the story, you know, shine, right? In the same thing that like if you have Bob Dylan performing on stage, you know, everyone is there to make Bob look great, right? If you have someone else on guitar just playing amazing stuff, you don't want everyone to leave like, yeah, Bob was okay, but that guitarist was amazing. You want everyone to be like, wow, Bob did great. Yeah, and what an incredible band he had behind him. You want, right? You don't want the supporting actors to outshine the star, right? And sometimes that happens, and it's like, you know, it's kind of a jarring experience when someone else who's playing a minor role in a movie does so much better than the lead actor. It kind of undermines the whole film. And so they were saying, like, you should think of, let's say you take a picture of a tree, that tree is the star, And then you're having somebody else on the side is supporting that star. And so I think of that same sort of thing with like a signature, right? You've got your moose, right? They're the star. That signature should support the star, not take energy and attention away. It should all be going into making that central subject, or the main focus. It should be pushing energy towards it, not away from it. So like this is great. Like at first, maybe there's a signature in here, but I don't see it. And so that's good, because then if I'm really excited about this, then there is some information maybe I could find. And so I don't see a signature. If I was, I would put it pretty small in that corner. But that's great. Another attempt to paint a moose without a tutorial. I'm glad that I made good grass, I think. That's awesome. I think you did, yeah, it's good grass, especially right up front here. And it's also, you know, you got a great kind of sense of light here. We've got kind of some darker hills, and it looks like some light shining in between these clouds onto the grass. Really well done. I do think, you know, it's probably, you know, there's a little bit of awkwardness in the face of this moose that might be resolved with, you know, learning a little bit more about drawing, I think. Because probably this head should be maybe a bit bigger than the rest of the body, right? Or in other words, maybe the body should be a little bit smaller, because that head is coming towards us. So in the same instance, right, like if my hand is back here, my hand now looks, when I put my hand right here, it basically covers my entire face. But when it's back here, it now looks half the size of my face. And so we want that same sort of thing. And what that is, we're talking about, is foreshortening. When we make something that's closer appear to be bigger. So now that hand is now double the size of my face. Here it's the same size. Here it's half the size. So, you know, that you might say, well, the moose's head is, you know, really not that big. Well, yeah, but if it's the closest thing towards us, then it's going to look funny if it's not bigger than the rest of the body. Because then that makes the rest of the body behind it look huge and makes that head look smaller even. Right? So it's not a big deal. And I applaud you for doing this without a tutorial. That's great. It's just, I think and sometimes that what I think can happen is if we're working from photographs too closely, because different lenses can create different effects. Like there's certain, and I teach a photography class. There's a whole photography class for free here on YouTube if you want to watch that. But different lenses can what is it called? Compress space versus widen space. So let's say this is a really long telephoto lens. Then what that's going to do is make this head look basically the same size of its butt, whereas if we use a different kind of lens, that head would look twice the size of its butt. So sometimes as an artist, you have to be kind of aware of those things in order to sort of draw it wrong, so it diverges from the photograph in order to make it look realistic. Here's the Superman logo. This is awesome. This is great, Nikki. You paint the Superman logo without a tutorial. Wow. That's great. And you see, I remember you. I feel like I've been stuck sometimes in different shades. I'm not sure what that means, but this is exceptional. This is my favorite thing that I've seen of yours thus far, by far. This is really great. That's great. Valentine's Day painting for my 4th anniversary lovers couple. I hope you like this picture. That is great. I like that. This is great. These figures, beautiful. Really nice. Yeah, great job. Here's the Eiffel Tower, autumn in Paris, as you said. I did my first attempt. As you can see the photo, I made a mistake making the Eiffel Tower look like a pyramid. I don't know. I think it looks pretty cool. One thing I would say is, where is this sun coming from? Why is the light kind of... Why do we not... there should be the sun maybe back here, casting that light under there, which would also cast light elsewhere. So I'm curious as to the logic of that space. I don't know if that was necessary to put that there. I could see why you did it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because these trees are so close to the base of the tower that they make this tower look very small, right? The same sort of thing, like these light posts, right? Like, I feel like either these trees should be half the size, because the smaller those trees, the bigger and more imposing the Eiffel Tower will look. Or the Eiffel Tower should just go right off the top of the picture and not worry about trying to cram it in, because really, I think the scale that we're talking about, and I've been to Paris and I've been up to the top of the Eiffel Tower, you know, if this was according to the real situation, really, if the trees are this big, I mean, we wouldn't, I mean, the Eiffel Tower would be so big, we wouldn't even see its feet here, right? So, it's not a big deal. It's just, it's much more stylized. And if it's going to be really stylized, then let's push the stylization even more. Let's make it, like, more dramatically, like, what would we... I would probably put some trees in behind there. I would make... the Eiffel Tower itself would just have to be... like, maybe I would paint a person in here that is much taller. I don't know. I'd have to think about how... I mean, I think probably just looking at a photograph would tell you a lot of that information. Pascal, we're moving on to now. After the Bath, based on Mary Cassatt. I ran out of time, but I did want to do a Mary Cassatt painting for Mother's Day. I think I did all the work behind the scenes for it. I just didn't have the actual time on Mother's Day to do that episode. But there's a lot of great paintings that Mary Cassatt did of women and their children, because really that's all women were really allowed to paint back in the day. But she did masterful versions of them, which are really incredible. So, anyway, great job, Pascal. I like this, how this turned out. I love, Pascal, how you're always exploring all these different artists and really trying different styles and sharing them with us, because it's very inspiring. Here's a Monet. You said your third attempt. Interesting. Again, one thing, we've got all these kind of cool, like not cooler, but muted colors with a lot of gray and white in the background. And then as we get closer to the foreground, we want to have less and less white and more just saturated color, because the white pushes things backwards. You should always think about, like, if I'm going to add white to this, it's going to make something look like it's further away. If I put gray in there, it's going to make it look further away. If I put black in it, it's going to pull it forward, right? If I keep the color saturated around the edges of the color wheel, it's going to pull that forward, right? Whereas as things get closer to the center, they go further backwards. So right here, I see just there's a lot of gray and white throughout the entire painting, which what that does is it takes maybe your background and foreground and it just collapses them. So they're basically on the same plane, right? And so it just feels very vertical. We don't have quite as much space here. So consider playing with those value contrasts. That's great. Inspired by The Wanderer of the Sea of Fog by Caspar David Friedrich. I love this dude or woman here wearing a tank top just hanging out on the top of the mountain. Where's the other arm? So that's why I'm a little confused. Am I looking at a woman here? It looks like maybe there's a chest here, some breasts, but what's the other arm? Or is this a dude in a tank top who's just like really buff? Because that hair, it's like at first I thought that was a beard, but then maybe that's just hair from the face kind of going across. So, I guess that other arm is maybe supporting so they don't fall backwards. But I feel like you could take a liberty here, and maybe that hand is on the knee, right there. It's kind of like, or itching the head, or waving outward. Look at how beautiful this is. Or pointing, and there's an eagle, or eagle landing on its hand, or something. And if this is a woman, then maybe I wouldn't have that hair that looks like a beard crossing right over her face. I'd have it just go down here, and we would see her chin and neck. So yeah, I would just make that a little bit more clear. There's Pascal using oil pastels. Pascal using pastels. That's great. Marc Chagall painting. And you were saying it's featured in the movie Notting Hill with Julia Roberts and Hugh, whatever. And how this movie, the painting was made, and then after they filmed the movie, they had to destroy the painting, which is interesting, so that it wouldn't get out there and as a forgery. I hadn't heard that story. I don't think I've seen Notting Hill. It makes me interested to see the movie now, if that painting has played such a primary role in there. That looks pretty good. I don't remember this painting offhand, so it's hard for me to give advice on how to improve, but I'm not sure what that white is. It looks almost like a... Not sure. Wow, that's wild. Landscape by Berliuk. This is the other Berliuk brother, right? We painted... is it David Berliuk? For the two women who are picking apples. Right? I wasn't aware of this painting. That's interesting. That's pretty wild. Cloisonnism style. I have not heard of that. Cloisonnism. Cloisonnism. Oh, I didn't know that this is what it was called. Learn something every day. Thanks, Pascal. I appreciate that. We are doing, I think it's in November, a whole week devoted to like Pierre Bonnard and Soligny and a bunch of the other artists that are collectively known as Les Nabis, which was an art movement at the turn of the last century. So I'm looking forward to that because I'm a huge fan, particularly of Bonnard. Like this Leonard Nimoy from Star Trek, Spock. That's great. Well done, Pascal. I like that a lot. I like kind of how kind of vigorous those brushstrokes are. And you said it's a signed photograph, so you did the signature on there. That's cool. Olivia in pointillism dress and red balloon. Huh. Who's Olivia? I don't know. Maybe I missed that. This is based on another artist, Harutyan Torosian, aka Harut, who had a Mondigliani face. I'm not aware of that artist either. Juan Miro, I love this Miro painting. Oh, that's cool that you did that. Another Malevich. I'm not aware of this one either. That's cool. Portrait on too small of a canvas. I think that works out really well. I like the again, this kind of very stippling approach to painting that you've got going on here. I think works out pretty well. I would also say, as I said a few times, those eyes being really big and white like that always lends itself to that cartoony quality. So another thing, and this is in the drawing course I taught, is often people do these drawings of eyes that are big and wide like that, but the reality is that just go to the mirror and try to open your eyes as wide as possible and look straight ahead and see if you can get white all the way around your eyes. Like, that's me opening my eyes as wide as possible, and it's literally my forehead is starting to hurt. All right? So, when I look at this drawing or painting, the vast majority of times our eyes are going to be, our eyelids are crossing or clipping the majority of our iris, right? And the iris, of course, is the part of your eye that is hazel or green or brown or blue or whatever it might be, right? So anyway, that just gives her this look of like super surprise. Like, she's really like, so it verges on the cartoony. So I would consider having those eyelids a little bit more closed, and that the whites of the eyes are much more gray, to kind of just tone down that a little bit. Now this is a Malevich painting. I think I put this in the Dropbox folder, maybe, because I really like this painting. I know I did do the outline. I was ready to paint it, just didn't have time. Because it's also such a bizarre painting. It's not something we maybe associate with Malevich. I think we think of like the black squares, his, but we don't maybe think of this as typical of his work. But he did a lot of paintings like this before, and even a little bit after he started abstract painting. That's great. Another Malevich. I remember that painting too. And then this interesting project, you're talking about these tiles for a mosaic mural for Canada, the Global Roots Project, where you would order these tiles and they give you some paint and some instructions as to how to use that color, and you painted this with your nephew and niece. That's cool. I like how those turned out. Some oil pastels. Okay. Whew. Just gonna take a second to stretch these legs out a bit. Standing same place for 5 hours. And there's San Keats says, hello everyone. So here's Pascaline. This is our Alex Katz painting. That looks great. I drew it freehand. That's pretty darn good. That turned out really nice. I like how that one works. Well done. Yeah, I don't have anything to offer on there. That's great. Huh. Cabaret Lounge. Wow, that is wild. So it kind of looks like, you know, you let the paint bleed, and then you went back and kind of outlined those bleed lines maybe and shapes, which I think is really cool. St. Keats says, Lolly, haven't you uploaded any? There was one painting we looked at by Lolly's earlier. I think this is pretty wild. It's so like colorful and almost psychedelic. There's so much going on in here. These kind of all these wild little areas that we can zoom in on. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I wonder. It's almost too much. It's almost too much for me. That I kind of want, which I think is maybe why you've included some of these white areas here, because it does give us a little bit of breathing room from the wild and craziness going on in the rest of the painting. So I think I'd almost want more of that. Or maybe it's not white, it's just a different color, solid color, just to kind of act as a balance to the wildness happening. Also, that is odd. That line on her nose. Why does it go right up to her eyelid? It almost looks like it's... See, I would expect that line to go up to her eyebrow, if there was a line there at all, because that's so defined. I don't know. Interesting. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to take it that literally anyway. Here's a version of our St. Zelinsky painting that we did a year ago. I think that turned out really great. Better than mine. I remember being a little disappointed by my version of that painting at the end of the day. But it looks pretty cool. I think that's great. Well done. Really nice, like the stubble on his face is fantastic. Yeah, I like that. The clouds are really, really good. Yeah, here's your Frida Kahlo. That's fantastic. I really like how you did the table. That really gives it an aged quality. Looks like you sort of maybe painted and maybe wiped some away and painted, and so you've got some of the texture has captured some of that paint, that yellow and darker colors even. This is great. I like how that turned out. This is excellent. Did I talk about this one already? I think you just said, yeah, I'm not sure if I finished it, but I am for now. I can't remember where I found the photo reference. Acrylic on watercolor paper. And should I trim it or crop it? No, I think it looks great. I actually really like this kind of rough edge around the sides. It almost gives it a bit of a dreamlike quality. I think it's really, I'm very proud of you for the way you've painted this painting. You really got a nice quality of depth here. I mean, I would say maybe even this background could be a little bit cooler, but it does work. I mean, it really feels like a summer sun, golden hour, you know, in Alberta where I'm from, and you got these rolling hills like that, and that hot sun, afternoon, evening sun beating down, and you know, this is really strong, Pascaline. Really, really strong. Great work. This is also excellent. I remember I saw this, like, wow, this is great. So this, you made this, I think, for my daughter's lovely friend. She loves Japanese art and cats. So again, I think the fact that you made a painting specific, custom painting for your daughter's friend is really cool and inspiring, and a great way of sharing your passion with someone else and encouraging them to follow their passion. I think it says a lot about you, and that makes me really happy. This is great work. I'm not familiar with this artwork, so I'll add it to my list to check out. Great job. Okay, Keith Haring's. These are great. And there was the Juan Miro, Charles Birchfield. That's interesting. You kind of switched it up a little bit and created this bit more of a tunnel with the pathway coming right towards us. I remember there was like a something on kind of fire back there. If I ever, I can't remember, but your adjustments are quite wild. I like that. Oh, I forgot. This is your Saint Zelensky installed in your house. And then I love that you also painted the sad Satan, or you called him Putin, and you put him right above the toilet. Oh, that's great. That's so funny. That's fantastic. Here's your Chrysophilia painting. These are all just great. I don't know how to add to this here. Here's the Anatoly Krivolap. Anatoly Krivolap painting, A Horse Through the Night. And I did retouch it because it looked like a little bit of anatomy here that you wanted to paint out. So here's your updated version. I could see that, yeah. I don't know if it was that pronounced in the original, perhaps, maybe. But it is funny that that's something you noticed and you wanted to kind of de-emphasize that. I'm all for doing that. You got your David Hockney. I'm not going to spend too long looking at these because, you know, I'm pushing 5.5 hours already. But these are all super strong, right? The William Turner, that's turned out really great. Oh, let's go up here. I think there was one more I wanted to share. And this, I'll just leave us here with your work, Pascaline. Your version of David Bowie's Aladdin Sane, using your daughter as the model, I think is awesome. Man, your daughter must be so pumped seeing this painting. Being like, wow, Mom, this is incredible. I think it's incredible. Like, this is I think, you know, I've said a few of your paintings are exceptional, but this, I think, is really, really strong. Like, maybe your best painting that I've seen you do so far. That's really, really good. Exceptional, like you know, it's darker under her nose, but it's not also as dark because you got reflections coming up from her upper lip bouncing under here. So it's lighter, you know, so that attention to detail is really, really awesome to see. Even the way that you painted, you know, her eyebrow through this different color here, and your choice to paint it in grays and then have just that lightning bolt on her face illuminated, you know, really obviously brings our attention to it. It's unavoidable, but it's just, yeah, I mean, and it looks like you probably mixed all of your own black and grays, so you've got like a little bit more blue and purpley areas in the painting too, which again I love. Very, very strong. Wow. Well done. Well done. We're going to keep on plowing ahead here. We're looking at Paula's work now. Paula looks like gathered together with some of the other members of our group to have a little painting session. And so there you guys there on Zoom, I think, painting along together. A painting party. And then here's, I don't know what this is based on. An eagle and a violin. Oh, I think there was, did you have another painting? Yeah, Albert Einstein playing violin to an eagle. That is wild. I don't know what the story is here, Paula, but that's a wild artwork. I don't know if that's based on a photograph or what, or where that comes from, but that is pretty cool. Okay, and here's some deer. A summer scene. I like a summer scene. The winter is too harsh. That's adorable. Wow. And these bears and horses. Wow, a tree. I love this tree. I painted a few years ago in acrylic. That is pretty cool. Again, I think, you know, if we had just a little bit more gray or white into some of these trees just a little bit further away, and we're talking just a little speck, that's going to push them further back. And likewise, if we have more black in the foreground, and I think you've got a bit of it here, that's going to pull that forward. So just, you know, I feel like I'm a broken record, just the application of those value contrasts so that we push the whites and blacks further away from one another, right, is what we want to be doing. Wow, I just finished this cowboy drawing. I thought I didn't have the patience for drawing, but I'm trying. Don't have the patience for drawing. My goodness. You paint along with me every class. You've certainly got lots of patience. That's beautiful. This makes me really encouraged. Paula, I'd love to see more drawing from you, because clearly you can really turn it on. And so, wow. If you were doing more of this kind of stuff, I really think some illustration and storytelling through your paintings would be good to see. Wow, and here's a bird you painted a few years ago. I love all the texture in there. Same thing. Here's your studio. Oh, that flower that you've painted. Cool. I like that you're painting from life like that. That's very exciting, and that's a really cool turn. New painting done the last 2 weeks. That is great. Those beautiful saturated, these peachy colors make it look like a really nice sun is coming through those trees. Not much to add there, although I wonder what these, I guess they're supposed to be rocks, perhaps? I think those could be defined a little bit more. I think the top half of that painting is awesome. Really, it's this bottom, you know, fifth, these rocks that I think I would, you know, I don't know, maybe a little bit more gray in there. With obviously more blacked so that they don't fall into the background. But I think also if they're rocks, we kind of want some more angular shapes in there so that, you know, it emphasizes the rocky nature of those rocks. This field with this fence. I like this. The one thing I would say is one of the tricks that artists often use when they paint landscapes is create a pathway into the painting for the viewer to kind of walk into the artwork and kind of and here you've got a fence that kind of blocks our path. So the closest we can get is to the fence, and then we stop. And so it kind of unconsciously prevents us from, you know, going too deep into this painting. So my instinct would be to maybe have literally painted a different viewpoint, or to put an opening in the fence, a gate that's swung open so that it feels like we're welcome to enter the painting. And it may be a pathway, a road, or you know, just a little trail that ambles all the way up to the front door. Another thing too with this tree, my instinct would be to have that tree kind of come up right up above so that it is literally in front of these other trees. Whereas right here it seems to kind of go up, and then it kind of is topped by this other tree. I don't know, I kind of want this tree in the foreground to have a bit more freedom. Oh goodness, look how late it's been. I've been on here 2 o'clock and it's almost 8 o'clock. Wow. From Deb's birthday party. So this must be the painting you made during your Zoom session. That's beautiful. Pastels. Oh, using textured medium, which I apply with palette knife and brushes. It's hanging up in your laundry room. That's funny. That's great. I love seeing all this texture in there. Because one of the things I've noticed, Paula, with your paintings is that you often you're often painting with watercolor, and things feel very transparent and very kind of thin. So seeing you using texture in some of these artworks you've shown just today, it's like, oh, this is a different side of you. I haven't seen all this texture before. So something to consider. I mean, you don't have to, but it's kind of nice. Here is Philomena. And there was no caption or anything on here, so I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. Is this a painting that you did that's outside somewhere on an easel or a ladder? And then what is all this stuff superimposed over it? So I don't know what's going on here, Philomena. It does look kind of wild. This keyboard and guitar. Lots of things going on. Maybe it's missing a key, a little line here underneath the neck of the guitar. My first, it's another painting by Philomena. I'm so happy with the results. It was worth the sweat and tears. Thank you, Michael. That's great. Obviously, it's a little bit blurry, so we can't see all of the hard work you put in here. But this is excellent. You know, certainly we can get better in some of these folds, but I mean, this is by far better than the vast majority of people could ever hope to do. So that gets me really excited as to, you know, if this is where you're at right now, where are we going? The future is bright. Keep moving. I love it. One thing I would say is, you know, just watching some of these lines, right? So we've got these diagonal lines. They should be parallel. This line here and this line here should be parallel. So it doesn't matter which way they go. In fact, I would probably say it's almost like a little bit in between. I think this one should kind of go there, and this one should also kind of go up a little bit. But small potatoes. I think it's great. You did a fantastic job. Here is Curious. Oh, Curious. Okay. I was like, how do you say that name? Curious makes sense. Here's your portrait of Olga by Picasso. That's great. And then here's the dancers. Wow. Okay, so these are, I think these are through Instagram, perhaps, and so that's all that I was able to pull out. But I strongly encourage you to keep on going. Here's another post through Instagram here by Random. That's great. And I don't know who that is. Is that supposed to be me? Maybe? I don't know. Or maybe not. There's a little bit of a flavor saver here in those square glasses. I may have worn my glasses during an episode, but I don't know. That's funny, though. I like that. Anytime I see a mustache like that, it just gives me a laugh, because I have one of my own, right? Barack Obama. That's wild. That's great. You really did capture... In fact, if anything, I would say his ears are a little bit bigger. And I would probably darken that hair in. Because right now, with that hair being so light, and now Barack Obama's hair is probably mostly white now, but even then I would probably see a little bit of black streaks or something in there. But overall, fantastic. And then the Praying Hands by Albrecht Dürer. We've seen a couple people paint or draw and paint this image a few times today. I think turned out pretty good. Like really good. Like the way that you've done these fingers on the top, excellent. So this is very encouraging, and it makes me think about, you know, if we continue where we're gonna go. And I say that all the time, but man, so much potential that we see here. Paulo says, thanks, Michael. You missed your dinner. Oh, one of these days I'll have dinner. Let's see here. Ratna, happy Mother's Day. We have them in us always. I'm not sure what that means. Is that a little fish inside the big fish, or the fish next to them, a baby fish. Really beautiful, dynamic composition. All of those patterns, which are kind of, I wouldn't say clashing. It just makes for a super vibrant, image. There's like a vibration happening here. And it's the juxtaposition of those diverse patterns that make for a really wild composition. Yeah, that's really cool. I want to see more stuff like this from you, where you're really kind of, I mean, I don't know if this is based on somebody else's work or what, but yeah, let's, oh yeah, so it's Mother's Day, we have them in us always, so it's kind of, yeah, it must be like the baby, or babies are always inside of us, or our children. What an interesting concept. I like that. Wow, here's your version of Marilyn Monroe. Awesome, by Andy Warhol. That turned out great. It looks like you've hand drawn that too. No easy feat. Well done. Nabindra Nath Tagore, a quick sketch. His birthday was on May 7th. Wow, that turned out pretty good. Really, great job with your shading. Yeah, I mean, again, I think we could even push it a little bit further, a little bit darker in the eyes and the top eyelid underneath the nostrils. But great. And then here's a self-portrait in micography. Micography, the art of drawing visual patterns from lines of minutely hidden words. Okay, I haven't heard of this before. Micography. Really, that's what micography is. Okay, did not know. I mean, I've seen images like this. I didn't realize there was a whole field or movement of it, and that it had like a basis in Hebrew art or Islamic art. That's pretty wild. So I would like to see even more of that. Keep building it up. And then I think you can also, once that's done, you could erase all the pencil lines in there. We don't need them in there once they've served their purpose to help us establish the composition, right? I think, because I think that's a big part of this. I mean, again, something I just found out about 30 seconds ago, but it seems to me that that would make most sense, is once the pencil lines have served their purpose, you'd want to get rid of them and let the words act as the structure. So I wanted to practice what I've learned here. So this looks like a pathway going up the side of a cliff, perhaps. Very cool. And this is like some water down here, maybe a beach down there. Is that what I'm seeing? And a little fence. That's cool. What I mean, it's a very dramatic composition. To being so narrow like that is quite unusual. So I'm curious what I mean, it definitely emphasizes the vertical nature of that kind of cliff, which makes me think, if I was doing this, and let's say this is a cliff, I would probably give a little bit of a hint of the sheer drop here, like a little bit of the rocky edge, and then maybe even it would curve and get very, very small and disappear off into the horizon, or just wrap back around. And then maybe you have a flag or something up here, or tiny little figures standing in the breeze, or someone flying a kite, a little tiny boat, just to help give us those sense of scale here. Right? Like if there was a giant cruise ship here, it'd be like, whoa, that is a giant cliff. Whoa, better be careful. Whereas if we have like a sailboat, a big sailboat here, we're like, oh, well, you might see little kids jumping off the cliff into the water right next to it, right? Okay, Ravi, I saw you in the chat there a little while ago. Here we're finally at your work. We've got this painting here. This is requested by a friend, mentioned that he would like something like Richard Hodel. Wow. That's a big painting. That's cool. What can I say or offer here? I don't think I would make any changes. I think you've done a pretty good job. I mean, I think a few things just going forward is there's, the tree, I think we really want that to overlap, let's say, that hill. Because right now they're side by side. And this kind of goes back to a few things we've talked about. So, you have that. I'll just kind of draw this tree, right? And then you've got that kind of right up next to it. And it's kind of a little bit. So what I would have done is I would have deliberately put that right over top of that back hill, so there's no question that that tree is literally in front of the hill. Using overlapping shapes is one of the easiest and most effective ways to show depth in a painting. So I think it's worth, use it as often as possible because it's so effective. Yeah, great job, Ravi. I really like kind of also what you've done up here in the trees, the leaves. I like that kind of the squiggly kind of looseness of that. And I don't know if that's in Richard Hodel's way of painting. I'm not so familiar with his work. I always, when I think of the way that he paints these trees, it reminds me of, maybe Lauren Harris or A.J. Casson. But also reminds me of, those, here at in Vancouver, we have the Richmond Night Market. And one of them, it's sort of like an evening outdoor food festival in Vancouver throughout the summer. And one of the most popular things is these like spiral potatoes. They kind of cut them, and so you can they come on a big long stick, and you can dip them in a sauce and take bites of them, because it's sort of like a one giant connected potato chip. Very popular. I'm sure they're probably popular all over the world, but if you go to the Richmond Night Market, you'll see them all over the place. Okay. Well done, Ravi. Let's look at Richard's here. Richard says, a pet project of mine, Vincent Van Gogh's Italian Woman. Wow. That is cool. I like how this one turned out. I'm not familiar with this painting at all. I think is there that pattern that goes around the edge like that? It wouldn't surprise me. It's, Van Gogh certainly did some very interesting things with his backgrounds and creating frames within frames. I also just want to highlight too that, obviously Richard's been with us for a while painting along, and I like the way that he's kind of very subtle. So he's got his signature here, RB here at the very bottom, but look how subtle that is. And it's not like, it doesn't take long to find it, but it's there. But it's, he's using the same yellow as maybe it's in the background painted over top of these stripes. So once you see it, you see it, but it's also relatively easy for it to kind of disappear. And so it complements the painting quite well. It's not, sucking our attention away from the central subject here. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Van Gogh also signed his painting in the same sort of place. Because Van Gogh also, he not always signed his paintings, and sometimes they're quite visible, but even then, he kind of integrates it into the painting, makes it an important part of the work. Here's another great painting by Richard. Photo from November, looking south to Ottawa from Aylmer, Quebec. Very cold day, no snow yet. That definitely, you know, it's interesting how that does feel kind of like a cold fall day, right? It's not snowed yet, but it's, you know, you're not walking around in flip-flops and t-shirt in that kind of weather, right? Because, you know, we've got this very cool sky. The sun is kind of hidden and diffused by clouds. The water is also, you know, it's not a warm blue. It's kind of gray. So it all of these things emphasize the coolness. Even the foreground, which we would tend to kind of make quite, you know, much warmer. I like that Richard has kind of kept it fairly muted. It's mostly silhouette. And all of those things lend, you know, as I'm just looking at all of a sudden, I feel like, ooh, did it just get colder in here? Ooh. Right? So that's a really effective use of your warm and cool colors, of using a value contrast. It really works. You know, we've got these darker colors in the foreground, and they do look like they're warmer, like this is a warm brown probably. But because it's so much darker, it's not like it's all of a sudden warming it up and we feel like we're going to see someone with a beach towel here. And so that's really effective. I like that a lot. Do I have anything to offer there? No, I think I think Richard said something about how he used a pencil or a pen. I think it's a pencil, a very sharp pencil, to do some of these tree branches, which I think is very interesting solution, especially to get super subtle, those super thin branches. You may want to think about, if you're doing that, is to maybe afterwards spray it with a little bit of fixative. I would look into it. I've never thought about really using pencil on the top surface like that, but my only worry would be that it could smudge relatively easy. So just thinking about like finding a spray, a varnish, because the other thing, if you put a varnish over there, you might again smudge the graphite of your pencil. So a spray varnish might be more effective for this type of situation. Where am I looking at? How did I have your boats, Richard? You paint. Oh, I think Richard just included on. Oh, you know what? These are in the Varley folder. Okay, because Richard painted the Frederick Varley painting of Vancouver, but we're not going to look at that today because we're going to wait till the next episode, because otherwise we'll be here all night long. But yeah, I'll remember to move these. In fact, maybe I'll just. Do that right now before I forget. Because there's always these things I think to myself, oh yeah, I'll remember. And then as soon as the episode ends, I'm like, brain shuts off. Sunrise over Ottawa. I only photographed the top half. So, and then you added, so this is based on the sky, and then you've kind of maybe used a different image to get your background. I think all that works well. It looks like we've got this tree in the foreground intended to kind of give a sense of depth, which I think is brilliant, smart. I feel like this, though, should be much darker. This should be like nearing black. And that'll work really well. Like, again, in the same way that you painted the trees here, you know, it doesn't have to be actual black, but this bit of a warm brown, I think that would work very effectively right here, because right now it's gray and it's even maybe slightly lighter than here, and the only way it seems like it's in front is because it's literally overlapping the background and it's larger, right? So I think you're really close here. I just feel like, and maybe that shoreline just also extends a little bit further down. No, not a big deal, but some to. And this is great. A study of Frederick Varley's painting, Durana. Again, I'm not aware of this painting. That's wild. It's interesting how kind of muted and dark this painting is. I don't know if that's how the original one was, or if this is maybe the way it's been photographed, but it does give a great sense of moodiness of that painting. Like one just, it looks like someone has, couldn't sleep and has got out of bed and is sitting on the end of the porch looking at the stars or something at night, right? It's very, and yet her expression here, and I think this is a woman, feels kind of hopeful, right? It's not like, fear or anything. It's looking up with some sense of awe and interest at the sky, which I like. I think that's great. And then our final Richard painting here. I think this is amazing. Is this really a painting you've made all from your own inspiration? Because this looks like a classic. This is great. It's which says, our cat Hobbs staring at something out the window. I started this the other day and resolved to not be too particular or overwork it. I think this is great. I mean, I think just, perhaps there would be some sort of string or something keeping these blinds together and holding them up, because I think that's what that is, right? And then potentially we might see a little bit of shadow from those on the wall. The use of that like warm ultramarine blue right there is bold. It does make me think, if you're going to do that, do we need that warm blue in some of these other shadow areas? Perhaps, maybe. I'd almost have to play with it and see, and add that blue to see if how that affects things. Because also this cat right here, Hobbs, is kind of flat, almost like a cutout. And even though it's a silhouette, I would still lean on the edge of adding a bit of kind of texture to it, like where is its back leg? And again, it doesn't mean that the outer shape has to change. It just, to me, would seem like we would see a bit more articulation in the body. And I think that would be very satisfying, seeing just a little bit of something happening in here would give it that little bit more depth. Well done, Richard. Okay. So, I wasn't able to download it, but Robin posted to the Facebook group the finished mural that she was working on for a month or more. Oh, maybe, can I find it here? Since let's, okay, so here. I don't know if that's blaring sound. Okay, the sound is off. Wow, that is impressive. Look at that. This is all just like little pieces of A4 paper, which is close to 8.5 by 11 here in North America. Legal, or is it legal size? No, not legal. Letter size paper. That's great. And so, I showed images of this last class, or the last feedback episode, all of these individual panels that Robin was working on. But here, so I just wanted, we've looked at this before, but I just, as a bit of a placeholder to remember that video, wanted to include it. And I just think this is so great, and they look great above. It really reminds me of like of murals that I remember seeing in Pompeii when I visited there like 10 years ago. Like the beautiful decorations that you'd see in rooms all over the place. And even just like the style is kind of evocative of that area anyway. Great work. Here's Robin's painting of another Dali painting. That's wild. I mean, I've seen this painting before, but that's really great. That's really well done, Robin. Wow. What can I offer here? Not much. I mean, maybe it would be just a little bit darker underneath the back of the boat here. Oh. Otherwise, that's pretty cool. You know, you just look at this and you're like, wow, Dali, what an imagination. That is wild. To think of like butterfly wings as sails. How did he come up with stuff like that? And here's Rose. So this is I think it's self-portrait, if I understood the post. It looks like taking a photograph in bed and then made a drawing of it, which I think is awesome. I love this image, right? Like maybe this is a mirror next to the bed. Take that picture and then create an artwork from it. I love that, Rose. Great job. And then here we've got these cars or some sort of traffic accident or police. You know, yeah, there's an accident. That car looks all beaten up. That is really cool. These make me really happy. Like the way that this is constructed and painted. I mean, this is not digital, is it? Is it a digital drawing? And is that digital? I think these are all digital, right? You tell me. It looks like my first instinct, oh, this is graphite or charcoal. It's smudged, but I don't know. Some of that looks like it's done on a tablet. There's nothing wrong with a tablet. I use a tablet every day to draw, but these could be really cool paintings. Like that would be a really interesting painting to see. I love the way you've drawn all these cars. Very cool. Now this looks like it's, well, maybe this is drawn on the tablet too. That's wild. I wonder where this sad man sketch you called it. That's cool. That is really good. I mean, I don't know where this is from, but it's very evocative. That the pain in that face is tremendous. Oof. And the way you've drawn those hands is incredible. Really, really cool. Sorry, just... Salvatore. So we got a bunch from Salvatore here coming up. Abstract Flower Garden by Rubens or Paul Rubens. I'm not sure what that means. Or maybe that's the paper or something. I like these. These like with some kind of watercolor, I think. That's cool. That's a close-up. Going to go through a bunch of these here and we'll come back. Okay. So the first thing I feel like I'm a broken record is these big signatures, which are really, I find quite distracting. Again, like, I mean, there's no red at that level of saturation in this painting. We've got a few, but everything's sort of been diluted, and yet we have this big, bold signature right at the bottom that makes it look like, you know, an advertisement for a company or something. And, you know, again, that's okay, but why red when everything else is blue? it really just pulls my attention away, and then I spend most of my time looking at this and saying, what is SRC, right? Well, is that what we want people to be looking at, or do we want people to be looking at the flowers and the vase, right? Which are all really well done. You know, if I was to do this, maybe I would use green, maybe, or blue, but certainly not red, because unless it exists already in there, you know, and then that being so big, I mean, it's basically almost the same size as the flower, right? That's gigantic, you know, like that's, yeah, it's almost the same size as the flower, just a little bit smaller, like a third, 2/3 the size, right? So I think it's way too big. And again, rather than being in blue, I would have made that in maybe orange or yellow, you know, and I would have made it really small if it needed to be there at all. Again, not red. I would have gone yellow maybe, or green, and made it really small. You know, that I like this red in this picture. It complements it well, but not for a signature. Again, people just think I'm repeating myself over and over. I mean, this is beautiful. I think this is my favorite one you've done. And, you know, maybe because you've outlined with the black, seeing this down here isn't so distracting because it's, you know, you're using that same technique to do the outlining. So, but it's still, yeah, I would make that much smaller. Like, so for instance, okay, you haven't signed this one. And so if I was to sign this, I'd probably do it here, and I wouldn't even do it inside here. I would, like a printmakers will often sign the white border. So I might do this in pencil right here. And if you felt you had to sign it inside, maybe with yellow in here, or that central, more warmer yellow down there. Okay, let's move on here. We've got, still got another 50 or so to go. Whew, okay, Samantha Perry says, hello, I'm new here. I'm inspired every time I receive a notification from this community. I started Michael's drawing course recently. Wow, that's great. This is beautiful. I love the way you've done this. I like how you used the pink to do all the outlining, or to do your initial sketch, and then you went over top of it, and then you really and so they contrast one another really well. I don't know why more people don't use color for some of those shapes. Whenever I'm teaching, I generally use lots of color so that it becomes quite easy to see what those initial stages are, but I think it also looks really nice anyway, right? Just finished lesson 8. That's great. Nice job on the dog. Beautiful. Okay, and then we've got Sandra here, who's been waiting patiently all afternoon. Has been on a bit of a George O'Keeffe kick lately, and I'm still going strong. Oh, I got COVID last week, and I'm finally regaining my strength. These are great. I think we looked at these last class. I think some of them you're just starting, or I don't know. But these are, I really like how these turned out. So, but then you've also got all these other ones you've been doing. Here's the Matisse cutout. This, when I saw this, this made me really excited. I think this is a really nice rendition of the Seurat painting, the pointillist painting of the Eiffel Tower. The original had a big tree here on the left, and the colors were fairly, I don't know about muted, but certainly more muted than this. I, however, think your choice of colors for this version of the painting are spectacular. I really like this. And I'd even venture to say that it's stronger than the original painting by the great artist himself. the pinks and oranges and yellows and peachy colors and the purples and even this green. You know, my instinct would be like, well, it'd be kind of nice if this was also done in a bit of a stippling, pointillist kind of way, but I don't know, it kind of works like it is now. Is that the way that does it disappear into the clouds like that? Is there not the top of the Eiffel? I can't remember. Maybe that is a cloud there. I guess if there was, I would probably want to define the cloud a little bit more. I don't mind that though. Looks pretty cool. Wow, that's great. That's really strong painting. Oh, and here's the Timothy Boychuk painting. And it's interesting the way you've done this in a very graphic style, like a kind of an illustration. I think that works really well. It's a little bit different than the original. And I know because I look at this every night. It's next to our dinner table. So, yeah, this is very, very different, again, than the original. But I really like your approach here. And so I have said many times throughout today's episode that I'm much more interested to see how people reinterpret the painting rather than trying to do these faithful reproductions of them. So, whereas most people get all bummed out about how they diverged from the original, I get excited when I see how you diverged from the original. So I think, take some inspiration from what Sandra's done here and really let the paintings take on their own lives. It's really, really cool. Beautiful job here of the Monet. Again, the way that you've done this, it almost looks like it's done digitally. The kind of smoothness of things, which is kind of different than the way Monet did. Monet, we see the brushstrokes quite visibly. It's a much more painterly painting, whereas this one has a softness. What does this remind me of? I don't know who that reminds me of, but it's very attractive. I like that a lot. I gotta think about almost a little Renoirish kind of thing. There's your studio again. Beautiful, prepping a bunch of canvases ready to go. Well done. I love seeing all your paintings in the background. Awesome. Oh, what's that? Is that a photo or is that a painting? Looks like a photo, but somebody's proposing there. But it looks like that could also make for a really cool photograph, or painting, I mean. Great job, Sandra, as always. And I think a few people posted, show us an update of a mural, because you're always working on those big murals, so it would be kind of nice to see how some of those have turned out. Heidi says, hi everyone, I'm glad I caught part of this, even though I haven't painted, but it's always inspirational to see these wonderful artworks and to hear Michael's critique. Thank you, Michael. Congrats, everyone. Awesome. Nice to see you, Heidi. Oh, Deborah said the image is dark. Try to lighten it. I'm not sure which one we were talking about, though. Sorry, Deborah. Lolly says, my neighbor has kept me up awake tonight so loud. Sankeet says, tell us about your first artwork, please. Wow, that's a conversation. Well, let me see if there's any time at the end of the episode for me to tell any extra stories after being on here for about 6 hours, so... Sanju's up next here. We have... let me just take a sip of tea. This is our Giorgio Morandi. That turned out great. It's interesting that he kind of arranged them a little bit asymmetrically, and you've kind of positioned them back into the center. And there's your Emily Carr. That's great. I think we could add even a little bit more darker colors in the foreground. Right? I think we want a little bit more saturated black or something right up here, because that area in the bottom left is much darker. These houses might pop a little bit more because you've outlined them like that. So then it makes us feel like, well, maybe we need a little bit more outlining elsewhere in the painting. So you kind of want to be careful with outlining stuff like that if other things aren't also outlined. So there are these other trees here. Maybe they could be outlined. It's going to turn into a different painting. Just something to think about. Rick in his painting of the woman. Oh, so this was really dark. Okay, let's see if we can. Does that bring it? Is that closer to the way it looked? Interesting. I mean, it makes some sense that it would look a little bit more like that, as opposed to being kind of darker, because I would imagine if it was dark like that, we would have seen some stars in the sky. But I don't mind it like the way it was before. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that we solved that, because I was curious. That's quite unusual. Okay, here's Sanju's painting, just back to, like you got your tequila there while you're painting away. In Mikey we trust. I appreciate that, Sanju. That's very cool. Okay, I'm going to skip over a couple things you've done here lately, Sanju, because I think I want to end on that. So I haven't forgotten. We're going to come back. This is great. The Chrysophilia, love it. Your Van Gogh. Suzanne Valadon, beautiful. Picasso, I'm not aware of this one, but it turned out great. Zinedine Zidane. That's great. It's interesting how it kind of looks like him, even though it's very muted. Like, we don't have a lot of detail on the face, but he was, you know, he's retired now, a very famous French football player, or soccer player, as we say here in North America. Big, tall guy, tough guy, and so you get a little bit of that sense. I'm not sure, though, what's happening with that foot. Like, I am assuming that's his knee, and that's his foot sticking out from behind, so his calf is kind of hidden, which I understand, but again, I think sometimes you got to paint it wrong to make it right. So I would have either opted for a different photograph or found a photograph where maybe that leg was a little bit clearer and we could see that foot kind of raised and a bit of that calf, so that it doesn't sort of look like he's got a pencil sticking out of his shorts there, right? That looks like, here's the you know, there's the tip of the pencil, and then there's just that little black nib at the end, right? But I like the, you know, it's pretty dynamic, those swirls and things in the background. That's pretty cool. Okay, we'll come back here. Miro, Frida Kahlo, Birchfield. That's great. I like how that turned out. That's excellent. Great job. Morandi and Hilma af Klimt. This is my first painting of my own. It's from a picture taken back in 94, 95. I like the movement and feel like drawing it for fun. That's wild. So what am I looking at here? What are those hands doing? Is this guy breakdancing? Is he what's he up to? Not clear to me, and it's also not quite clear where the pants are. How is... So, you know, I think there's a little... I'm a little confused with this, and I don't want to be too critical because it's your first painting. I think I'm super... There's a lot of dynamic qualities here with the way that you've painted these brushstrokes in the background. I think it's super effective. It does give a lot of energy to this painting. It does... I am a little confused with the drawing aspects here. So I think that could be clarified. Deborah says Tai Chi, maybe? It could be kind of Tai Chi. You know, again, I think, you know, it's based on a photograph. You know, when I've done artworks based on photographs, I spend a lot of time trying to find just the right one, because a photograph can look fine as a photograph, but the painting based on that photograph, if it's perfectly rendered, can look really weird. So just because it looks good in a photograph doesn't mean it's going to translate well into a painting. And sometimes just trying to sketch that out can really help. Here's Sanju's inspired from a monument created in remembrance to past slaves in my country. Interesting. I'm not aware of... I don't know what image that is, but that's wild. These like dodo birds or something. Cool. Okay, let's move on here to Charmé. We're getting close to the end. So Charmé says, this is for Chinese New Year. I painted it after Huang Yongyi's creation of the stamp of the year of the rabbit. I guess this is a kind of controversial. People didn't like this image. I think it's fantastic. I mean, maybe some people found it a little creepy. Maybe the red eyes of the rabbit. But do rabbits have red eyes anyway? I don't know. I think it's cool. It looks great. You're the rabbit. That's great. I like that. I think it's turned out great. And then Charmé included, I don't usually show kind of these types of things, but this is some stuff that Charmé took photographs of in the cave, or the replica cave next to Lascaux in France, which is considered to be one of the oldest caves, or featuring one of the oldest intact cave paintings, sites where there's famous cave paintings. It's now closed to the public, but there's a replica they built full-sized right next door, which you can go inside. And so I just think it's kind of interesting, just while we're talking about contemporary works that we're making, just to look at stuff that people made like 20,000 years ago. And some of it is just like mind-boggling. Like, you know, like some of these things, you know, kind of reminds me of the Anatoly Krivolap painting we were looking at of the horse. You know, 20,000 years later, people are still doing the same sort of thing. And I don't think that, you know, some people are like, oh, you're saying that we haven't advanced. Well, maybe a little bit, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just shows kind of how universal the human experience is, no matter where you're from or what time you're living at. And again, I don't think was there a caption for this, Charmé? I don't know. These drawings, though, are really cool. For your trip abroad, these little quick sketches, very cool. And here's Smabari. Has been doing some portrait drawings and has been trying to sell them, and also sold a first drawing for a portrait for $1. Thank you, Michael. That's awesome. So I love that you're doing drawings and then you're selling your drawings. You're using them as a way of generating some income for yourself. And if we keep on going like this, you have a good little side business that you could create for yourself. Or maybe a full-time business. Who knows, right? These are great. right? Like, I don't know if that's from a photograph or from a person that you know, or it could be both, obviously. But that's fantastic. Okay, we'll get there in a second. Yeah, it's also really nice. I think there's a little bit of confusion with these two legs. Right, this reminds me of the drawing course, and I talk about in that drawing course when we draw the giraffe, about overlapping shapes, and maybe it's just worth first of all, you have this one leg that's kind of coming back, and then that leg kind of bends forward, and then you've got this other leg here. Right, so my instinct would be to kind of change this around. I would do and actually not even that, like, since we're going up like this, I would probably go right, so it looks like we're moving into that direction, right? This leg, which is further away, must appear shorter than this leg, right? If they're the same length or close to the same length, then it kind of looks a little bit awkward. Not a big deal, just, you know, something you can be mindful of in the future, because you're doing really great drawings. Like, these are excellent, especially these portraits. I'd love to see more of them. Okay. Here's Soha. Here's Kim from BTS. That's great. BTS, for those you don't know, is a hugely popular band from Korea. A boy band. That's great. I always, you know, it's fun to see people making portraits of contemporary people that they're interested in. I love that. That's great. That's really well done. I like that. I like how you've got it's much darker on this side of the face, and yet we still see a little bit of that eye. What I would say is we probably want just a little tiny highlight here, just a tiny little bit of white on both of these eyes. And in fact, this eye, I think I would just make the bottom part a little bit darker down here. And I don't know what is going on with his mouth there. It almost looks like there's a worm crawling out of his mouth. I might kind of de-emphasize that just a little bit. This says it's not completed. It looks pretty darn good right now. I don't know what else needs to be done here. Look, this rabbit's got headphones in. I don't know. What would you do to work on this drawing? I mean, I could see where one could do, but does one need to? Is the question, right? Like for instance, I could see, you know, darkening a little bit, defining a little bit of the ears on the top of the cheeks here, maybe some whiskers. But, you know, especially when you back it out, it starts to look more and more refined, right? So it's working pretty well. Here's another one you've also done of was this little Pikachu kind of character. This is also very well done. I don't know what this is. This is like pastel or crayon, pencil crayon. And so by keeping this white and the soft edge, it really makes it look like there's this kind of bright light probably coming in from behind. It's illuminating and so the front of the figure is darker. That's great. Okay. And then here's Tammy. I just finished this one, 16 by 20 acrylic painting. That's a pretty big painting. Well, I mean, that's not big, right? Wow. That's wild. How did we paint this here? I mean, one thing I would consider is trying to layer the colors a little bit more, which is what Van Gogh himself did, to give just. So in one of the ways that I do this in our classes is applying that imprimatur, right? That whether it's a brown or a yellow or blue or green, that what that does is it just gives an extra layer of complexity to the painting. Obviously, you wouldn't want to do anything at this stage anymore, but going forward, either just considering it, right? And you could even apply, various different kinds, you could combine imprimaturs where you have, I think even in the way I painted this painting, I applied, let's say, a cool blue into the sky and then a warmer blue in the bottom or something. I think that works really well. But this is great. Yeah, this should be really pleasing for you to have achieved that. That's a big deal. Vanya says, remember when we used to paint photographs? I would love to paint this together. Yeah, I do still want to paint more photographs, and there's a Paint the News episode coming up in a few weeks, or next month anyway, and sometime in June. And so we've still painted a lot of stuff from photographs. So there's plenty of images to do there. This would be really complicated, though. All of those birds. I mean, boy, oh boy. Unless you kind of selectively removed some, this would be, again, that goes to how to select images to paint from is almost worth a whole episode in and of itself, because, I mean, I'm just going to write a note about that. How to select photos to paint from. Because there's so much detail here, and there's really no main focus. I mean, maybe this flamingo right in the foreground is kind of like that. But there's a lot of confusion going on here. So while this might work really well as a photograph, I think as a painting, this would be... it would be hard to make this painting successful if you tried to paint it exactly like it is here. The first thing I would do if I was trying to paint this painting is I would eliminate, some of the, probably these birds on the far right, or just at least one of them. I'll probably eliminate this second one here, because there's just... I think we need to be a little bit more... it just needs to be more organized. Otherwise, it would just be really cluttered. And then we have Victoria. Thanks for tutorials. I got my brother-in-law to paint the Van Gogh smoking the skeleton with me. We learned a lot. That is awesome. I love that you guys did that painting together side by side. That would be a great learning experience. I mean, that's typical when I'm teaching in person. Obviously we do that, and that's what's really cool, is to see people side by side working the same thing, but they're kind of diverging, and I always think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. So where's these images I wanted to show? Okay, so as we wrap up, I just want to share a couple things here. These images by Sanju, which I think are just super inspiring. It says, hello guys, I've organized my first outdoor event painting at the beach. It's a great one. Thanks, Mr. Michael, for your work. So this is awesome. So here's the first one. And I think this is the painting that you did. I don't know if everyone was working on the same painting or different paintings. It was just people coming and hanging out. But then you did it again. And just what a wonderful community gathering that you've created here. And I just find this super inspiring that all of these people came out. What a beautiful location for making paintings outside in the open air like that. It looks like beautiful weather. And you just have like, I don't know, 20 or 30 people working away, talking about art. And that's important, but there's also the fact that you have probably hundreds of people walking by through the park, seeing a bunch of people painting, and then that starts their own wheels running of like, oh, that's cool. I would like to participate in that. Or, wow, wouldn't it be fun to make a painting myself? Maybe I should go to the art supply store and get some paint or take an art class. And all of those things cause this cascade of inspiration, which is like, I think, you know, it just makes me so happy to be in any way connected with what you're doing here, Sanju. And anybody else watching, I'm sure this type of thing is something that is possible to recreate within your own community. Okay, so I really feel super blessed to be able to even just be able to show those images, and that this is happening within our community is pretty incredible. So just before we wrap up, please again consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when upcoming videos are taking place. The next few weeks are going to be a little bit chaotic, so videos probably aren't going to be taking place on normal days. So if you're not subscribed to the Facebook group or a member of the Facebook group, which you should do, or you haven't hit the notification bell, you might find yourself tuning in late. Again, commenting on past videos is super helpful. It really helps new people join the community and gives them a little bit of guidance as to which paintings they should be doing. So comment on videos after they've aired and leave a little comment. Like this one was really hard. I had never painted before, but I feel really good about how it turned out. It was harder than I expected. Or this one was much easier. This is a great place to start. Don't listen to Michael about starting here and here. Start here. Those kinds of things, right? Whether people agree or disagree is good, right? And then if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, 25 cents through PayPal, the YouTube Super Chat, you could send an e-transfer or good old-fashioned check in the mail, and all of this wouldn't be possible without your continued support. So thank you so much to all of those of you who've been with me for years, painting along. That is awesome. There's so many comments going on here. Paul says 7 hours going. Wow, Michael, I hope your wife isn't mad at us. Love you guys. My life has been more exciting because of this. Thanks a lot. Lolly says, I gotta say good night. Thanks, Michael, for your input. We appreciate your time so much. Good night. All your amazing paintings really brighten my day, everyone. Oh, Kathy says, my life has been enriched by this group and all the painting. Oh, thank you, guys. Wow. Sankit, I'll get to your question in the future about my first artwork. I haven't had food in 7 hours, so I'm a little bit hungry. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Again, I don't know if we're going to be on Tuesday or Thursday of this week. I'll have to check in the next couple days, which is Tuesday. So we'll see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your morning, evening, wherever you are. Know that you're loved and cherished. You're doing the world a favor if you're making art. So continue doing it. Don't give up. Good things are coming and right around the corner. We'll see you again soon. Have a great night.